Section 94 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Wednesday morning. Postmark July 29, 1846. This is just the way, the only way, my ever, ever dearest, you make cares for me. It is hard to dare to settle whether the pain of the lost quarters of the hour yesterday be not balanced by the gladness and gain of this letter, as it is hard saying whether to kiss your hand, mind only the hand, with shut eyes, be better than seeing you, and only seeing. You cause me abundance of such troubles, dearest, best, divinest that you are. Oh, how can you, blessing me so, speak as you spoke yesterday, for the first time? I thought you would only write such suppositions, such desires, for it was a desire, and that along with you I was safe from them. Yet you are adorable amid it all. Only I do feel such speaking, Bar, lightly as it fell. No, not now I feel it. This letter is before my heart like the hand on my eyes. I feel this letter only. How good of you to write it. Yes, I did meet Mr. Kenyon on the stairs, with a half-open door that discovered sundry presences. And then had I to speak of a sudden. Put it to my credit on one side that I did speak and laugh. On the other side, that I did neither too apropos. He most kindly, seeing it all, began asking about Forster and Moxon, and I remember some kind of stammering remark of the latter which I retailed, to the effect that now would be a favourable time to print a volume of poems. This I did, to seem to have something on my mind calling for a consultation with you. Then he made that proposal about Landor and Mr. Eagles. Whether I encouraged the idea or no, it encouraged me, and helped me a good deal this morning. For Elliot Warburton sent 2 days ago a pressing letter to invite me to go to Ireland. I should have yachting and other delights. And I was glad to return for an answer that I had an engagement, conditional on my accepting any. As for my excellent story on the stairs, you alarm me. Upon my honour, I have not the least recollection of having told one or said another word than the above mentioned. So people are congratulated on displaying this or the other bravery in battle or fire when their own memory is left a blank of all save the confusion. Let me say here that he amused me also with the characteristic anecdote of poor Mr. Reed on Saturday. And now, Bar, to the subject matter. Whatever you decide on writing to Mrs. Jameson will be rightly written. It seems to me nearly immaterial, putting out of the question the confiding the whole secret, which, from its responsibility as you feel, must not be done. Whether you decline her kindness for untold reasons which 2 months, Bar, will make abundantly plain, or whether you farther inform her that there is a special secret, of which she must bear the burthen, even in that mitigated form, for the same 2 months, as I say, it seems immaterial. But it is most material that you should see how the ground is crumbling from beneath our feet, with its chances and opportunities. Do not talk about 4 months, till December, that is, unless you mean what must follow as a consequence. The next thing will be Mr. Kenyon's application to me. He certainly knows everything. How else, after such a speech from your sister? But his wisdom as well as his habits incline him to use the force that is in kindness, patience, gentleness. Your father might have entered the room suddenly yesterday and given vent to all the passionate indignation in the world. I dare say we should have been married today. I shall have the quietest, most considerate of expositions made me, with one arm on my shoulder, of how I am sure to be about to kill you, to ruin you, your social reputation, your public estimation, destroy the peace of this member of your family, the prospects of that other, and the end will be because I can not only die for you, but live without you, for you, once sure it is for you. I know what you once bade me promise, but I do not know what assurances on assurance, all on the ground of a presumed knowledge of your good above your own possible knowledge, might not effect. I do not know. This is through you. You ought to know now that it would not be better for me to leave you. That after this devotion of myself to you, I cannot undo it all and devote myself to objects so utterly insignificant that yourself do not venture to specify them. It would be better. People will say such things. I will never force you to know this, however. If your admirable senses do not instruct you, I shall never seem to, as it were, threaten you by prophecies of what my life would probably be, disengaged from you. It should certainly not be passed where the people are, nor where their sayings influenced me any more. But I ask you to look into my heart, and into your own belief in what is worthy and durable and the better, and then decide. For instance, to speak of waiting for 4 months will be a decision. See, dearest, I began lightly. I cannot end so. I know, after all, the words were divine, self-forgetting words, after all, that you are mine by the one tenure of your own free gift, that all the other words have not been mere breath, nor the love, a playful show, an acting, an error you will correct. I believe in you, or what shall I believe in? I wish I could take my life, my affections, my ambitions, all my very self, and fold them over your little hand, and leave them there. Then you would see what belief is mine. But if you had not seen it, would you have uttered one word, written one line, given one kiss to me? May God bless you, my Bar. R.B. End of section 94.
Section 95 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Wednesday evening, postmarked July 30th, 1846. Such desires, for it was a desire. Well put into a parenthesis, that is, ashamed and hiding itself between the brackets. Because, my own dearest, it was not a desire, it was the farthest possible from being a desire, the word I spoke to you on Tuesday, yesterday. And if I spoke it for the first time instead of writing it, what did that prove but that I was able to speak it, and that just it was so much less earnest and painfully felt? Why, it was not a proposition even. I said only, you had better give me up. It was only the reflection, in the still water, of what had been a proposition. Better, perhaps, better for you that you should desire to give me up and do it, my idée fixe, you know, but said with such different feelings from those which have again and again made the tears run down my cheeks while I wrote to you the vexatious letter, that I smile at you seeing no difference. You blind, which is wrong of me again. I will not smile for having vexed you, teased you, which is wrong of you, though, the being vexed for so little, because you ought to know by this time, now I will use your reproachful words, you ought certainly to know that I am your own, and ready to go through with the matter we are upon, and willing to leave the times and the seasons in your hand. 4 months meant nothing at all. Take September, if you please. All I thought of answering to you was that there was no need yet of specifying the exact date. And yet, yes, I feel as you feel, the risks and the difficulties which close around us, and you feel that about Mr. Kenyon. Is it by an instinct that I tremble to think of him more than to think of others? The hazel rod turns round in my hand when I stand here, and as you show him speaking and reasoning, his arm laid on your shoulder, oh, what a vision that is! Before that, I cannot stand any longer. It takes away my breath. The likelihood of it is so awful that it seems to promise to realize itself one day. But you promised. I have your solemn promise, Robert. If ever you should be moved by a single one of those vain reasons, it will be an unfaithful cruelty in you. You will have trusted another against me. You would not do it, my beloved. For I have none in the world who will hold me to make me live in it, except only you. I have come back for you alone, at your voice, and because you have use for me. I have come back to live a little for you. I see you. My fault is, not that I think too much of what people will say. I see you and hear you. People did not make me live for them. I am not theirs, but yours. I deserve that you should believe in me, beloved, because my love for you is me. Now tell me again to decide, and I will tell you that the words are not breath, nor the affection a show. Dearest beyond words, did I deserve you telling me to decide? Let it be September then, if you do not decide otherwise. I would not lean to dangerous delays, which are unnecessary. I wish we were at Pisa rather. So try to find out if how, certainly, we can get from Nevers to Chalons. I could not do today, with my French travelling book, find a way either by the chemin de fer or Cocheteau. All the rest is easy and direct, and very cheap. We must not hesitate between the French route and the sea voyage. Now I will tell you your good story. You said that you had only heard 6 words from Mr. Reed, but that they were characteristic. Someone was talking before him and you of the illness of Anacreon Moore. He is very ill, said the someone. But he is no poet, said Mr. Reed. Isn't it a good story? Mr. Kenyon called it exquisite. It is what your man of science would have called a beautiful specimen, now isn't it? May God bless you, dearest, dearest. I owe all to you, and love you wholly. I am your very own. End of section 95.
Section 96 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Thursday, postmarked July 30, 1846. Now you are my very own, best, sweetest, dearest Bar. Do you think after such a letter as mine any amount of confidence in my own intentions, or of the reasonableness of being earnest on such a subject, can avail to save me from mortal misgivings? I should not have said those words. Certainly I should not. But you forgive them and me, do you not? 'Twas through seeing the peril about Mr. Kenyon, just as you see it. But do not suppose I could break my promise. To every point urged after that sad, irresistible fashion, my answer would be, will in the end amount to, provided she consents. And then he would return to you, put away altogether the arguments just used to me, take up in their stead the corresponding ones founded on my interests as he would profess to understand them, and the result would be that a similar answer would be obtained from you, which he would call your consent. This is not what I fear now, oh no, but the fancy that I was frightened by yesterday while I wrote. Now I seem to have my powers about me, and can get to the truth and hold by it through every difficulty. And if I, how much more you? Then this is expecting the worst of Mr. Kenyon, and the best is at least as likely. In any case, one may be sure of cautions and warnings, and a wise, good shaking of the head. He is none of the ardent anticipators of exuberant happiness from any scheme begun and ended here below. But after that, why, ours is the only thoroughly rational match that ever came under my notice, and he is too clever not to see some justification in it. At all events, he will say, we shall see. Whether he sigh or smile in the saying, and if he waits, he will see. And we will decide on nothing, being sure of the one decision. I mean that if the summer be long, and likely to lead in as fine an autumn, and if no new obstacles arise, September shall go as it comes, and October too, if your convenience is attained thereby in the least degree. Afterward, you will be all my own, all your days and hours and minutes. I forgot, by the way, to reply to your question concerning Mrs. J. If there is good to you, decided or even not impossible good, of course let her be with us if she will. Otherwise, let us be alone, bar. I find by the first map that from Nevers the Loire proceeds southeast till the Areux joins it, and that just below it communicates with the Canal du Centre, which runs northeast from Paris to Chagny, and thence to Chalon-sur-Saône. It is a roundabout way, but not more so than the post road by Autun. The canal must be there for something, and in that case you travel from Orléans to Leghorn by water and with the least fatigue possible. I observe that steamboats leave St. Catherine's Wharf every Thursday and Sunday morning at 8 o'clock for Havre, Rouen, and Paris. Would that way be advisable? I will ascertain the facts about Nevers and Chalon by the time we meet. Dearest Bar, my very own, I love you with a love, not to die before any sorrow. Perhaps that is the one remaining circumstance of power to heighten it. May God bless you for me. End of section 96.
Section 97 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Thursday evening. Postmark, July 31st, 1846. Well, then, it wasn't, after all, so extravagant of me to make the proposition about 4 months. How innocent people may be treated like guilty ones, through no mistake even of theirs. But I hold to my first impression about Mr. Kenyon, whatever your second ones may be. I know him entirely, and his views of life, and his terrors of responsibility, his irresolution, his apprehensiveness. He never would shake his head good-naturedly, until he could do nothing else. Just in proportion to the affection he bears each of us would he labour to drive us apart, and by the means you describe. And we who can foresee and analyse those means from this distance would not, either of us, resist the actual process. There, do not suffer yourself, ever dearest, to be drawn into any degree of confidence there. It would end miserably, I know. See, I'm confidently sure. Let him, on the contrary, see the thing done before he sees it at all, and then he will see the best of it, the good in it. Then we shall stand on the sunshiny side of his philosophy, and have all the benefit of that, instead of having to endure, as we should now, the darkness of his irresolution and the weight of his over-caution. Observe of dear Mr. Kenyon, that generous and noble as he is, he fears like a mere man of the world. Moreover, he might find very rational cause for fearing, in a distant view of this most rational of marriages. Oh, but I am wrong in my quotation. This only rational marriage that ever was heard of. It is so, I think. Where did you guess that I was to-day? In Westminster Abbey. But we were there at the wrong hour, as the service was near to begin, and I was so frightened of the organ that I hurried and besought my companions out of the door after a moment or two. Frightened of the organ, yes, just exactly that, and you may laugh a little as they did. Through being so disused to music, it affects me quite absurdly. Again the other day, in the drawing-room, because my cousin sang a song from the Puritani, of no such great melancholy, I had to go away to finish my sobbing by myself. Which is all foolish and absurd, I know, but people cannot help their nerves, and I was ready to cry to-day only to think of the organ, without hearing it, I, who do not cry easily either. And all Arabel's jests about how I was sure of my life even if I should hear one note did not reassure me in the least. We walked within the chapel, merely within, and looked up and looked down. How grand, how solemn! Time itself seemed turned to stone there. Then we stood where the poets were laid. Oh, it is very fine. It is better than laureateships and pensions. Do you remember what is written on Spenser's monument? Here lieth in expectation of the second coming of Jesus Christ, Edmund Spenser, having given proof of his divine spirit in his poems. Something to that effect, and it struck me as being earnest and beautiful, and as if the writer believed in him. We should not dare, nowadays, to put such words on a poet's monument. We should say, the author of such a book, at most. Michael Drayton's inscription has crept back into the brown heart of the stone, all but the name and the date, which somebody has renewed with black lines, black as ink. Dearest, it will not do at all, the going at 8 o'clock in the morning. I could not leave this house, it would not be possible. And then, why should we wish even for that long passage to no end? Southampton or Brighton being, each of them, accessible and unobjectionable. As for the expense, it is nearly equal by railway or sea. For Mrs. Jameson, I mentioned her because you did once, and because her being so kind reminded me of it. I thought perhaps you might like her being with us. How should I know? In which case— well, but you do not wish it, and indeed I do not. Therefore she shall go by herself, dear Mrs. Jameson. I will, however, write to her, which I have not done yet. It is not so easy as you think, perhaps, to write at once so much and so little. Why not tell me how you are, Robert? When you do not, I fancy that you are not well. Say how you are, and love me till Saturday, and even afterwards. Your very own Bar. As to forgiveness, ought I to have been angry when I was not? All I felt in that letter was that you loved me. And as to your pretending to think that it was show and acting on my part, I knew you did not really, and could not. But at any rate, I was the farthest possible from being angry, and the very farthest possible, peradventure. End of section 97.
Section 98 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Friday, postmark July 31, 1846. Dearest Bar, the love was, as you admit, beneath all the foolish words. I will lay your pardon to my heart with the other blessings. All this missing of instant understanding, for it does not amount to misunderstanding, comes of letters and our being divided. In my anxiety about a point, I go too much on the other side from mere earnestness, as if the written words had need to make up and force what they want in sound and promptness. And assuredly, if I had received such an impression directly from your suggestion, since not a desire, you dear, dear Bar, I should have begun at once to ask and argue, where it was only to the memory of what you said after an impression that I wrote an answer. Well, I will certainly love you till Saturday, and even after. Did you indeed go to the Abbey? How right to go! Every such expedition is the removal of a world of apprehension. And why not accept Mrs. Jameson's offer now, stipulating for privacy, and go and see the museum, the marbles, and the National Gallery, and whatever you would wish to see? At Pisa, Bar, the cathedral will be ours, holy, divinely beautiful it is, more impressive in itself than the Florence Duomo, and then the green grass round, over the pavement it hides, and considerably more impressive than the party at Mrs. Milner Gibson's last night, whereof I made one through a sudden good-natured invitation which only came yesterday. So I went for reasons. Chorley was there, looking very tired, as he said he was. I left very early, having accomplished my purpose. You know you were right, and that I knew you to be right about Mr. Kenyon. No confidence shall I make to him, be assured. But in the case of a direct application, with all those kind apologies in case his suspicion should be wrongly excited, what should I say? To Mr. Kenyon, with his kindness, and its right, mind, not to any other inquirer. Think of the facilities during the week among the Quantock Hills. But no matter. Nothing but your own real, unmistakable consent divides us. I believe nothing till that comes. The Havre voyage was of course merely a fact noted. All courses, ways, routes are entirely the same to me. Thank you, dearest. I am very much better. Well, indeed. So said my doctor, who came last evening to see my father, whose eye is a little inflamed. So shall Bar see, but not take the trouble to say, when I rejoice in her presence tomorrow. Dearest, I love you with my whole heart and soul. May God bless you. End of section 98.
Section 99 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Sunday morning and evening. Postmark August 3rd, 1846. Ever dearest, you were wet surely. The rain came before you reached the front door, and for a moment, before I heard it shut, I hoped you might return. Dearest, how I blame myself for letting you go, for not sending you a cab in despite of you. I was frightened out of all wisdom by the idea of who was downstairs and listening perhaps, and watching, as if the cab would have made you appear more emphatically you. And then you said the rain was over, and I believed you, as usual. If this isn't a precedent of the evils of too much belief. Altogether, yesterday may pass among the unsatisfactory days, I think. For if I was not frightened of the storm, and indeed I was not much, of the state of affairs down in the provinces, I was most sorely frightened, uneasy the whole time. I seem to be with you, Robert, at this moment, more than yesterday I was, though if I look up now, I do not see you sitting there. But when you sat there yesterday, I was looking at papa's face, as I saw it through the floor, and now I see only yours. Dearest, he came into the room at about 7, before he went to dinner. I was lying on the sofa, and had on a white dressing-gown, to get rid of the strings, so oppressive the air was, for all the purifications of lightning. He looked a little as if the thunder had passed into him, and said, "Has this been your costume since the morning, pray?" "Oh, no," I answered, "only just now, because of the heat." "Well," he resumed, with a still graver aspect, "so displeased he looked, dearest. It appears, Bar, that that man has spent the whole day with you." To which I replied as quietly as I could that you had several times meant to go away, but that the rain would not let you, and there the colloquy ended. Brief enough, but it took my breath away, or what was left by the previous fear, and think how it must have been a terrible day when the lightning of it made the least terror. I was right too about the message. He took up the fancy that I might be ill perhaps with fear, and only Mr. Browning in the room, which was not to be permitted. He was peremptory with Arabel, she told me. Well, we need not talk any more of it. It has made one of us uncomfortable long enough. Shall you dare come on Tuesday after all? He will be out. If he is not, if my aunt should not be, if a new obstacle should occur, why, you shall hear on Tuesday. At any rate, I shall write, I think. He did not see you go yesterday. He had himself preceded you by an hour, at 5 o'clock, which, if it had been known, would have relieved me infinitely. Yet it did not prevent, you see, the appalling commentary at 7. No. With all the rest I am afraid besides of Mr. Chorley and his idea about your mysteriousness. Let Mr. Kenyon hold that thread in one hand, and in the other the thread Henrietta gave him so carelessly, why he need not ask you for information, which reminds me of the case you put to me, Robert, and certainly you could not help a confession in such possible circumstances. Only, even granting the circumstances, you need not confess more than is wrung from you, need you? Because Mr. Kenyon would undo us. Before yesterday's triple storms, I had a presentiment which oppressed me during 2 days, a presentiment that it would all end ill, through some sudden accident or misery of some kind. What is the use of telling you this? I do not know. I will tell you, besides, that it cannot, shall not, be by my fault or failing. I may be broken indeed, but never bent. If things should go smoothly, however, I want to say one word, once for all, in relation to them. Once or twice you have talked as if a change were to take place in your life through marrying, whereas I do beg you to keep in mind that not a pebble in the path changes, nor is pushed aside because of me. If you should make me feel myself in the way, should I like it, do you think? And how could I disturb a single habit or manner of yours, as an unmarried man, though being within call, I? The best of me is that I am really very quiet, and not difficult to content, having not been spoiled by an excess of prosperity even in little things. It will be prosperity in the greatest, if you seem to be happy. Believe that, and leave all the rest. You will go out just as you do now, when you choose, and as a matter of course, and without need of a word. You will be precisely as you are now in everything, lord of the house-door key, and of your own ways, so that when I shall go to Greece, you shall not feel yourself much better off than before I went. That shall be a reserved vengeance, Robert. While I write comes Mr. Kenyon, and through a special interposition of guardian angels he has broken his spectacles and carries them in his hand. On which I caught at the opportunity and told him that they were the most unbecoming things in the world, and that fervently and sincerely I hoped never to see them mended. The next word was, "Did you see Browning yesterday?" "Yes." "I thought so. I intended to come myself, but I thought it probable that he would be here, and so I stayed away." Now I confess to you that thought carries me a good way over to your impression. It is at least suspicious that he who knew you were with me on Saturday and Tuesday should expect to find you again on the next Saturday. Oh, how uncomfortable! The miracle of the broken spectacles not saving one from the discomfort of the position open to the bare eyes. He talked of you a little, asked what you were doing, praised you as usual, for inexhaustible knowledge and general reasonableness this time. Did I not think so? Yes, of course I thought so. Presently he made me look aghast by just this question: "Is there an attachment between your sister Henrietta and Captain Cook?" Put as abruptly as I put it here. My heart leapt up, as Wordsworth to the rainbow in the sky, but there was a recoil in my leap. "Why, Mr. Kenyon," I said, "what extraordinary questions, opening into unspeakable secrets, you do ask! But I did not know that it was a secret. How was I to know? I have seen him here very often, and it is a natural inquiry which I might have put to anybody in the house, touching a matter open to general observation. I thought the affair might be an arranged one by anybody's consent." "But you ought to know," I answered, "that such things are never permitted in this house. So much for the consent. As for the matter itself, you are right in your supposition, but it is a great secret, and I entreat you not to put questions about it to anybody in or out of the house." Something to that effect, I believe I said. I was frightened, and not exactly for Henrietta. What did he mean? Had he, too, in his mind? He touched on Mrs. Jameson, just touched. He had desired my sisters to tell me. He thought I had better write a note to thank her for her kindness. He had told her that if I had any thoughts of Italy, they could be accomplished only by a sea voyage, which was impossible to her. I briefly expressed a sense of the kindness, and said that I meant to write. On which the subject was changed in mutual haste, as seemed to me. Is not this the book of the Chronicles? And you shall hear again on Tuesday, if the post should be faithful to me that morning. I might be inclined to put off our Tuesday's meeting, but Mrs. Hadley remains in London for a few days after her daughter's marriage, and means to see a great deal of me. Therefore Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, where should we look from Tuesday? But I must consider, and will write. May God bless you. Do say how you are after that rain. The storm is calm, and ever I am your own, Ba. End of section 99.
Section 100 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday, Postmark, August 3, 1846. What can I tell you ever, dearest, while I'm expecting all you are to tell me? I will not conjecture, nor be afraid, for you, before the time. I felt your dear hand press mine closer while the thunder sounded. So it will always be, I know, in life, in death. And when a thunder shall break, of a kind that I can fear, I will hold your hand, my bar. Perhaps there is nothing formidable here. Indeed, there hardly can be. Tell me all. I got to your Hodgson's, waited a few minutes till a cab passed, and then was properly deposited at the Haymarket. The streets, at least the roads out of town, were flooded, very canals. Here at home our skylight was broken, and our chimneys behaved just as yours. And now, shall I see you really on Tuesday, after the Saturday of perils? And how will your hand be, your health in general be, you sweetest bar? Is it the worse for the storm and the apprehension, to say nothing of what may have followed? Oh, if but a sign might be vouchsafed me! If I might go to Wimpole Street presently, and merely know by the disposition of a blind or of a shutter that you were better or no worse. I ought to have contrived something of the kind yesterday, but presence of mind. But I've been reading those poems. Now, to speak soberly, I had no conception Mrs. Butler could have written anything so mournfully mediocre, to go as near flattery as I can. With the exception of 3 or 4 pieces respectable from their apparent earnestness, or that album writing about the sprites and the lily-bell and wishes, now to be dead and now alive, descriptions without colour, songs without tune. Why, Bennett towers above it. Either Bennett, for the one touch you recorded, I will not be forgot, seems grandly succinct, contrasted with, yet not in tears remembered be my name. Weep over those ye loved. For me, give me the wreath of glory, and let fame over my tomb spread immortality. How many of these unfortunate Sundays are in store for me, I wonder? 8 or 9, then the 2 months, when constant faith and holy hope shall die, one lost in certainty, and one in the deep, deep joy of the ever-present, ever-dearest Bar. Oh, Bar, how I love you! Your own R. End of section 100. Section 101 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Monday morning. Postmark, August 3, 1846. Oh, the comfort you are to me, Bar! The perpetual blessing and sustainment! And what a piece of you, how instinct with you this letter is! I will not try to thank you, but my whole life shall. See? Now talk of 3 or 4 months. And is not the wonder that this should wait for the 82nd visit to happen? Or could anything be more fortunate, more mitigating than the circumstances under which it did happen at last? The rain and thunder, the 2 hours, see the accounts, nothing like it has been known for years, at most, proved against us, the ignorance of the visits last week, in spite of all which, see what comes and is likely to come. Let me say at once that, at the worst, it may come. You have had time to know enough of me, my Bar, and I, who from the first knew you, have taken one by one your promises from your lips. I believe what you write here. I accept it as the foundation of all my future happiness. You will never fail me. I will never fail you, dearest, dearest. How you have mistaken my words, whatever they may have been about the change to be expected in my life. I have, most sincerely I tell you, no one habit, nor manner to change or persevere in. If you once accept the general constitution of me as accordant to yours in a sufficient degree, my incompleteness with your completeness, dearest, there is no further difficulty. I want to be a poet, to read books which make wise in their various ways, to see just so much of nature and the ways of men as seems necessary, and having done this already in some degree, I can easily and cheerfully afford to go without or any or all of it for the future if called upon, and so live on and use up my past acquisitions such as they are. I will go to Pisa and learn, or stay here and learn in another way, putting, as I always have done, my whole pride, if that is the proper name, in the being able to work with the least possible materials. There is my scheme of life without you, before you existed for me, prosecuted hitherto with every sort of weakness, but always kept in view and believed in. Now then, please to introduce Bar, and say what is the habit she changes. But do not try to say what divinest confirmation she brings to whatever is good and holy and true in this scheme, because even she cannot say that. All the liberty and forbearance, most graceful, most characteristic of you, sweet. But why should I play with you, at taking what I mean to give again, or rather, what it would be a horror to have to keep? Why make fantastic stipulations, only to have the glory of not abiding by them? If I may speak of my own desires for a moment, unconnected with your happiness, of what I want for myself purely, what I mean by marrying you, it is that I may be with you forever. I cannot have enough of you in any other relation. Why then should I pretend to make reservations and say, yes, you shall deprive me of yourself, of your sympathy, of your knowledge, and good wishes and counsel, on such and such occasions? But I feel your entire goodness, dear, angel of my life. Evermore I feel it, though all seems felt and recorded. And now of your chronicling. Of course Mr. Kenyon knows, this is the beginning of his considerate, cautious kindness. He is determined to hurry nothing, interfere abruptly in no case, to make you infer rather than pretend to instruct you, as you must. For if the visits of Captain Cook have that appearance, etc., must not those of R.B., etc., etc.? This is not from Chorley's information, mind, but from his own spectacled acumen. After this, it seems very natural to remark that the Havre packets leave now at 9 instead of 8 o'clock on Thursdays and Sundays, while the departures from Southampton are on Tuesdays and Fridays. My presentiment is that suddenly you will be removed to Devonshire or Sussex, or... in which case our difficulties will multiply considerably. Be prepared for such events. And for tomorrow, only think of yourself, lest you should forget my interests. Pray write tonight, if but 2 or 3 words. If I am allowed to call, I will bring Mrs. Butler's book and a cover. If I find a note from you, leave that as an excuse for the knock. Will you contrive that a note shall be ready, in case of your aunt's presence, etc.? If it saves you from a danger, let me stay away. Until the letters stop, I can bear the absence, till the 2 months end. Any such journey as I apprehend would be most annoying, deplorable indeed. Would you not, if the worst came? What would you do? May God bless you, infinitely bless you, ever dearest, dearest. Praise ever your very own R. Mrs. Proctor wants me to go to her on Thursday. Is there anything to get out of that arrangement? Probably not, but write. Do reconsider, Bar. Had I better stay away tomorrow? You cannot misunderstand me. I only think of you. Any man's anger to me is Flushy's barking, without the respectability of motive. Once the door shut on me, if he took to biting you... Think for us both. Is there any possibility of a suspicious sudden return because of the facilities of the day? Or of the servant being desired to mention my visits? Or to deny you as unwell, etc.? My soul revolts at the notion of a scene in your presence, my own tied tongue, and a system of patience I can well resolve upon, but not be sure of, as experience makes sure. End of section 101.
Section 102 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Monday. Postmark August 4th, 1846. 2 precious letters to make amends for yesterday, and in return only just 2 or 3 words to say, "Yes, come." And I meant to have proposed to you something like what you suggest when you talk of the book and the note. If the ground is not clear at 3, and papa, above all, still in the house, you shall have a note instead of admittance, and you will understand by the sign that it is wise for us not to meet. My hope and expectation are, however, that no obstacle will occur, that he will be in the city, and she at Fenton's Hotel, engaged in some office of consolation beside her sister. I seriously exhorted her to remain there the rest of the day to wipe away the tears of the bride's mother, as an appendix to the breakfast. And seriously I thought she ought to stay, as well as seriously wishing it. And thus, altogether, we shall probably have open ground when it is desirable. If not, the note. For the rest, dearest, do not exaggerate to yourself my report of what passed on Saturday. It was an unpleasant impression, and that is all. And nothing, I believe, has been thought of it since. Once before, remember, your apparition made an unpleasant impression, which was perfectly transitory then as now. Now as then, do not suffer such things to vex you beyond their due import. There will be no coming back, no directions to servants, nothing of the sort. Only it would not do to deepen Saturday's impression with tomorrow's. We must be prudent a little. And you see me, my prophet, sent to Sussex or Devonshire in a flash of lightning. That is your presentiment, do you say? Well, Sussex is possible, Kent is not impossible. This house, vox populi clamat, wants cleaning, painting, papering. The inhabitants thereof, too, cry aloud for fresh air. Nevertheless, summer after summer, there have been the same reasons for going, and nobody goes. We shall see. So, till tomorrow. Dear, dearest, you are always best, to justify the dearest, I suppose. I remember your having said before some of this, which never could I forget, having once heard. But think how Alfred the king divided his days, and how Solomon the king would tell you of a time for sitting with me. Bid me not discourse, however. We shall both know what is right presently, and I in the meanwhile perfectly do now that I could not consent to your shutting yourself up for my sake. No, indeed. Shall I fail to you? Could I? Could it be needful for me to say, I will not fail? Your own I am. End of section 102. Section 103 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday evening. Postmark August 5th, 1846. 1 word or 2 tonight, and no more, let the paper spread itself as it may. Dearest, it was wise of you, perhaps, to go to-day. Wisdom was the first to wear sackcloth. My aunt, who had just had time to hear of your being in the house, found my door open, and you were noticed by a passing jest, too passing to meet ears in authority, and I was made to put on my bonnet and go out in the carriage with our department of the bridal party, who had come home first, in order to change their costume into something wearable for comfort, into gowns which had not a devil torturing the wearers with a morbid sense of flounces. So they came home for that, and we were vexed and frightened for that reason. and I was taken to Kensington Gardens to leave some walkers there, and then to Fenton's Hotel to leave my aunt as comforter for the evening. Altogether, oh, how provoked I was! But it was wise, perhaps. I will not say that it was not very wise indeed. Papa knows nothing of your having been here, and Saturday is not far off. Still, to think of 2 hours being cut off, and of the long journey from New Cross just for the 1 hour. Shall I hear to-morrow fully to make up for it, Robert? And tell me if you accept Mrs. Jameson's invitation. And your head. Flush thanks you. I asked him if he loved you even, and he wagged his tail. Generally, when I ask him that question, he won't answer at all. But you have overcome him with generosity, as you do me. I forgot to tell you, there is a letter from Mr. Horn, which makes me vexed a little. He is coming to England, and says that, if still I will not see him, he shall bring his guitar to play and sing for my sisters, leaving the door open that I may hear upstairs. What a vexation! How shall I escape a checkmate now? He castles his king, and the next move undoes me. There's a bishop, though, to be played first, for he wants an introduction to Whatley, which I am to write for to Miss Mitford, if I don't know him myself. My consolation for to-day is that to-morrow is not Sunday. In the meanwhile, nothing is talked except of the glories of Fenton's Hotel. The bride behaved with the most indisputable grace, and had words and smiles for everybody. The bridegroom appears to have been rather petrified, he was saying orisons to St. James, I dare say, and was condemned by the severer critics for being able to produce no better speech at the breakfast, when his health was drunk, with ever so much elaboration of eloquence, than "I thank you, I propose yours." For my part, I sympathize more with him in that point of specific stupidity than on any other I have yet heard of. If he had said as little about ecclesiastical architecture, he would have been unobjectionable wholly. They went away with 4 horses, in disdain of the railroads. But poor Mrs. Hadley was dreadfully affected. I knew she would be. This is the only grown-up daughter, you see, the others being all children, the youngest 3 years old, and she loses a constant companion, besides the hourly sight of a very lovely girl, the delight of her eyes and heart. Dearest, you understood why I told you to-day of Mr. Kenyon's professed opinions. It was to make you know him. The rest we know alike, and for him even, when he looks back on a thing instead of looking forward to it, where the butte light of the world is in his eyes and blinds them, he will see aright, and as we do. Only you frightened me by your idea about his application to you. May God forbid. May God bless you, rather, in the best way. Why should I choose how? I ought not, I think, to fancy that I know the best for you, enough to use such words. But I am your own, that we both know. May I be yours not to do you harm, my beloved. Good night now. End of section 103.
Section 104 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Wednesday morning, postmark August the 5th, 1846. If I had felt, as you pleased to feel yesterday, that it had been only 1 hour which my coming gained, I should richly deserve to find out today, as I do fully, what the precise value of such an hour is. But I never act so ungratefully and foolishly. You are more than ever you have been to me. Yet at any time I would have gone for the moment's sight of you, 1 moment's, and returned happy. You never doubt this, because I do not waylay you in your walks and rides? I consider your sisters and your apprehension for them, and other reasons that make such a step objectionable. Do you remember what I said yesterday? What I have told myself so often? It is one proof how I love you that I am jealous of any conversation with you which should be too interesting for itself, apart from the joy of your presence. It is better to sit and see you, or hear you, or only say something which, in its insignificance, shall be obviously of no account beside the main and proper delight. As at wine feasts you get the wine and a plate of thin, dry, tasteless biscuits. Observe, for instance, that this noble simile was not set before you yesterday. No, my bar. And you did understand also why I left on that mere chance of danger to you? For it was not, do you think, it was only the irksomeness to myself I sought to escape? Though that would have been considerable. There is no unstable footing for me in the whole world except just in your house, which is not yours. I ought not to be in that one place. What I could do in any circumstances, were a meeting to happen, would be wrong, unfortunate. The certainty of misconception would spoil everything. So much of gentleness, as is included in gentle manliness, would pass for a very different quality, and the manliness, which one observes there too, would look like whatever it is farthest from. This is a real avowal of weakness, because being in the right, as I dare trust I am, so far as I can see through the involvement, I ought to be able to take my stand upon it. And so I shall be able and easily, but not here, just here. With Mr. Kenyon, in spite of a few misgivings, I shall know what to say. I can justify myself, if not convince him. Never fancy, dearest, that he is any clay in his composition. He may show a drop of water at the heart of the else entire crystal he is. Did you ever see that pretty phenomenon, of which Claudian wrote so prettily? Non potuit toto mentiri corpore gemmen, sed medio latuit proditor orbe latex. Our Druids used to make balls for divining out of such all but solid gems with the central weakness. I've had them in my hand. Such doubts and fears are infinitely more becoming in him, situated as he is, than their absence would be. If he said, for instance, "Oh, yes, I am used to a certain style of living, which of course I do not change for no reason at all. But who doubts that I could do so without difficulty or regret? I should hardly bestow any sympathy on what I am sure must be the easiest life in the world." One would rather hear an epicure say frankly he cannot conceive how people can enter dinner without Tokay, than ask over his Tokay, as Sheridan's abbot in the Duenna, of the poor, starved, wistful attendant monk, "Haven't you the crystal spring?" In this case he is directly looking to your possible undertakings, not merely expressing his general remembrance that we are dust, and need gilding. And certainly, if in some respects you have, as I believe, less use, fewer uses for money than ordinary women, you also have an absolute necessity for whatever portion you do require. Such a necessity as they have not neither. I shall never grieve over the lace handkerchiefs you cannot get, but whatever you possess already in this room of yours, or might possess on the contingency of such illness, you must keep, to your life's end. I will not take you away on any other condition. Now listen, Bar. Not think for a moment that it puts me to the least pain imaginable to talk on this subject, while I know you wholly, as there I am sure I do. And while you too know me, as I also am sure, we may discuss this, as we do the better or worse routes to Italy, in the fullest confidence of our aims and desires being absolutely identical, so that it is but a prize for the ingenuity of either, a prize from the common stock of our advantage, whenever a facility is discovered or a difficulty avoided. So listen. Will you at once, or as soon as practicable, ascertain what you certainly possess, what is quite yours and in your sole power to take or to let remain, what will be just as available to you in Italy as in England? I want to know, being your possible husband. My notion of the perfection of money arrangements is that of a fairy purse which every day should hold so much, and there an end of trouble. Houses and land always seem like a vineyard to the man who wants a draught of wine for present thirst. So tell me how much will be found in the purse, because when we are in Italy, or halfway there, telling will be superfluous or beyond remedy. Easy remedy at least. Since writing the above, I have been downstairs and now return to tell you. A miracle has just happened, which my father, mother, and sister are at this moment engaged in admiring, and I hear their voices in the garden. We have a fig tree, which I planted 4 years ago. This year it produces its first fruit, a small fig, seul et unique, which is still on the tree. Not another fig, ripe or unripe, living or dead, has ever been carried into the garden. Yet this morning is discovered in the exact centre of the garden, and parallel with the fig tree aforesaid, another indubitable seedling fig tree. How begot? How nourished? Ipse vide. Does that prognosticate my own siren, my soothsayer and wise lady? But now, have you been incommoded by the storm, and thunder which was loud and lasting here? I thought of you with such thoughts. What came of my visit? Was it really your aunt? Did my precipitation improve matters? Will Saturday have to fear? Yesterday I was not in the mood to go quietly home, for my soul kept up too much light under my eyelids for the night, and thus I went disquieted. Till at Charing Cross it struck me that going home by water, to Greenwich at least, would be a calmative. So I went on board a steamer. Close by me sate 3 elderly respectable men. I could not help hearing them talk rationally about the prospects of the planters, the compensation there is to be in the article of rum, and how we get labour, which is the main thing, and may defy with that Cuba, the Brazils, etc. One who talked thus was a fat, genial fellow, ending every sentence in a laugh from pure good nature. His companion somehow got to the church, then Puseyism, then dissent, all on which this personage had as little opinion. When one friend happened to ask, "Do you think so?" "I do," said the other, "and indeed I know it." "How so?" "Because it was revealed to me in a vision." "A vision?" "Yes, a vision." And so he began to describe it, quite in earnest, but with the self-same precision and assurance with which he had been a little before describing the effect of the lightning on an iron steamboat at Woolwich as he witnessed it. In this vision he had seen the devil cast out of himself, which he took for an earnest of God's purposes for good to the world at large. I thought, we mad poets, and this very unpoetical person, who had also previously been entering on the momentous question, why I grow fatter than of old, seeing that I eat no more. Come, Bar, say, is this not too bad, too far from the line? I may talk this by you, but write this away from you. Oh, no. Be with me then, dearest, for one moment, for many moments, in spite of the miles, while I kiss your sweetest lips as now, beloved. I am ever your very own. Oh, I determined not to go yet to Mrs. J's for reasons, a phrase which ought to be really stereotyped. End of section 104.
Section 105 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Wednesday night. Postmark August 6th, 1846. Dearest, you did not have my letter, I think. The letter I wrote on Tuesday, yesterday. These iniquitous post people, who are not likely to see in a vision, like your fat prophet, the devil cast out of them for the good of the world. Indeed, it is too bad. To answer first the question, you are wise beyond me in all things. Let me say that in a parenthesis. I will tell you what I know. Stormy told me the other day that I had £8,000 in the funds, of which the interest comes to me quarterly, the money being in 2 different per cents. Do you understand better than I do? And from £40 to £45 papa gives me every 3 months, the income tax being first deducted. It may be £8,000, or more or less. It is difficult to ask about it. But what comes to me every 3 months, I know certainly. Then there is the ship money, a little under 200 a year on an average, which I have not used at all, but must for the future use, and the annual amount of which therefore has been added to the fund money until this year, when I was directed to sign a paper which invested it, that is, the annual return, in the Eastern Railroad. That investment is to yield a large percentage, I heard, and Stormy tried to persuade me to ask Papa to place everything I had on the same railroad. Papa had said downstairs the other day that it would be best so, and I ought to remind him to do it, repeated Stormy, as it would very much increase by doubling almost, the available income, and without the slightest risk of any kind. But I could not take the advice under the circumstances. I could not mention such a word as money to him, giving the appearance even of trouble about my affairs now, and he would wonder how I should take a fancy suddenly to touch such matters with the end of my finger. Then there are the 10 shares in Drury Lane Theatre, out of which comes nothing. You wonder how I can spend perhaps the quarterly £40 and upward that come to me. I do spend them. Yet let me hold you from being frightened, and teach you to consider how easy it is to spend money, and not upon oneself. Never in any 1 year of my life, even when I was well, have my expenses in dress, as I told Mr. Kenyon the other day, exceeded £20. My greatest personal expense lately has been the morphine. Still the money flows out of window and door. You will understand how it flows like a stream. I have not the gift, if it is a gift, of making dresses, in my situation here. Elsewhere all changes, you know. You shall not call me extravagant, you will see. If I was surprised at what you told me of Mrs. Norton, it was only because I had had other ideas of her, for my own gown cost 5 shillings, the one I had on when you spoke. So she was better than I by a mere 6pence. It came into my head afterwards that my being surprised about Mrs. Norton might argue my own extravagance. See. But the goddess dullness inspires me to write about it to no end. I say briefly at last that whatever I have is mine, and for use in Italy as in England. Papa has taken a power of attorney to manage for me kindly, but everything is in my name, and if it were not, he could not for a moment think of interfering with an incontestable right of property. Still, I do see a difficulty at the beginning. I mean that, as I am here, I could not put my hand out for a large sum, such as would be necessary, perhaps. I have had a great deal to pay and do lately, and the next quarter will not be until the middle of October. Still, there would be something, but less than is necessary. We might either wait on the road till the required sum were called for and sent, or get £100 advanced by someone for a few weeks until everything was settled, which would be pleasanter, if possible. Poor papa's first act will be to abandon his management. May God grant him to do it rather angrily than painfully. A letter I have written to you, like the chiming of 2 penny pieces, a miserable letter. And there is much to tell you, but nothing painful, do not fear. The Hadleys dined here, and Mrs. Hadley has been sitting with me, keeping me from writing. Good night now it must be. When you write so of caring to be with me, my heart seems to rock with pleasure. Shouldn't this letter have been written on change, and isn't it unworthy of all you are to me, and even of all I am to you? But such things must be after a fashion. Have I told you right, dearest? Does it make any sense altogether? You are wise in little subjects as in great ones, and I will let you make me wiser if you can. And there is no clay in dear Mr. Kenyon, but just a drop in the crystal you tell me of. Only you shall not divine by him, my Druid, or you will sit by yourself under the oak tree to the end of the day. Wholly yours and ever, in the greatest haste. End of section 105.
Section 106 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Thursday morning. Postmark, August 6, 1846. No, dearest. The post brought me no letter till early this morning, a few hours before the second arrival. So in case of any unexpected stoppage in our visit affairs, if the post can have been to blame, always be sure it is. If I do not arrive at any time when I ought to arrive, having been sent for, there is the great instance and possibility which you are to remember. However, at present, post naufragia tutus sum, with my 2 treasures. Thank you, dearest, for all that kind care of answering. Will you now let me lay it all quietly up in my head to mature before I really think upon it, much more speak of it? If one can do both once for all, what a blessing! But a little leaven of uncertainty and apprehension, just enough to be tasted bitterly in the whole lump of our life, that cannot be too diligently guarded against while there is time. Well, love, your excursion to Kensington was a real good, well purchased by my early going, and I am glad the great event stood before all eyes and mouths. I seem to notice that you do not leave the house quite so often as, say, a month ago, and that you are not the better for it. Of course you cannot go out in storm and rain. Will you do what is best for my Bar, you who say you love me? That is, love her? Don't I sympathize with Horn and see with his eyes and want with his senses? But why can he not want after the 2 months, I ask selfishly, seeing or fancying I see this inconvenience? That as his report will probably be the latest to the world, it would be advisable for you to look as well as possible, would it not? It would not do for him to tell people. All I can say is that a few weeks only before it happened, she appeared to me thus and thus. While on the other hand, if you receive him at the drawing-room, there are difficulties too. You never told me how yesterday's thunder affected you, nor how your general health is. Yet I will answer you that I am very well today. About to go to Mrs. Proctor's, alas. It is good that this letter cannot reach you before night or 9 o'clock. I should fail to deny myself the moment's glance at the window if you could be prayed to stand there. But it is past praying for now. I told you that I have excused myself to Mrs. Jameson on the ground of some kind of uncertainty that rules the next fortnight's engagements. Who shall say what a fortnight may not bring forth? I shall not mind Mr. Kenyon being of the party to-night, should it be so ordered, for if he asks me, I can say with dignity, "No, I did not call today, meaning to call on Saturday, perhaps." Well, there is some forbearance, he will think. However, he will not be present, I prophesy, and Chorley will. Or no, perhaps Rachel's Jeanne d'Arc may tempt him. Important to Bar? Very. Almost as much as to me. So at once to the really, truly, exclusively important thing by comparison. Love me ever, dearest, dearest, as I must ever love you, and take my heart as if it were a better offering. Also write to me and tell me that Saturday is safe. Will it be safe? Your aunt may perhaps leave you soon. One observation of hers will be enough to ruin us. Consider and decide. Since these words were written, my mother, who was out, entered the room to confirm a horrible paragraph in the paper. You know our light momentary annoyance at the storm on Saturday? It is over for us. The next day, Mr. Chandler, the cultivator of camellias at Wandsworth, died of grief at the loss from the damage to his conservatories and flowers, which new calamity, added to the other, deprived his eldest son and partner of his senses. He was found to be raving mad on Monday, are the words of the Times. My mother's informant called theirs the most amicable of families. How strange. And a few weeks ago I read in the same paper a letter from Constantinople, wherein the writer mentioned that he had seen, I think that morning, Pasha somebody, whose malpractices had just drawn down on him the Sultan's vengeance, and who had been left with barely his life, having lost his immense treasures, palaces and gardens, etc., along with his dignity. The writer saw this old man selling slices of melon on a bridge in the city, and on stopping in wonderment to praise such constancy, the Turk asked him, with at least equal astonishment, whether it was not fitter to praise Allah, who had lent him such wealth for 40 years, than to repine that he had judged right to recall it now. Could we but practise it, as we reason on it! May God continue me that blessing I have all unworthily received, but not, I trust, insensibly received. May he keep you, dearest, dearest R. End of section 106.
Section 107 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Thursday, postmark August 7th, 1846. I told you nothing yesterday, but the interruption left me no time, and the house was half asleep before I had done writing what I was able to write. Otherwise, I wanted to tell you that Mrs. Jameson had been here, that she came yesterday and without having received my note. So I was thrown from my resources. I was obliged to thank her with my voice, so much weaker than my hand. If you knew how frightened I was. The thunder, the morning before, which I did not hear holding your hand, shook me less upon the whole. I thanked her at least. I could do that. And then I said it was in vain, impossible. Mr. Kenyon threw cold water on the whole scheme. But you, have you given up going to Italy? I said no, that I have not, certainly. I said I felt deeply how her great kindness demanded every sort of frankness and openness from me towards her, and yet that at that moment I could not be frank. There were reasons which prevented it. Would she promise not to renew the subject to Mr. Kenyon, not to repeat to him what I said, and to wait until the whole should be explained to herself? She promised. She was kind beyond imagination, at least far beyond expectation. She looked at me a little curiously, but asked no more questions until she rose to go away. And then, "But you will go? Perhaps, if something unforeseen does not happen. And you will let me know, and when you can, when everything is settled?" "Yes." "And you think you shall go?" "Yes." "And with efficient companionship?" "Yes." "And happily and quietly?" I could not say the full yes to that. If it had been utterable, the idea of quiet would have been something peculiar. She loosened her grasp of her catechumen, therefore. Nothing was to be done with me. I forgot, however, to tell you that in the earlier part of the discussion she spoke of having half given up her plan of going herself. In her infinite goodness, she said, she seemed to want an object, and it was in the merest selfishness she had proposed taking me as an object. "And if you go even without me, would it not be possible to meet you on the road? I shall go to Paris in any case. If you go, how do you go?" "Perhaps across France, by the rivers." "Precisely. That is as it should be. Mr. Kenyon talked of a long sea voyage. Now I have recited the whole dialogue to you, I think, except where my gratitude grew rhetorical, as well it might. She is the kindest, most affectionate woman in the world, and you shall let me love her for you and for me. As for me, my own dearest, you are fanciful when you say that I do not go out so much, nor look so well. Now I will just tell you, Henrietta cried out in loud astonishment at me to-day, desiring Trappy to look at my face, when we were all standing together in this room. Look at Ba, Trappy. Did you ever see anyone looking so much better? It really is wonderful, the difference within these few weeks. That's Henrietta's opinion. She quite startled me with crying out, as if suddenly she had missed my head. And you? Then I have been out in the carriage to-day, just to Charing Cross, and then to Mr. Boyd's in St. John's Wood. I am as well at this moment as any one in the world. I have not had one symptom of illness throughout the summer. Perfectly well I am. At the same time, Being strong is different, and sometimes for a day or two together, when I do not feel the strongest, it is right to be quiet and not to walk up and down stairs. So as I love Ba, quite enough, I assure you, I am quiet. There's the only meaning of not going out every day. But the health is perfectly unaffected, I do assure you, so keep yourself from every vexing thought of me, so far at least. Are you getting frightened for me, my beloved? Do not be frightened. I would not deceive you by an exaggeration, for the sake even of your temporary satisfaction. You may trust what I say. For the thunder, if you thought of me during it, as you say, why, it did me just so much good. Think of me, dearest, in the thunder and out of the thunder. The longest peal's worth of your thought would not content me now, because you have made me too covetous. As to Mr. Horn, you write sordelloisms of him, and you shall tell me your real meaning in a new edition on Saturday. Might your meaning be that I look worse in this room than in the drawing-room? Have you an objection to this room as a room? I rub my eyes and look for a little more light, but can't be more impertinent, can I? So till Saturday. Yes, Saturday. Tomorrow there is a clearance of aunts, one going at 9 in the morning, and one at 5 in the afternoon, and uncles and cousins do not stay behind. You are glad, I think, and I not sorry. How striking your two stories are! Wonderful it is to me when mere worldly reverses affect men so. I cannot comprehend it. I stand musing there. But the sublime sentiment of the melon seller applies to the griefs I can understand, and we may most of us, called Christians, go to him for his teaching. May God bless you for me. Your Ba. I want to say one word more, and so leave the subject. Stormy told me this morning, in answer to an inquiry of mine, that certainly I did not receive the whole interest of the fund money, could not, making ever so much allowance for the income tax. And now upon consideration, I seem to see that I cannot have done so. The ship shares are in the David Lion, a vessel in the West Indian trade, in which papa also has shares. Stormy said there must be 300 a year of interest from the fund money, even at the low rate of interest paid there. Now it would be the easiest thing in the world, as I saw even in today's newspaper, to have money advanced upon this, only there is a risk of its being known perhaps, which neither of us would at all like. Burn this. End of section 107.
Section 108 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Friday morning. Postmark August 7, 1846. First of all, let me tell you that the whole story about that death through grief, madness, etc., turns out to be a vile fabrication, false from beginning to end. My mother's informant, I now find, had derived the knowledge from newspaper also. I hope the other tale of the Turk is true, at least. And now, love, I can go on to say that no letter comes. Is it the post's fault? Yes, I think. So does your goodness spoil me. You have to tell me about tomorrow, beside. I shall wait hopefully till 2 or 3 o'clock. Mr. Kenyon was there last evening for all my prognostications. He had already twice passed this place in the course of the day on his way to Lewisham. He soon asked me, as I expected, or something that sounded like it, from the half-whisper of his tone. I can only hope he did not put the question thus: "Have you seen Miss Barrett since Saturday, or have you called to-day?" My mind misgives a little. At all events, I only answered the last part of the sentence. And now, mark you, after dinner he proposed that I should go to him on Wednesday and make one of a party he is organizing. I tried some faint excuse or other. "You know," interposed he, "you can pay a visit to Wimpole Street, and I shall know and keep away from troubling you," or words to that effect. I thought it really better to simply, in every sense of the word, smile and attempt to say nothing. Now I feel sure that if I were to remark, "I will call on Mrs. Jameson," for instance, he would say, "So will I, then, if I can," on that day rather than any other, unless some special business had been mentioned as the object of my visit. And here is another inconvenience. He will perhaps consider, as he means to call on Wednesday, there is no reason I should keep away tomorrow, Saturday. It will be, however, a justification in his eyes at the end. He knew her so well, saw so much of her. Who could wonder? I sate by a pleasant chatting Jewess, Goldsmith, or whatever the name is, also by Thackeray, and Milnes came in the evening. But the dullness was mortal, and I am far from my ordinary self today. I am convinced that general society depresses my spirits more than any other cause. I could keep by myself for a month till I recovered my mind's health. But you are part or all of that self now, and would be, were you only present in memory, in fancy. As it is, oh, to be with you, Bar. 3 o'clock. No letter. I will put my own philosophy in practice and be consoled that you are not in any circumstances to justify and require anxiety, not unwell, nor have any fresh obstacles risen necessarily. Any alleviation, so long as I am allowed to keep a good substantial misfortune at the end. Once you said, in your very own way, when I sent you some roses in a box and no letter with them, "Now I shall write no more today, not having been written to." I cannot write more. I see. Here the letter comes, and I will wait from reading it to kiss my gratitude to you, you utterly best and dearest. And I repeat my kisses while I write the few words there is time for. What a giver you are of all good things altogether. Let me take the best first, not minding ingratitude to the rest, and say, yes, tomorrow I will see you. Even if Mr. Kenyon comes, it will be easy saying, I cannot go on Wednesday. Did you manage so well with Mrs. Jameson? As for Horn, why, there may have been sordelloisms, I dare say. I only meant, if you look an invalid to him, he will say so, just when your improved health is my one excuse for the journey and its fatigues. And if you look plainly no longer an invalid, oh, I don't know. I thought he might talk of that too, and bring in a host. There is the secret, rendered more obscurely, perhaps. As for the room, the dearest 4 walls that I have ever been enclosed by, I only thought of the possible phrase, still confined to her room, or the like, and as that is the fact, I rather understood the whole tone in which you spoke of the circumstance as of slight dissatisfaction at the notion of the intended visit. In tuum sententiam descendens, I sordelloized. The words about your health reassure me, beloved. I had no positive fears quite as you suppose, but I coupled one circumstance with another, do you see, and did get to apprehend what you now show me to be groundless. Thank God. Oh, my time! And bless you, ever, ever beloved, your own R. End of section 108. Section 109 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday. Postmark August 10, 1846. Just now I tore the few words I had begun of the letter to you, Bar. They all went away, strangely afar from the meaning begun in them, through my mind taking up the thought that you were waiting for what I should write, waiting all day, and ready to call the poor joyful service of love goodness in me. When such thoughts arise, I am not fit to pay even that imperfect service. I have only arms to receive you, kisses to give you. The words seem too cold indeed. I sincerely believe this I am to write now will be the shorter because of the intervention of you, and that, like Flush, I shall behave best when not looked at too much. Then, in our life, what I do earnestly in intention and love from you, that you will always accept and make the best of. How happy you make me, now and ever, in the present happiness, in the assurance of the future's even greater happiness, I am obliged to believe. It seemed like a dream as I walked home last night and thought of all over again, after a few hours' talk with my old friends on subjects from which you were excluded, and of a kind that brought my former feelings back again, so as to be understood at least, and recognized as mine. All which is changed now, I thought, going home in the moonlight. Chorley was surprised at my being there, and came good-naturedly. We discussed delinquencies, political and literary. He says times were never so bad as now. People come without a notion of offending a critic, and offer him money. Will you do this for so much? Praise this, or blame this? He was in a bad humour, he said. At least teased and tired, and really looked both, so that I asked, had you not better throw away a day on our green dulness at Hatcham, strolling through it with me? Yes, this day next week, if you like, he answered at once, so that our Saturday will be gone, so that our Tuesday must be secured my own bar, and after it the Friday, at an equal interval of time. Do you let it be so? Saturday would seem to be his only available day, poor Chorley. He walked through the park with me and over the bridge at 1 a.m, in return for my proving, I don't quite think that, however, proving to Arnold's great satisfaction at least, that Mr. Horn was a poet, and moreover a dramatic one. Chorley sees no good in him beyond talent with an abundance of crotchets, and could not read Orion for his life. I proved another thing too, that Forster was not a whit behind his brethren of the faculty in literary morals, that the examiner named was quite as just and good as another paper unnamed. Whereat Chorley grew warm and lost his guard, and at last, declaring I forced him into corners, and that speak he must, instanced the examiner's treatment of myself as not generous, Luria having been noticed, as you remember, a week after the publication, and yet, or never, to be reviewed in the unnamed. C'est misère. A fortnight ago, when Rachel played an Andromache for the last time, Sariana and I agreed that if she did ever play in it again, we would go and see. And lo, contrary to all expectation, she does repeat Hermione tomorrow night, and we are to go. And you, Bar, you cannot go. Ought I to go? One day, one not distant day, and cannot, will apply to us both. Now it seems to do me good, with the crowd of its suggestions, this seeing Rachel. Beside, Sariana has just this only opportunity of going. I am anxious to let the folly of that person spend itself unaggravated by any notice of mine. I mean, to you. Any notice which should make you think of it. The folly affected me as well as you. But I do trust you will not carry toleration too far in this case, nor furnish an ungenerous, selfish man with weapons for your own annoyance. Insolent letters you ought to put up with from no one. And as there is no need of concealment of my position now, I think you will see a point when I may interfere. Always rely on me being quietly firm, and never violent nor exasperating. You alluded to some things which I cannot let my fancy stop upon. Remember you are mine now, my own, my very own. I know very well what a wretched drunkenness there is in that sort of self-indulgence, what it permits itself to do, all on the strength of its strong feeling, earnestness, stupid and execrable sophistry as it is. I, too, have a strong belief that the man who would bully you would drop into a fit at the sight of a man's uplifted little finger. Can this person be the old friend in an ill humour who followed me upstairs one day? I trust to you. That is the end of all. Now I will kiss you, my own Bar, and wait for my letter, and then Tuesday. Dearest, I am your own, your very own. End of section 109.
Section 110 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Sunday, postmark August 10th, 1846. Ever dearest, I shall write to you a little this morning, and try to manage to post myself what shall be written, too early to permit the possibility, almost, of your being without a letter tomorrow. Dearest, how you were with me yesterday after you went away. I thought of you, and the books I took up one by one. I tried a romance, too, Les Femmes, by a writer called Desnoyers, quite new and weak and foolish enough as a story, but full of clever things about shoe ties. Philosophy in small. The books were all so many lorgnons through which I looked at you again and again. Did you ever hear a story of the late Lord Grey, that he was haunted by a head without a body? If he turned to the right or left, there it was. If he looked up in the air, there it hung, or down to the floor, there it lay, or walked up or downstairs, there it bounded before him, flop, flop, just on its chin. Alas, poor ghost! And just such another, as far as the haunting goes, were you to me, dearest, yesterday, only that you were of the celestial rather than ghastly apparitionary, and bore plainly with you airs from heaven full against my forehead. How did I ever deserve you? How ever? Never indeed. And how can it seem right to submit to so much happiness undeservedly, as the knowledge of your affection gives, you who are great in everything, as Mr. Kenyon said the other day? Shall I tell you how I reconcile myself to the good? Thus it is. First, I think that no woman in the world, let her be ever so much better than I, could quite be said to deserve you, and that therefore there may not be such harm in your taking the one who will owe you most with the fullest consciousness. If it may not be merit, it shall be gratitude. That is how I look at it, when I would keep myself from falling back into the old fears. Ah, you may prevent my rising up to receive you, though I did not know that I did. It was a pure instinct. But you cannot prevent my sinking down to the feet of your spirit when I think of the love it has given me from the beginning and not taken away. Dearest, dearest, I am content to owe all to you. It is not too much humiliation. While I was writing came Mr. Kenyon, the spectacles mended, and looking whole catechisms from behind them. The first word was, "Have you seen Browning lately?" I, taken by surprise, answered en niaise, "Yes, yesterday." "And did he tell you that he was coming on Wednesday, next Wednesday?" "He said something of it." A simpleton would have done better. To call me one were too much honour. Yet it seemed impossible to be adroit under the fire of the full face, spectacles included. The words came without the will. "And now, what had we better do? Take Tuesday, that you may be able to say on Wednesday, 'I was not there to-day'? Or be frank for the hour, and let it all pass? Think for us, Robert. I am quite frightened at what I have done." It seemed to me, too, afterwards, that Mr. Kenyon looked grave. Still he talked of Miss Mitford and Mr. Buckingham, and Landor, and of going to the lakes himself for a few days, and laughed and jested in great good humour, the subject being turned. He asked me, too, if I had ever discussed your poetry with Miss Mitford, on which I said that she did not much believe in you. "Not even in Saul?" said he. I don't know what to think. I am in a fog off the Nore. And he proposed coming to-morrow with a carriage to drive me up the Harrow Road to see the train coming in, and then to take me to his house, and so home, all in his infinite kindness. He comes at 3:30. Let me have your thoughts with me then, and the letter farther on. 2 letters I am to have tomorrow. If Sunday is the worst day, Monday is the best. Of those I mean, of course, on which I do not see you. May God bless you, my own beloved. I love you in the deepest of my heart, which seems ever to grow deeper. I live only for you, and feel that it is worth while. Your Ba. End of section 110.
Section 111 of The Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Monday morning. Postmark, August 10, 1846. You dearest Ba, do you write this to put all thoughts of fear out of my head, and make me confident nothing can go ill with us if you feel so for me? I seem to have a presentiment that this afternoon, before this letter reaches you, Mr. Kenyon will have spoken, and if the whole world spoke its loudest, your words would be all I should hear. Or are they trials, every such word of my vanity and weakness? Do you think, if anything can call them up, this will? No, I very well know your entire truth in this, and the other assurances I make my life bright with, through any darkness that can come. What you choose to assert of yourself, I feel of myself every hour. But there must be this disproportionateness in a beloved object. Before I knew you, women seemed not so much better than myself, therefore no love for them. There is no love but from beneath, far beneath. That is the law of its nature. Now, no more of words. Will there indeed be need of no more? As I dare hope and believe, will the deeds suffice? Not in their own value, no, but in their plain, certain intention, as a clear advance beyond mere words. We shall soon know. If you live, you will be mine, I must think. You have put these dear arms too surely round my neck to be disengaged now. I cannot presume to suggest thoughts to you, resolutions for the future. You must impart to me always. But I do lift up my heart in an aspiration to lead the life that seems accorded by your side under your eyes. I cannot write on this, dear Ba. To say I will live and work as I ought seems too presumptuous. Understand all, and help me with your dearest hand, my own love. As I say, I fancy Mr. Kenyon will speak. I only hope the caution will act both ways, and that he will see as much inexpediency in altogether opposing as in encouraging such a step. That you should pass another winter and the risk of it, and perhaps many, that seems the worst fate. Can he apprehend any worse evil than that? I observe in the Times today that the Peninsula and Oriental Steam Company have advertised a ship from Southampton to Genoa, Leghorn, Civitavecchia, and Naples on the 30th September, and that thenceforth the company will dispatch a first-class steamer to those ports on the 15th of every month. One more facility should circumstances require it. Are you sure that the France journey with the delays and fatigue is preferable to this, where, if the expenses are greater, yet the uncertain expenses are impossible? You are to think, beloved. Now, will you write tonight? I may come tomorrow. Say one word. You have heard why I wanted to come, even if Mr. Kenyon's questions had not been put. Otherwise, Friday will be impossible. I can say, I called on Saturday, and think of doing so next Friday. I must see you tomorrow indeed, love. Let me leave off here. I love you wholly, and bless you ever as now. Your own R. End of section 111.
Section 112 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Monday morning, Postmark August 11th, 1846. Then let it be Tuesday. It will correct, too, my stupidity to Mr. Kenyon, for easily you may reply to his certain question that you had not been here on Wednesday, but meant to go on Friday instead. Ah well, by the time all this is over, we shall be fit to take a degree in some Jesuits' college. We shall have mastered all the points of casuistry. To wash one's hands of it, and then throw away the water, will be something gained at least. Dearest, no, indeed, there is nothing for your goodness to do in that badness I told you of, and which you describe so precisely in your word drunkenness of mind. It is precisely that, and no more nor less, a throwing off of moral restraint, a miserable degradation. One may get angry, frightened, disgusted, but after all, compassion comes in, and who would think of fighting a delirious man with a sword? It would be a cruelty like murder. There is a fine nature, too, under these ruins of the will, and a sensibility which strikes inwards and outwards. No one else should have any sensibility within 1,000 miles. Think of a sort of dumb Rousseau, with the confessions in him, pining evermore to get out. A miserable man, first by constitution and next by fortune, seeing only the shadow for the sun, the nettles in the field, and breathing hard when he stands among garden roses to attain to smelling the onions over the wall. I have told him sometimes that he had a talent for anger, indignatio facit orationes, and that is his pleasure par excellence, to be let talk against this abuse or that abuse, this class of men or that class of men, this or that world's misery or offence. He will rise up in it and be eloquent and happy. Otherwise, mécréants we must be, he thinks, who dare to be happy in this vale of tears. Life is a long moan to him. And is not such a man enough punished? For me, I have not had the heart to take quite the position I ought to have done, looking only to his most outrageous bearing towards myself, although he talks of my scorn and sarcasms as if I had shown myself quite equal to self-defence. An old, old friend, too. Known as a friend these 12 or 13 years. And then, men are nearly all the same in the point of wanting generosity to women. It is a sin of sex, be sure, and we have our counter-sins and should be merciful. So I have been furiously angry, and then relented by turns, as I could. Oh yes, it was he who followed you upstairs. There was an explosion that day among the many, and I had to tell him as a consequence that if he chose to make himself the fable and jest of the whole house, he was the master, but that I should insist upon his not involving my name in the discussion of his violences. Wilson said he was white with passion as he followed you, and that she in fear trembled so she could scarcely open the door. He was a little ashamed afterwards, and apologized in a manner for what sufficiently required an apology. Before a servant, too. But that is long ago, and at that time he knew nothing for a certainty. Is it possible to be continuously angry with any one who proves himself so much the weaker? The slave of himself, of his own passions, is too unhappy for the rod of another, man or woman. Mr. Chorley, how could he utter such words? Men seem imbecile sometimes. Understandings have they, and understand not. Monday night. Dearest, I have your last letter. Thank you out of my heart, though you are not a prophet, dearest, not about Mr. Kenyon at least. See how far you are from the truth well, with that divining hazel which you wave to and fro before my eyes. Mr. Kenyon, instead of too much remembering us, has forgotten me to-day. I waited an hour with my bonnet on, and he did not come. And then came a note. He had had business. He had forgotten me. He would come to-morrow. Which I, thinking of you, wrote back a word against, and begged him to come rather on Thursday or Saturday or Monday. Is that right, dearest? Your coming to-morrow will be very right. But when you say that there can be no love except from beneath, is it right? Is it comforting to hear of? No, no, indeed. How unhappy I should be if I accepted your theory. So I accept rather your love, beloved, trusting to be yours. End of section 112.
Section 113 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Wednesday morning. Postmark, August 12, 1846. I've been putting all the letters into rings, 20 together, and they look now as they should. Infinite treasure in a little room. Note that they were so united and so ranged from the beginning, at least since I began to count by 20s. But the white tape I used, no red tape, thank you, was vile in its operation. The untying and retying, so as to preserve a proper cross, hard for clumsy fingers like mine. These rings are perfect. How strange it will be to have no more letters. Of all the foolishnesses that were ever uttered at that speech of mine about your letters strewing the house was the most thoroughly perfect. Yet you have nothing to forgive in me, you say. Just now I took up a periodical and read a few lines of a paper on the charm that there is in the contrariety of tempers and tastes for friends and lovers, and there followed platitudes in a string. The clever like the stupid, the grave choose the lively, and so forth. Now, unless the state of the liker and chooser is really considered by him as a misfortune, what he would get rid of if he could in himself, so shall hardly desire to find in another, except in this not very probable case, is there not implied by every such choice an absolute despair of any higher one? The grave man says, or would if he knew himself, except on my particular grounds, such a serious humour would be impossible and absurd. And where can I find another to appreciate them? Better accept the lower state of ignorance that they exist even, and consequent gaiety, than a preposterous melancholy arising from no adequate cause. And what man of genius would not associate with people of no talent at all, rather than the possessors of mere talent, who keep sufficiently near him as they walk together to give him annoyance at every step? Better go with Flush on his 4 legs, avowedly dog-like, than with a monkey who will shuffle along on 2 for I don't know how many yards. Now, for instance, is the writer of that wise notice of Landor in last week's Athenaeum one whit nearer your sympathy in that precise matter than somebody who never heard of Landor, or supposed to have usually written under the signature of L.E.L.? With the exception of a word or two about the silly abuse of Plato and the occasional unfairness of statement, is there one word right and seasonable? Here am I, letting the words scratch themselves one after another, while my thought, as usual, goes quite another way. Perhaps my wits are resting because of the great alacrity they are to display at Mr. Ken's this evening. I shall take care not to be first comer, nor last goer. Dearest, you are wrong in your fancy about my little caring whether he knows or does not. I see altogether with your eyes. Indeed, now that you engage to remove any suspicions of unkindness and mistrust which might attach to me in his thoughts, all I ever apprehended for myself, there is no need to consider him at all. He can do no good nor harm. Did you ever receive such a letter? The dull morning shall excuse it, anything but the dull heart, for you fill it, however the heat may keep within sometimes. Bless you, Bar, my dearest, perfect love. Now I will begin thinking of you again. Let me kiss you, my own. End of section 113.
Section 114 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Wednesday morning. Postmark, August 12, 1846. Shall you pass through this street to Mr. Kenyon's this evening? I have been sitting here these 5 minutes, wondering. But no answer is possible now, and if I go to the window of the other room, and look up and look down about 5:30 or a little later, it will be in vain perhaps. Just now I have heard from Mr. Kenyon, who cannot come today to drive with me, though he may come to talk. He does not leave London, he says, so soon as he thought. More's the pity. Ah, what unkind things one learns to write and meditate in this world, even of the dear Mr. Kenyons in it. I am ashamed. Instruct your guardian angel to cover me with the shadow of his wings, dearest. Now I will tell you a curious thing which Trappy said to Arabel yesterday, while you and I were together. Arabel was walking with her, and she was in one of her ill humours, poor Trappy, sighing and moaning over the wickedness of the people in Wimpole Street. She should go and live at Ramsgate, she thought, as nobody paid her the right attention. That's the intermittent groan, when she is out of humour, poor Trappy. And besides, said she, it is much better that I should not go to Wimpole Street at this time, when there are so many secrets. Secrets, indeed. You think that nobody can see and hear except yourselves, I suppose, and there are two circumstances going on in the house, plain for any eyes to see. And those are considered secrets, I suppose. Oh, Trappy, interpolated Arabel, you are always fancying secrets where there are none. Well, I don't fancy anything now. I know, just as you do. Something was said, too, about Bar's going to Italy. And, Trappy, do you think that she will go to Italy? Why, there is only one way for her to go, but she may go that way. If she marries, she may go. And you would not be surprised? I? Not in the least. I am never surprised, because I always see things from the beginning. Nobody can hide anything from me. After which fashion she smoothed the darkness till it smiled, and boasted herself back into a calmer mood. But just observe how people are talking and inferring. It frightens me to think of it. Not that there is any danger from Trappy. She would as soon cut off her hand as bring one of us into a difficulty, and me the least. Only it would not do to tell her. She must have it in her power to say, I did not know this, for reasons of the strongest. To occasion a schism between her and this house would be to embitter the remainder of her days. Here is a letter from a lady in a remote district called Swineshead, who sends me lyrical specimens, and desires to know if this be genius. She does not desire to publish, at any rate not for an indefinite number of years, but for her private and personal satisfaction she would be glad to be informed whether she is a Sappho or George Sand or anything of that kind. What in the world is to be answered now to an application of that kind? To meddle with a person's opinion of himself or herself, quite a private opinion, seems like meddling with his way of dressing, with her fashion of putting in pins, like saying you shall put your feet on a stool or you shan't eat pork. It is an interference with private rights, from which I really do shrink. Unfortunately, too, it is impossible to say what she wants to hear. I am in despair about it. When we are at Pisa, we shall not hear these black stones crying after us any more, perhaps. I shall listen, instead, to my talking bird and singing tree, and repose from the rest. How did you get home? And tell me of Mr. Kenyon's dinner. So nervous I am about Mr. Kenyon, when you or I happen to be en rapport with him. Not only I loved you yesterday, but even to-day I love you, which is remarkable. To-morrow and to-morrow and to-morrow, what will you do? Is that an offence? Nay, but it is rather reasonable that when the hour strikes, the fairy gold should turn back into leaves, and poor Cinderella find herself sitting in her old place among the ashes, just as she had touched the hand of the king's son. Don't think I mean anything by that, ever dearest, not so much as to tease you, Robert. I only love you to-day. That is, I love you, and do nothing more. And the fairy tales are on the whole, I feel, the most available literature for illustration, whenever I think of loving you. Your own Bar. End of section 114. Section 115 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Wednesday evening. Postmark August 13th, 1846. Did I ever receive such a letter? Never, except from you. It is a question easily answered. As to the other question, about the communion of contrarieties, I agree with you, thought for thought, in all your thinking about it, only adding one more reason to the reasons you point out. There is another reason at the bottom of all, I think. I cannot but think. And it is just that, when women are chosen for wives, they are not chosen for companions. That when they are selected to be loved, it is quite apart from life. Man's love is of man's life a thing apart. A German professor selects a woman who can merely stew prunes, not because stewing prunes and reading Proclus make a delightful harmony, but because he wants his prunes stewed for him and chooses to read Proclus by himself. A fullness of sympathy, a sharing of life, one with another, is scarcely ever looked for except in a narrow conventional sense. Men like to come home and find a blazing fire and a smiling face and an hour of relaxation. Their serious thoughts and earnest aims in life they like to keep on one side. And this is the carrying out of love and marriage almost everywhere in the world, and this the degrading of women by both. For friendship, why, like seeks like in friendship very openly. To have sympathy with a person is a good, banal, current motive for friendship. Yet, for the minor points, a man with a deficiency of animal spirits may like the society of a man who can amuse him, and the amusing man may have pleasure again in the sense of using a faculty and conferring a benefit. It is happily possible to love down, and even across a chasm, or the world would be more loveless than it is. I have loved, and still love, people 1,000 souls off, as you have and do, of course, but to love them better on that account would be strange and difficult. Always I know, my beloved, that I am unworthy of your love in 100 ways. Yet I do hold fast my sense of advantage in one, that, as far as I can see, I see after you, understand you, divine you, call you by your right name. Then it is something to be able to look at life itself as you look at it. I quite sigh sometimes with satisfaction at that thought. There will be neither hope nor regret away from your footsteps. Dearest, I feel to myself sometimes, do not move, do not speak, or the dream will vanish. So fearfully like a dream it is, like a reflection in the water of an actual old dream of my own too, touching which, now silent voices used to say, that romantic child. What did you mean to say about my not believing in your nature, in your feelings? What did you and could you mean yesterday? Was it because of my speech about the calm eyes? Ah, you! I did not think to make so impressive a speech when I made it. For this is not the first time, Robert, you have quoted Hansard for it. Well, I shall not rise to explain after all. Only I do justice to the whole subject, eyes inclusively, whatever you may think, as you said yesterday with ever such significance. No, yes, now I will ask you one thing. Common eyes will carry an emotion of a soul, and so not be calm, of course. Calm ones, I know, will carry the whole soul and float it up against yours, till it loses footing, and that is a little of what I meant by the calm in the eyes, and so I will ask you whether I could do wrong, by such meaning, any depth in the nature. At this moment you are at Mr. Kenyon's, and you did not, I think, go up this street. Perhaps you will go home through it, but I shall not see, I cannot watch, being afraid of the overwatchers. May God bless you, my own dearest. You have my heart with you, as if it lay in your hand. I told you once that I never could love, in this way of love, except upward, very far and high. But you are not like me in it, I thank God, since you can love me. Love me, dearest of all, do not tire. I am your very own. Ba. Another Bennet, yet the same. To Friday. End of section 115.
Section 116 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Thursday, postmark August 13, 1846. Dearest Bar, I love you wholly and forever. How shall the charm ever break? My 2 letters! I think we must institute solemn days whereon such letters are to be read years hence, when I shall ask you, all being known, many weaknesses you do not choose to see now, and perhaps some strength and constancy you cannot be sure of, for the charm may break, you think. If you stood there, at Wimpole Street, in the room, would you whisper, "Love, I love you as before"? Oh, how fortunately the next verse comes with its sweetest reassurance. When I have chosen to consider the circumstances of the altered life I am about to lead with you, chosen because you have often suggested drawbacks, harms to my interest, etc., which I have really been forced to take up and try to think over seriously, lest I should be unawares found treating what had undoubtedly come from you with disrespect, I never, after all the considering of my power, was yet able to fancy even the possibility of their existence. I will not revert to them now, nor to the few real inconveniences which I did apprehend at the beginning, but which never occurred to you. At present I take you, and with you as much happiness as I seem fit to bear in this world, the one shadow being the fear of its continuance. Or if there is one thing I shall regret, it is just that which I should as truly lose if I married any Miss Campbell of them all, rather than should really lose what now is only modified, transferred partly, and the rest retainable. There was always a great delight to me in this prolonged relation of my childhood almost, nay, altogether, with all here. My father and I have not one taste in common, one artistic taste. In pictures he goes souls away to Brouwer, Ostade, Teniers. He would turn from the Sistine altarpiece to these. In music he desiderates a tune that has a story connected with it, whether Charles II's favourite dance of brosse and butter, or no matter. What I mean is that the sympathy has not been an intellectual one. I hope if you want to please me especially, Bar, you will always remember I have been accustomed, by pure choice, to have another will lead mine in the little daily matters of life. If there are 2 walks to take, to put things at simplest, you must say this one, and not either, because though they were before indifferently to be chosen, after that speech one is altogether better than the other, to me, if not to you. When you have a real preference, which I can discern, you will be good enough to say nothing about it, my own Bar. Now, do you not see how, with this feeling, which God knows I profess to be mine without the least affectation, how much my happiness would be disturbed by allying myself with a woman to whose intellect, as well as goodness, I could not look up? In an obedience to whose desires, therefore, I should not be justified in indulging. It is pleasanter to lie back on the cushions inside the carriage and let another drive. But if you suspect he cannot drive? Nothing new at Mr. Kenyon's yesterday. I arrived late to a small party, Thackeray and Proctor. Pleasant as usual. I took an opportunity of mentioning that I had come straight from home. Did you really look from the window, dearest? I was carried the other way, by the new road, but I thought of you till you may have felt it. Indeed, you are out again as to my notions of your notions, you dearest Bar. I know well enough that by calmness you did not mean absence of passion. I spoke only of the foolish, popular notion. Tomorrow there would seem to be no impediment whatever, and I trust to be with you, beloved. But before, I can kiss you as now, loving you as ever, ever, your own. End of section 116.
Section 117 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Saturday morning, August 15th, 1846. A bright, beautiful day this is, on which you do not come. It seems as if you ought to have come on it by rights. Dearest, you did not meet Mr. Kenyon yesterday after you left me. I fancied that you might, and so be detected in the 3 hours to the fullest length of them. It seemed possible. Now I look forward to the driving instead of to you, and he has just sent to desire me to be ready at 2:45, and not later, as was fixed in your hearing. And why, pray, should you be glad that I am going on this excursion? I should have liked it, if we had been living in the daylight, but with all these shadows, clouds, and darkness, it is pleasanter to me to sit still and see nobody, and least Mr. Kenyon. Oh, that somebody would spirit him away gently, very gently, so as to do him no manner of harm in achieving the good for me, for both you and me. Did you say, do you pity me, to me? I did not tell you yesterday that I have another new fear. An American lady, who in her time has reviewed both you and me, it seems, comes to see me, is about to come to see me, armed with a letter of introduction from Mr. Matthews, and in a week I may expect her, perhaps. She is directed, too, towards Mr. Horn. Observe the double chain thrown across the road at my feet. I am entreated to show her attention and introduce her to my friends. Things out of the question as I am situated. Yet I have not boldness to say I will not see you. I almost must see her, I do fear. Mr. Matthews ought to have felt his way a little before throwing such a weight on me. He is delighted with your bells and pomegranates, to pass from his frailties to his merits, and the review of them is sent to me, he says, only that I do not receive it. Dearest, when I told you yesterday, after speaking of the many-coloured theologies of the house, that it was hard to answer for what I was, I meant that I felt unwilling, for my own part, to put on any of the liveries of the sects. The truth, as God sees it, must be something so different from these opinions about truth, these systems, which fit different classes of men like their coats, and wear brown at the elbows always. I believe in what is divine and floats at highest, in all these different theologies, and because the really divine draws together souls, and tends so to a unity, I could pray anywhere, and with all sorts of worshippers, from the Sistine Chapel to Mr. Fox's, those kneeling and those standing. Wherever you go, in all religious societies, there is a little to revolt, and a good deal to bear with. But it is not otherwise in the world without, and within. You are especially reminded that God has to be more patient than yourself after all. Still, you go quickest there where your sympathies are least ruffled and disturbed, and I like beyond comparison best the simplicity of the dissenters, the unwritten prayer, the sacraments administered quietly and without charlatanism, and the principle of a church as they hold it, I hold it too, quite apart from state necessities, pure from the law. Well, there is enough to dissent from among the dissenters. The formula is rampant among them as among others. You hear things like the buzzing of flies in proof of a corruption, and see every now and then something divine set up like a post for men of irritable minds and passions to rub themselves against, calling it a holy deed. You feel moreover bigotry and ignorance pressing on you on all sides, till you gasp for breath like one strangled. But better this even than what is elsewhere, this being elsewhere too in different degrees, besides the evil of the place. Public and social prayer is right and desirable, and I would prefer, as a matter of custom, to pray in one of those chapels where the minister is simple-minded and not controversial, certainly would prefer it. Not exactly in the Socinian chapels, nor yet in Mr. Fox's, not by preference. The Unitarians seem to me to throw over what is most beautiful in the Christian doctrine. but the formulists on the other side stir up a dust in which it appears excusable not to see. When the veil of the body falls, how we shall look into each other's faces, astonished, after one glance at God's. Have I written to you more than too much about my doxy? I was a little uncomfortable in the retrospect of yesterday, lest my quick answer should have struck you as either a levity or an evasion. And have you not a right to all my thoughts of all things? For the rest, we will be married just as you like, volo quod vis, and you will see by this profession of faith that I am not likely much to care either way. There are some solemn and beautiful things in the Church of England marriage service, as I once heard it read, the only time I was present at such a ceremony, but I heard it then in the abbreviated customary form, and not as the Puseites, who always bring up the old lamps against the new, choose to read it, they say, in spite of custom. Archdeacon Hale, with an inodorous old lamp, displeased some of the congregation from Fenton's Hotel, I hear, but we need not go to the Puseites at least. And after all, perhaps the best will be what is easiest. Something is sure to happen, something must surely happen to put an end to it all, before I go to Greece. May God bless you, ever dearest. Tell me if you get this letter today, Saturday. Your very own, Ba. End of section 117.
Section 118 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Saturday. Postmark August the 15th, 1846. My very, very dearest, many, if not all, of those things for which I want the words when too close to you become quite clear at a little distance. How simple, for instance, it is to admit that in our case, my own only Ba, once discovered, the circumstances of the weakness and retirement were, on the whole, favourable rather than otherwise. Had they been unfavourable, I do not think a few obstacles would have discouraged me, but this way has been easier, better, and now all is admitted. By themselves the circumstances could never obtain more than the feeling properly due to them. Do you think one particle of love goes with the pity and service to a whole hospital of incurables? So let all the attraction of that kind pass for what it is worth, and for no more. If all had been different, and I had still perceived you and loved you, then there might, perhaps, or probably, be as different an aim for me, for my own peculiar delight in you. I should want to feel and be sure of your love, in your happiness, certainly in your entire happiness then as now, but I should aspire to find it able to support itself in a life altogether different from the life in which I had first seen you. If you loved me, you would need to be happy in quiet and solitude and simplicity and privation. Then I should know you loved me, knowing how you had been happy before. But now, do you not see that my utmost pride and delight will be to think you are happy as you were not, in the way you were not? If you chose to come out of a whirl of balls and parties and excursions and visitings to my side, I should love you as you sate still by me. But now, when you stand up simply, much more walk, I will consider, if you let me, every step you take that brings you pleasure, every smile on your mouth and light on your eyes, as the directest obedience to me, or the obedience you can ever pay me. You shall say in every such act, "This I do on purpose to content you." I hope to know you have been happy. That shall prove you loved me at the end. Probably you will not hear anything today from Mr. Kenyon, as your sister is to be present. Do you really imagine that those eyes and spectacles are less effective than the perceptions of your Treppy? By the way, hear an odd coincidence. You heard that foolish story of Thackeray and Mr. Widdicombe, which I told just to avoid a dead silence and guilty blankness of face. As I was returning, I met Thackeray with Doyle, H.B., and was energetically reminded of our dinner. He is in very earnest, Mr. Kenyon may assure himself. Presently I reached Charing Cross, and stood waiting for my omnibus. There is always a crowd of waiters. In a moment there passes an extraordinary-looking personage. A policeman on duty at this police-requiring spot saunters up to me, of all others, and says, on some miraculous impulse no doubt, with an overflowing, impressible grin, "D'ye know him, sir?" "No. Who may he be?" "He's Widdicombe. He goes now to Astley's, and afterwards to Vauxhall. There's a good likeness of him in the painting of the Judge and Jury Club." Here my omnibus arrives. "Thank you," I said, and there was an end of the communication. How for many thousand years may I walk the street before another inspired policeman addresses me without preface and tells me that is the man I have just been talking of to somebody else? Let me chronicle Mr. W.'s glories. His face is just Tom Moore's, plus 2 painted cheeks, a sham moustache, and hair curled in wiry long ringlets. Thackeray's friend was a friend indeed, warning every man and teaching every man. That would have been portentous. Now, dearest, you cannot return me such delectabilities, so must even be content to tell me what happens today, and what is said and done and surmised, and how you are. 3 times over, how you are, dearest, dearest. And I will write tomorrow, and kiss you meanwhile, as now, as ever. Bless you, love. Your R. End of section 118.
Section 119 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Saturday evening. Postmark August 17th, 1846. How I thank you for your letter, ever beloved. You were made perfectly to be loved, and surely I have loved you, in the idea of you, my whole life long. Did I tell you that before, so often as I have thought it? It is that which makes me take it all as visionary good, for when one's ideal comes down to one, and walks beside one suddenly, what is it possible to do but to cry out, a dream? You are the best, best, and if you loved me only and altogether for pity, and I think that, more than you think, the sentiment operated upon your generous, chivalrous nature, and if you confessed it to me and proved it, and I knew it absolutely, what then? As long as it was love, should I accept it less gladly, do you imagine, because of the root? Should I think it less a gift? Should I be less grateful, or more? Ah, I have my theory of causation about it all, but we need not dispute, and will not, on any such metaphysics. Your loving me is enough to satisfy me, and if you did it because I sate rather on a green chair than a yellow one, it would be enough still for me, only it would not for you, because your motives are as worthy always as your acts. Dearest. So let us talk of the great conference in Mr. Kenyon's carriage, in which joined himself, Arabel, Flush, and I. First he said, "Did Browning stay much longer with you?" "Yes, some time." This was as we were going on our way towards some bridge, whence to look at the Birmingham train. As we came back, he said, with an epical leap in medias res, "What an extraordinary memory our friend Browning has." "Very extraordinary," said I. "And how it is raining." I give you Arabelle's report of my reply, for I did not myself exactly remember the full happiness of it, and she assured me besides that he looked at me, as a man may look, and this was everything spoken of you throughout the excursion. But he spoke of me, and observed how well I was, on which Arabelle said, yes, she considered me quite well, and that nothing was the matter now but sham. Then the railroads were discussed in relation to me, and she asked him, shouldn't she try them a little before she undertakes this great journey to Italy? Oh, he replied, she is going on no great journey. Yes, she will, perhaps. Ba is inclined to be a great deal too wild, and now that she is getting well, I do assure you, Mr. Kenyon. To sit upon thorns would express rather a velvet cushion than where I was sitting while she talked this foolishness. I have been upbraiding her since, very seriously, and I can only hope that the words were taken for mere jest, du bout des lèvres. Moreover, Mr. Kenyon is not going away on Thursday. He has changed his plans. He has put off Cambridge till the spring. He meets Miss Bailey nowhere. He holds his police station in London. When are you going? I asked in my despair, trying to look satisfied. He did not know, not directly at any rate. I need not hope to get rid of him, he said aside, perhaps. But we saw the great roaring, grinding thing, a great blind mole, it looked for blackness. We got out of the carriage to see closer, and Flush was so frightened at the roar of it that he leapt upon the coach-box. Also it rained, and I had ever so many raindrops on my gown and in my face even, which pleased me nearly as much as the railroad sight. It is something new for me to be rained upon, you know. As for happiness, the words which you use so tenderly are in my heart already, making me happy. I am happy by you. Also I may say solemnly that the greatest proof of love I could give you is to be happy because of you, and even you cannot judge and see how great a proof that is. You have lifted my very soul up into the light of your soul, and I am not ever likely to mistake it for the common daylight. May God bless you, ever, ever dearest. I am your own. End of section 119.
Section 120 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday. Postmark August 17, 1846. No, my own dearest, your letter does not arrive on Saturday, but this morning. What then? You will not be prevented from your usual ways of entire goodness to me by that. You will continue to write through the remainder of the writing time? This one letter reaches me. If another was sent, it stays back till tomorrow. So I do get a blessing by your endeavour, and am grateful as ever, my own Bar. After all, neither of us effectually loses, anything. For my letter always comes in its good time. It is not cast hopelessly away. And do you suppose that you lose any of the gladness and thanks? Rather, you get them doubly. For all along, all through the suspense, I have been, invariably, sure of the deed when promised, and of the unchanging love when only expected. So that when the letter finds me at last, the joy being unaccountably unabated, do you not see that there is a gain somehow? I told you on Friday I loved you more at that instant than at any previous time. I will show you why. Because I can show you, I think. Though it seems at first an irrational word. For always having loved you wholly, how can I, still only loving you wholly, speak of more or less? This is why. I used to see you once a week, to sit with you for an hour and a half, to receive a letter or 2 or 3 during the week. And I loved you, Bar, wholly, as I say, and reckoned time for no time in the intervals of seeing you and hearing from you. Now I see you twice in the week, and stay with you the 3 hours, and have letter on dear letter. And the distance is, at least, the same between the days and between the letters. I will only affirm it is the same, so I must love you more, because if you were to bring me back to the old allowance of you, the 1 short visit, the 2 or 3 letters, I should be starved with what once feasted me. If you do not understand, Flush does. Seriously, does not that go to prove I love you more? Increased strength comes insensibly thus, is only ascertained by such process of induction. Once you crossed the room to look out Shelley's Age in a book, and were not tired. Now you cross London to see the trains arrive, and, I trust, are not tired. So you are stronger. Dearest, I know your very meaning in what you said of religion, and responded to it with my whole soul. What you express now is for us both. Those are my own feelings, my convictions beside, instinct confirmed by reason. Look at that injunction to love God with all the heart and soul and strength, and then imagine yourself bidding any faculty that arises towards the love of him be still. If in a meeting house, with the blank white walls and a simple doctrinal exposition, all the senses should turn, from where they lie neglected, to all that sunshine in the Sistine with its music and painting, which would lift them at once to heaven, why should you not go forth, to return just as quickly when they are nourished into a luxuriance that extinguishes what is called reason's pale wavering light, lamp, or whatever it is? For I have got into a confusion with thinking of our convolvuluses that climb and tangle round the rose trees, which might be lamps or tapers. See the levity. No, this sort of levity only exists because of the strong conviction, I do believe. There seems no longer need of earnestness in assertion or proof, so it runs lightly over, like foam on the top of a wave. Chorley came and was very agreeable and communicative. You shall tell me more about Mr. Matthews and his review. And with respect to his lady friend, you will see her, I think. But first, tell me of Mr. Kenyon and yourself, how you are, and what I am to do when to see you. Now goodbye, my own Bar. Goodbye. Be prepared for all the fantasticalness that may happen. Perhaps some day I shall shake hands with you simply and go, just to remember the more exquisitely where I once was, and where you let me stay now, you dearest, dearest heart of my heart, soul of my soul. But the shaking hands at a very distant time. Now, let me kiss you, beloved, and so I do kiss you. Ever your own. End of section 120.
Section 121 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Sunday morning, postmark August 17th, 1846. Your sight of Widdicombe was highly dramatic, and the policeman intercit nodo as well as any god of them all. What a personage Widdicombe must be! Think of the mental state of a man who could gravely apply to his own face false moustachios and rouge before a looking-glass. There is something in it to wonder over, as over the megalosauria and prodigions of ridicules. Mind, when I talked of rouge improving a complexion for the nuns, I was thinking of women, not of men, in whom that sort of colouring, even if it were natural, is detestable, or, to measure one's language, very ugly indeed. I have seen a man of whom it was related that he painted his lips, so that at dinner, with every course, was removed a degree of bloom. The lips paled at the soup, grew paler at the mutton, became white at the fricandeau, and ghastly at the pudding, till with the orange at dessert, his nearest neighbours drew back their chairs a little, expecting him to fall flat in a fainting fit. But he was very rich, and could only talk charmingly out of those painted lips. There were women who couldn't conceive why people should call him a fool. To every bottom's head, not to wrong Bottom by such a comparison, there will be a special Titania. See if there will not. So you go on Wednesday to this club dinner, really? And you come to me also on Wednesday? Does that remain decided? I have had a letter from that poor Chiappino to desire a last interview, which is promised to be pacific. Oh, such stuff! Am I to hold a handkerchief to my eyes and sob a little? Your policeman is necessary to the full development of the drama, I think. And I forgot to tell you that there were two things in which I had shown great want of feeling. One, the venturing to enclose your verses. The other, now listen, the having said that, I was sincerely sorry for all his real troubles. Which I do remember having said once, when I was out of patience, as how can any one be patient continually, and how was I especially to condole with him in Lawn and Weepers on the dreadful fact of your existence in the world. Well, he has real troubles, unfortunately, and he is going away to live in a village somewhere. Poor Chiappino! A little occupation would be the best thing that could happen for him. It would be better than prosperity without it. When a man spins evermore on his own axis, like a child's toy I saw the other day, what is the use of him but to make a noise? No greater tormentor is there than self-love, even to self, and no greater instance of this than this. Dearest beloved, to turn away from the whole world to you, when I do I lose anything, or not rather gain all? Sometimes I feel to wish that I had more to sacrifice to you, so as to prove something of what is in me. But you do not require sacrifice. It is enough, you say, that I should be happy through you. How like those words are to you! How they are said in your own idiom! And for myself, I am contented to think that, if such things can really satisfy you, you would find with difficulty elsewhere in the world than here a woman as perfectly empty of life and gladness, except what comes to her from your hands. Many would be happy through you, but to be happy through only you is my advantage, my boast. In this I shall be better than the others. Why, if you were to drive me from you after a little, in what words could I reproach you, but just in these: you might have left me to die before. Still I should be your debtor, my beloved, as now I am, your very own, Ba. I told you that I was going to the chapel one Sunday, but I have not been yet. I had not courage. May God bless you. End of section 121.
Section 122 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Monday morning. Postmark August 17, 1846. I come home from town for my letters. The two I ventured to expect, and here they meet me. As I said, you had written, and I thanked you then, and now too, just as if I had been despairing all along. And over and above, there are some especial thanks to pay. For when I could not otherwise disengage myself from a dinner a little way out of town, having unawares confessed to the day's being at my disposal, I said, I expect letters at home which must be answered. And here I am. Or rather, here you are, dearest, in, I do think, your dearest mood. I must shift my ground already, alter my moment of time, and avow that it is now I love you the best, the completest. Do you want to know how much kindness I can bear? If I ever am so happy as to speak as to please you, it may be only your own kindness overflowing and running back to you. I feel every day, often in every day, the regret follow some thought of you. That this thought, for instance, if I could secure and properly tell you this only, you would know my love for what it is. And yet that this thought will pass unexpressed like the others. Well, I do not care. rightly considered, there is not so much to regret. The words should lead to acts, and be felt insufficient. Now we collect then from Mr. Kenyon's caution, or discretion, or pity, or ignorance, that he will not interpose, and that there will be one great effort and acknowledgment for all. I should certainly like it so best. You seem stronger than to need the process of preparatory disclosures, now to one, now to another friend. It is clearly best as it is like to be, for perhaps the chances are in our favour that the few weeks more will be uninterrupted. My time is gone, and nothing said. For tomorrow all rests with you. If the note bids me go, I shall be in absolute readiness. Otherwise on Wednesday, just as you seem to discern the times and the seasons. Bless you, my own best, dearest Bar, your own R. End of section 122.
Section 123 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Monday. Postmark August 18th, 1846. For these 2 dear letters I thank you, dearest. You are best as ever, and that is all I have to tell you, almost, for I have seen nobody, heard nothing, except that Eugène Sue can paint, which Miss Mitford told me this morning in a note of hers, in which, besides, she complains of the fatigue she suffers from the visitors who go to see after her the Reading prison, as the next sight of the neighbourhood. Better to live in Cheapside than among the Oaks on such conditions. As to Mr. Kenyon, he does not approach me, so he may come to-morrow, perhaps, or even on Wednesday. Would it not appear the top of wisdom if you deferred our day to Thursday, son? Now consider. It would be a decided gain, surely, to be able to say to him on Wednesday that you had not seen me since you and he saw me together. So I propose Thursday, if you permit it. Next week we may take up our 2 days again, as one takes up so many dropped silken stitches, and we will be careful that the beads do not run off in the meantime. To-day George came from circuit. He asked for nearly a first question whether I had thought of Italy. Yes, I had thought of it, but there was time to think more. I am uneasy a little under George's eyes. You did not tell me of Mr. Chorley, whether he put questions about the continent, or observed on the mysteries in you. Does he go himself, and when? A curious fact is that Mrs. Jameson was in the next house to us this morning, and also a few days ago, yet never came here, the reason certainly being a reluctance to seem to tread in upon the recalling confidence. I felt sorry and obliged to her, both at once. Talking of confidences, I neglected to tell you, when you were here last, that one more had escaped us. It was not by my choice, if by my fault. I wrote something in a note to Mr. Boyd some weeks ago, which nobody except himself would have paused to think over, but he, like a prisoner in a dungeon, sounds every stone of the walls round him, and discerns a hollowness, detects a wooden beam, patiently pricks out the mortar with a pin, all this in his rayless, companionless dark. Poor Mr. Boyd! The time before I last went to see him, he asked me if I were going to be a nun. There was the first guess. On the next visit he puts his question precisely right. I tried to evade, then promised to be frank in a little time, but being pressed on all sides, and drawn on by a solemn vow of secrecy, I allowed him to see the truth, and he lives such an isolated life that it is perfectly safe with him, setting the oath aside. Also he was very good and kind, and approved highly of the whole, and exhorted me, with ever such exhortation, to keep to my purpose, and to allow no consideration in the world or out of the world to make any difference, quoting the moral philosophers as to the rights of such questions. Is there harm in his knowing? He knows nobody, talks to nobody, and is very faithful to his word. Just as I, you will retort, was foolish in mine. Yet I do assure you mine was a sort of word which to 999 persons would have suggested nothing, only he mused over it, turned it into all lights, and had nothing to do but that. Afterwards he was proud, and asked, Was I not acute? It was a pleasure to him one could not grudge. Are you well, ever dearest? I am well. And yesterday, while they were at dinner, I walked out alone, or with Flush, twice to the corner of the street, turning it to post your letter. May God bless you. Surely we feel alike in many, many things. The convolvuluses grow together, twisted together, and you lift me up from the ground, you. I am your very own. Mr. Matthews said nothing more than I told you, very briefly, but he sent the review, he said, and it has not come. End of section 123.
Section 124 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday morning. Postmark, August 18, 1846. Let it be on Thursday, then, dearest, for the reasons you mention. I will say nothing of my own desires to meet you sooner. They are corrected by the other desires to spend my whole life with you. After all, these are the critical weeks now approaching, or indeed present. There shall be no fault I can avoid. So, till Thursday. Chorley said very little. He is all discreetness and forbearance, here as on other points. He goes to Birmingham at the end of this week, and returning after some 3 or 4 days, leaves London for Paris, probably next Saturday week. From Paris he thinks of going to Holland, a good step, and staying at what is the bath's name? Not a good step, I told him, because of the mortal ugliness of the place, which I well remember. It may have improved in 10 years, to be sure. There, walking on the sands in a heapy slope, not a traversable flat, he means to grow to an end with his tragedy. There is a noble ardour in his working which one cannot help admiring. He has a few weeks' holiday, is jaded to death with writing, and yet will write away his brief time of respite and restoratives. For what? He wondered whether there was any chance of our meeting in Paris. Our, meaning him and myself. As for your communication to Mr. Boyd, how could you do otherwise, my own Bar? I am altogether regardless of whatever danger there may be, and the great delight at his sympathy and approval of your intention. He probably never heard my name before, but his own will ever be associated divinely in my memory with those verses which always have affected me profoundly. Perhaps on the whole more profoundly than any others you ever wrote. That is hard to prove to myself, but I really think so. The personal allusions in it went straight to my heart at the beginning. I remember, too, how he loved and loves you. You told me, Bar, so I am most grateful to him, as I ever shall feel to those who, knowing you, judge me worthy of being capable of knowing you, and taking your impress, and becoming yours sufficiently for your happiness. Are you so well, dearest, in your walks, after your rides? Does that rejoice me or no, when I would rather hear you had been happy than simply see you without such an assurance? I am very well, since you ask, but my mother is not, her head being again affected. Yet the late improvement gives ground for hope, nor is this a very violent attack in itself. I suppose it was in Mrs. Jameson's mind, as you apprehend. You must always be fond of her, and such will always be my way of rewarding people I am fond of. God bless you, dearest. I love you all I can, Bar. I see another ship is advertised to sail, a steamer, for Naples and other southern ports, but no higher. When you are well and disposed to go to Greece, take me, my love. I should feel too happy for this world, I think, among the islands with you. My very own, I am yours. End of section 124.
Section 125 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday evening. Postmark August 19th, 1846. Your mother is not well, dearest. That is bad news indeed. And then I think of your superstition of your being ill and well with her. Take care and keep well, Robert. Or of what use will it be that I should be well? To-day we drove out, and were as far as Finchley, and I am none the worse at all for it. Do you know Finchley? It is pretty and rural, the ground rising and falling as if with the weight of verdure and dew, fields and hedgerows and long slopes of grass thick and long enough in its fresh greenness quite to hide the nostrils of the grazing cows. The fields are little, too, as if the hedges wanted to get together. Then the village of Finchley straggles along the road with a line of cottages or small houses seeming to play at a village. No butchers, no bakers, only one shop in the place, but gardens and creepers round the windows. Such a way from London it looked. Arabelle wanted to call on a friend of hers, a daughter of Sir William Russell's, who married an adopted son of Lamartine, and was in the navy, and is now an independent minister officiating in this selfsame metropolis of Finchley. A concatenation, that is, altogether. Very poor they are, living on something less than 200 a year, with 5 children, and the eldest 5 years old. And the children came out to us, everybody else being away, so I, who would have stayed in the carriage under other circumstances, was tempted out by the children and the cottage, and they dragged us along to see the drawing-room and dining-room and papa's flowers and their own particular book about the 27 tailors, and those of the children who could speak thought Flush very cool for walking upstairs without being asked. The baby opened its immense eyes wider than ever, thinking unutterable things. So as they had been so kind and hospitable to us, we could do no less, after a quantity of admiration upon the pretty house covered with roses and the garden and lawn, and especially the literature of those 27 tailors, we could do no less than offer to give them a drive, which was accepted with acclamation. Think of our taking into the carriage all 5 children, with their prodigious eyes and cheeks, the nurse on the coach-box, to take them home at the end of some quarter of a mile. At the moment of parting, Alphonse Lamartine thought seriously of making a great scream, but upon Arabelle's perjuring herself by a promise to come again soon, we got away without that catastrophe. A worse one is, that you may think yourself obliged to read this amusing history. To make amends, I sent you what I gathered for you in the garden. Pansy, that's for thoughts. Footnote. The flower is enclosed with the letter. End of footnote. How wise we are about Thursday, or rather about Tuesday and Wednesday, perhaps. As for Mr. Boyd, he had just heard your name, but he is blind and deaf to modern literature, and I am not anxious that he should know you much by your poetry. He asked some questions about you, and he inquired of Arabelle particularly whether she thought we cared for each other enough. But to tell you the truth, his unqualified adhesion strikes me as less the result of his love for you than of his anger towards another. I am sure he triumphs inwardly in the idea of a chain being broken, which he has so often denounced in words that pained and vexed me. And then last year's affair about Italy made him furious. Oh, I could see plainly by the sort of smile he smiled. But we need not talk of it. I am at the end, too, of my time. How good you are to me not to upbraid me for imprudence and womanly talkativeness. You are, too good. And you liked my verses to Mr. Boyd, which I like to hear, of course. Dearest. Shall we go to Greece then, Robert? Let us, if you like it. When we have used a little the charm of your Italy, and have been in England just to see that everybody is well of yours and mine, if you like that, why straightway we can go among the islands, and nearly as pleasant it will be for me as if I went there alone, having left you. I should like to see Athens with my living eyes. Athens was in all the dreams I dreamed before I knew you. Why should we not see Athens and Egypt too, and float down the mystical Nile, and stand in the shadow of the pyramids? All of it is more possible now than walking up this street seemed to me last year. Indeed, there is only one miracle for me, my beloved. and that is your loving me. Everything else under the sun, and much over it, seems the merest commonplace and workday matter of fact. If I found myself suddenly riding in paradise on a white elephant of golden feet, I should shake the bridle, I fancy, with ever so much nonchalance, and absently wander over that miracle of the previous world. Because that's for thoughts, as my flower says. Look at it and listen. As for me, I am your very own. End of section 125.
Section 126 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Wednesday. Postmark August 19, 1846. See my one piece of available paper for the minute. Ought I to write on or wait? No. I will tell Barr at once how I love her for giving me this one more letter with its delights. Finchley I know very well. Not that I ever saw the streets and palaces and cathedral with these eyes, but in Quarles' Emblems, my childhood's pet book, I well remember that an aspiring soul, a squat little woman figure with a loose gown, hair in a coil, and bare feet, is seated on the world, a terrestrial ball, which, that you may clearly perceive it to be our world, is somewhat parsimoniously scattered over with cities and towns, and one, the evident capital of the universe and Babylon's despair for size, occupying as it does a tract quite equal to all Europe's due share on the hemisphere, is marked Finchley. Do you recognize? Yet, if you will have it only the pretty village with the fields you describe so perfectly, I accept the sweetness, and give up the glory, and your Finchley is mine for ever, you dearest, whom I see in the house and in the carriage. But how is it you escaped the rain, Bar? Oh, it did not rain till later, now I think a little. Those are indeed strange circumstances, and the independent ministry at the end seems hard to account for. Why hard? Well, this is not hard to feel and know that it is perfect joy to hear you propose such travels and adventures. Greece with you. Egypt with you. Will you please and tell me? Not now, but whenever your conscience prompts you on the recurrence of that notable objection, if Miss Campbell's desirableness is to recur. What other woman in the whole world, and Finchley, would propose to go to Egypt instead of Belgravia? Do our tastes coincide or no? This is putting all on the lowest possible ground, setting love aside even to Miss Mitford's heart's fullest content. If I were to choose among women without love to give or take, and only for other advantages, do you think any advantage would compete with this single one? She will feel happy in travelling with you to a distance. Love alters the scale, overbalances everything. At the beginning I fancied you could not leave England, you know, but it singularly affects my imagination. Such a life with you, led for the world, I hope, all the more effectually for being not led in the world. If their ways are not to be ours, all is better at a distance. And so I have put this down as surely one palpable, unmistakable advantage even you must confess I shall gain in marrying you. I may only love Barr's eyes and mouth in a sort of fearful secrecy so far as words go. She stops all speech on that subject. Yes, indeed, Barr, I always felt that Cyprus wine poem fill my heart with unutterable desires to you. There is so much of you in it. Observe, I do no foolish injustice in criticisms. I quite understand a charm beside the charm the world can see. Some of your pansies are entirely beautiful in themselves. I can set them before the visitors of a flower show and bid all pronounce on them. Others, beside their beauty, come to me as this dear one in a letter, with a story of the plucking, with a sense of the fingers that held it. Bless you, ever dearest, dear beyond words. You have given me already in this year and a half the entirest faith and purest kindness my heart can comprehend. Do lovers abuse the beloved object, try to shake off their chains, etc., etc.? Mine is not love, then. No 1 minute or moment of your life with me could have been other than it was without seeming less dear, less perfect in my memory. And for all, God reward you. Tomorrow, Thursday. And tonight I will warily speak of not having seen you. Your own. End of section 126.
Section 127 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday. Postmarked August 21st, 1846. Dearest, this is to be a brief letter, though my heart shall find room in whatever goes to you. Yesterday cost us nothing. No observation was made. We were in all security, notwithstanding the forebodings on either side. May they find such an end in circumstances of still more consequence. Dearest, your flowers are beautiful beyond their beauty of yesterday, which I praised. They think themselves still in the garden. We have done them no sort of wrong. What a luring thought you leave with me in the flowers. How I look at them as a sign of you left behind, your footstep in the ground. It has been so from the beginning. And yet sometimes you try to prove that you are not always good. You. If you are not good, it is because you are best. I will admit so much. Oh, to look back. It is so wonderful to me to look back on my life and my old philosophy of life, made of the necessities of sorrow and the resolution to attain to something better than a perpetual moaning and complaint, to that state of neutralized emotion to which I did attain, that serenity which meant the failure of hope. Can I look back to such things and not thank you next to God? For you, who had the power to stoop to having the will, is it not worthy of thanks? So I thank you and love you and shall always, however it may be hereafter. I could not feel otherwise to you, I think, than by my feeling at this moment. How papa has startled me. He came in while I was writing. I shut the writing case as he walked over the floor. And then, after the usual talk of the weather and how the nights were growing cold, he said suddenly, looking to the table, "What a beautiful color those little blue flowers have," calling them just so, little blue flowers. I could scarcely answer, I was so frightened. But he observed nothing, and turned, and left the room with his favourite inquiry pour rire as to whether he could do anything for me in the city. Do anything for me in the city? Well, do you do something for me, by thinking of me and loving me, Robert. Dear you are, never to be tired of me, with so much reason for it as I know. May God bless you, very dear, and ever dearest. I am your own too entirely to need to say so. Bah. End of section 127.
Section 128 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Friday. Postmark August 21, 1846. I think, now that the week is over with its opportunities, and now that no selfish complaining can take advantage of your goodness, that I will ask you how I feel, do you suppose, without my proper quantity of morphine? May I call you my morphine? And speaking of proper quantities, there were some remarks of yours which I altogether acquiesced in yesterday about a humiliating dependence in money matters. Though I should be the first to accept myself from feeling with the world there, I have told you indeed, but But my case is not everybody's. I hate being master and alone, an absolute disposer in points where real love will save me the trouble. Because there are infinitely more and greater points where the solitary action and will, with their responsibility, cannot be avoided. I suppose that is Goethe's meaning when he says every man has liberty enough, political liberty and social, so that when they let him write Faust after his own fashion, he does not mind how they dispose of his money, or even limit his own footsteps. But there are the good thousands all round who don't want to write Fausts, and only have money to spend and walks to take, and how do they like such an arrangement? Moreover, I should be, perhaps, more refractory than anybody if what I cheerfully agree to as happening to take my fancy were forced on me as the only reasonable course. All men ought to be independent, whatever Carlyle may say. And so, too, I like being alone myself. But I should be sorry to see the ordinary friends I have live alone. Do you understand all this, Bar? Will you make me say it in your mind intelligibly? And then will you say still more of your own till the true thing is completely said? And after all, will you kiss me? As I asked you yesterday, because of a most foolish, thoughtless allusion, which I only trust you never noticed. Do not you allude to it, or even to forgive me, dearest. I would rather be unforgiven than pain you afresh to do it. But perhaps you did not notice my silly expression after all. I wished your dear hands before my eyes, I know. Still, you would know it was only thoughtlessness. All this sad morning the blackness has been quite enough to justify our fire. We've had one there 2 or 3 days. But now the sun comes out, and I will hope you follow him. After Mr. Kenyon's visit? That is to be, I think. I never write anything bearable, even for me, on these days when no letter from you leads me on phrase by phrase. I am thrown too completely on the general feelings. Do you love Bar? Then tell her that. Yes, indeed. It is easier to leave all the love untold, having to speak for the moment of Finchley only. Finchley. The cottage. Bar entering it. Flush following her. Now I come to something I want to say. In the paper this morning is a paragraph about the bold villainy of dog stealers. There is an organised society of these fellows, and they seize and convey away everybody's flushes, if such a one ever were, as Iago rhymes of his perfect wife. So friend Flush must go his highways only, and keep out of alleys and dark corners. Beside, in Pisa, he must guard the house. In earnest, I warn you, Bar. Now tell me, will there be any impediment to Tuesday? I think I will go out into the sunshine while it lasts. I am very well, considering there are 3 days to wait, but a walk will do no harm. Nor will I. All speech to you shall be ever simple, simplest. I can only love you and say so, and I do love you, best beloved, your own, very own. End of section 128.
Section 129 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday evening. Postmark August 22nd, 1846. Can I be as good for you as morphine is for me, I wonder, even at the cost of being as bad also? Can't you leave me off without risking your life, nor go on with me without running the hazards of all poison? Ah, it will not do so. The figure exceeds me, let it be ever so fatal. I may not be your morphine, even if I shall be your Bar, you see. You are my prophet, though, in a few things. For instance, Mr. Kenyon came to-day, and sate here, I really believe, 2 hours, talking of poor papa. Oh, not of us, my prophet. And at length of the Pyrenees and of Switzerland, and of the characteristics of mountain scenery. Full of interest it all was, and I thought, while he talked, that when you and I had done with the crocodiles, we might look for a chamois or two. If I drive, I shall drive that way, I still think. That is, ever since 4 o'clock, I have thought. Mr. Kenyon said, "You had a visitor yesterday." "Yes," said I, "Mr. Browning came." "You mean that he actually did come, through that pouring rain?" "Well, he told me he was coming, but when I saw the rain, I imagined it to be out of the question." Just observe his subtlety. Imagining that you did not come yesterday, he concluded, of course, that you would come to-day, and straightway hurried here himself. Moreover, he seems to me to have resolved on never again leaving London. Because Mr. Eagles goes to the seaside instead of to the Quantock Hills, Mr. Kenyon has written to Landor a proposition toward a general renouncement of the adventure. Quite cross I felt to hear of it, and it doesn't unruffle me to be told even that he goes to Richmond on Tuesday and sleeps there and spends the Wednesday. Nothing can unruffle me, so tiresome it is. Then I am provoked a little by the news he brought me of Miss Martineau's leaving the Lakes for a month or two, seeing that if she leaves the Lakes, it is for London. There are nets on all sides of us. I am under a promise to see her, and I shrink both from herself and her consequences. Now is it not tiresome? Those are coming, and these are not going away. The hunters are upon us, and where we run into the nets. Dearest, I have been considering one thing, and do you consider whether, if we do achieve this peculiar madness of going to Italy, we should take any books, and what they should be. A few books of the small editions would be desirable, perhaps, and then it were well for us to arrange it so that we should not take duplicates, and that the possession of the 12º should have the preference. Do you understand? Also, this arrangement being made, and the time approaching, I had better perhaps send you my part of the books, so as to save the difficulty of taking more packets than absolutely were necessary from this house. It will be very difficult to remove things without exciting observation, and my sisters must not observe. The consequences would be frightful if they were suspected of knowing, and, poor things, I could not drive them into acting a part. My own beloved, when my courage seems to bend and break, I turn to you and look at you, as men see visions. It is enough, always. Did you ever give me pain by a purpose of yours? Do you not rather keep me from all pain? Do we blame the wind that breathes gently, because a reed or a weed trembles in it? I could not feel much pain while sitting near you, I think, unless you suffered a little, or looked as if you did not love me, and that was not at least yesterday. May God bless you, dearest, ever dearest. I am your own. Say how your mother is, and how you are. Don't neglect this. End of section 129.
Section 130 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Saturday. Postmark August 22, 1846. Your first note reached me at 6 o'clock yesterday. Did the dear living spirit inside help it along in spite of all the post's hindrances? And this second comes duly. When you know I am most at a loss how to thank you, invariably you begin thanking me. Is that because of my own practice of saying a foolish thing and then to cover it asking you to kiss me? I think I will tell you now what that foolish thing was, lest you, missing it, should go hunting and find worse and far worse. I will just remind you that on your enumerating your brothers and sisters, I said without a moment's thought, "So, you are 7. And you know how Wordsworth applied that phrase. And in the sudden fear of wounding dearest Bar, I took such refuge for myself rather than her. Will you kiss me now, my own love, and say nothing, but let it die away here, the stupidity of mine? I hardly conceive what Mr. Kenyon means, except perhaps a sort of general exhortation to take care, and, I mean, if he came for the purpose of catching me only, He ought either to know or not know, keep silence or speak, approve or condemn. And to do neither being so easy, his own cautiousness would keep him away, I should have thought. About your books, you speak altogether wisely. In this first visit to Italy, we had better take only enough to live upon, travelling books, and return for the rest. And so with everything else. I shall put papers, etc., into a room and turn the key on them, and my death's heads, because when we come back, think of you and me, why, we shall walk arm in arm. Would Flush object to carry an umbrella in his mouth? And so let Luff cut us in marble, all three. Well, when we come back, all can be done leisurely and considerately. And then Greece, Egypt, Syria, the Chamois country, as Bar pleases. But Lord Byron is altogether in my affection again. I have read on to the end, and am quite sure of the great qualities which the last 10 or 15 years had partially obscured. Only a little longer life, and all would have been gloriously right again. I read this book of Moore's too long ago, but I always retained my first feeling for Byron in many respects. The interest in the places he had visited, in relics of him. I would at any time have gone to Finchley to see a curl of his hair or one of his gloves, I am sure. While heaven knows that I could not get up enthusiasm enough to cross the room if at the other end of it all Wordsworth, Coleridge and Southey were condensed into the little china bottle yonder, after the Rosicrucian fashion. They seem to have their reward, and want nobody's love or faith. Just one of those trenchant opinions which I found fault with Byron for uttering, as proving nothing. But telling a weakness to Bar is not telling it to the world, as poor authors phrase it. By the way, Chorley has written another very kind paper in that little journal of today, Colombe's Birthday. I have only glanced at it, however. See his goodwill. I will bring it on Tuesday, if you please, in goodness. I was not quite so well, there is the bare truth, this morning early, but the little there was to go has gone, and I am about to go out. My mother continues indisposed. The connection between our ailings is no fanciful one. A few weeks ago, when my medical adviser was speaking about the pain and its cause, my mother sitting by me, he exclaimed, "Why has anybody to search far for a cause of whatever nervous disorder you may suffer from, when there sits your mother, whom you so absolutely resemble? I can trace every feature, etc., etc." To which I did not answer, "And will anybody wonder that the said disorder flies away when there sits my Bar, whom I so thoroughly adore? Yes, there you sit, Bar. And here I kiss you, best beloved, my very own, as I am your own." End of section 130.
Section 131 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Saturday, postmark August 22nd, 1846. I begin to write before 1 this morning, with the high resolve that you shall have a letter on Sunday, tomorrow at least. It shall be put into the post so, precisely at the right hour. At 2 I am going out in the carriage to Mr. Boyd's and other places, and dining duties are to be performed before then, and before now I have had a visitor. Guess whom? Mrs. Jameson. So I am on a narrow neck of land, such as Wesley wrote hymns about, and stans in pede uno on it, can make for you but a hurried letter. She came in with a questioning face, and after wondering to find me visible so soon, plunged into the centre of the question, and asked what was settled, what I was doing about Italy. Just nothing, I told her. She found me as she left me, able to say no word. But what are you going to do? Throwing herself back in the chair with a sudden, "But oh, I must not inquire." I went on to say that, in the first place, my going would not take place till quite the end of September, if so soon, that I had determined to make no premature fuss, and that for the actual present nothing was either to be done or said. Very sudden, then, it is to be. In fact, there is only an elopement for you, she observed, laughing. So I was obliged to laugh. But, dearest, nobody will use such a word surely to the event. We shall be in such an obvious exercise of right by daylight, surely nobody will use such a word. I talked of Mr. Kenyon, how he had been with me yesterday and brought the mountains of the earth into my room, which was almost too much, I said, for a prisoner. Yes, but if you go to Italy. But Mr. Kenyon thinks I shall not. In his opinion my case is desperate. But I tell you that it is not. Nobody's case is desperate when the will is not at fault. And a woman's will, when she wills thoroughly, as I hope you do, is strong enough to overcome. When I hear people say that circumstances are against them, I always retort, you mean that your will is not with you. I believe in the will. I have faith in it. There is an oracle for us to remember for good. She goes to Paris, she says, with her niece, between the 7th and 10th of September. And after a few days at Paris, she goes to Orleans for the cathedral's sake. But what follows is doubtful. Italy is doubtful. Only that my opinion is, as I told her, that if Italy is doubtful here in London, at Orleans, when she gets there, it will be certain. She will not resist the attraction towards the south. She looked at me all the while she told me this, looked into my eyes, like a diviner. On Monday morning she comes to see me again. It is all painful, or rather unpleasant. One should not use strong words out of place, and there will remain too much use for this. How I tease you now! Believe me, through it all, that when I think of the very worst of the future, I love you the best, and feel most certain of never hesitating. As long as you choose to have me, my beloved, I have chosen. I am yours already, and your own always. Ba. End of section 131. Section 132 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Sunday morning. Postmark August 24th, 1846. But, dearest, did you not understand that I understood? I know your words better than you think, you see. Were you afraid to trust me to give a chase to them in my recollection, lest I should fall blindly upon some secret sin of yours, a wild boar instead of a poor little coney belonging to the rocks of my desolation, such as it was before you made the yellow furze grow everywhere on it? Now it is like me for wickedness to begin talking of your secret sins just by this opportunity. You overcome me with goodness, there's the real truth, and the whole of it. While I am writing, comes in Arabel with such a face. My brother had been talking of me. Saw me, suddenly touched her and said, "Is it true that there is an engagement between Mr. Browning and Ba?" She was taken unaware, but had just power to say, "You had better ask them, if you want to know." What nonsense, Dawn! Well, he resumed, I'll ask Ba when I go upstairs. George was by, looking as grave as if antedating his judgeship. Think how frightened I was, Robert, expecting them upstairs every minute, for all my brothers come here on Sunday, all together. But they came, and not a single word was said, not on that subject, and I talked on every other in a sort of hurried way, I was so frightened. Saturday, Mr. Boyd and I talked on it for 2 hours nearly. He would not let me go with his kindness. Nothing, he said, would make him gladder than our having gone, and escaped the storms. In fact, what with affection for me, and disaffection in other directions, he thinks of nothing besides, I do believe. He only wishes that he had known last year, in order to exhort me properly. The very triumph of reason and righteousness he considers the whole affair. But I told you what Mr. Boyd is. Dear poor Mr. Boyd, talking such pure childishness sometimes, in such pure ethic. Yet one of the very most upright men, after all, that I ever dreamt of, one of the men born shepherds, with a crook in the hand, instead of the metaphorical silver spoon in the mouth. Good dear Mr. Boyd, I am very grateful to him for his goodness to me just now. I assure you that he takes us up exactly as if we were Ossian and Macpherson, or a criticism of Porson's, or a new chapter of Bentley on Phalaris. By the way, do you believe in Ossian? Let me be properly prepared for that question. But I have a question for you of my own. Listen to me, my famous in council, and give me back words of wisdom. A long, long while ago, nearly a year since perhaps, I wrote to the Blackwoods of Edinburgh to mention my new Prometheus, and to ask if they would care to use it in their magazine, that and verses more my own. Whether they would care to have them at the usual magazine terms. I had some lyrics by me, and people have constantly advised me to print in Blackwood, with the prospect of republishing in the independent form. You get at the public so, and are paid for your poems instead of paying for them. Did I tell you all this before? And about my having written the inquiry? At any rate, no reply came. I concluded that Mr. Blackwood did not think it worth while to write, and eschewed the poems, and the subject passed from my thoughts till last night. Then came a very civil note. The authorities, receiving nothing from me, were afraid that their answer to my letter had not reached me, and therefore wrote again. They would like to see my Prometheus, though apprehensive of its being unfit for the magazine, but particularly desire to have all manner of lyrics, whatever I have by me. Now what do you think? What shall I do? Would it not be well to let this door between us and Blackwood stand open? One is not in the worst company there. They pay well, and you have the opportunity of standing face to face with the public at any moment, without hindering the solemner interviews. When we are in Italy, particularly, do you see? Tell me your thoughts. Since I began this letter, I have been to the Scotch church in our neighbourhood, and it has all been in vain. I could not stay. We heard that a French minister, a Monsieur Alphonse Monod of Montauban, was to preach at 3 o'clock in French, and counting on a small congregation, and Arable, through a knowledge of the localities, encouraging me with the prospect of sitting close to the door, and retiring back into the entrance hall when the singing began, so as to escape that excitement, I agreed to make the trial, and she and I set out in a cab from the cab-stand hard by, to which we walked. But the church was filling, obviously filling as we arrived, and grew fuller and fuller. We went in and came out again, and I sat down on the stairs, and the people came faster and faster, and I could not keep the tears out of my eyes to begin with. One gets nervous among all these people if a straw stirs. So Arable, after due observations on every side, decided that it would be too much of a congregation for me, and that I had better go home to Flush. Poor Flush, having been left at home in a state of absolute despair. She therefore put me into a cab, and sent me to Wimpole Street, and stayed behind herself to hear Monsieur Monod. There's my adventure to-day. When I opened my door on my return, Flush threw himself upon me with a most ecstatical agony, and for full 10 minutes did not cease jumping and kissing my hands. He thought he had lost me for certain this time. Oh, and you warn me against the danger of losing him. Indeed, I take care and take thought too. Those organized banditti are not merely banditti de comedie. They are a dreadful reality. Did I not tell you once that they had announced to me that I should not have Flush back the next time for less than 10 guineas? But you will let him come with us to Italy instead, will you not, dear, dearest? In good earnest, will you not? Because if I leave him behind, he will be teased for my sins in this house, or I could not be sure of the reverse of it. And even if he escaped that fate, consider how he would break his heart about me. Dogs pine to death sometimes, and if ever a dog loved a man or a woman, Flush loves me. But you say that he shall keep the house at Pisa, and you mean it, I hope, and I think. You are in earnest. May God bless you, so I say my prayers, though I miss the church. Tomorrow comes my letter. Come my 2 letters. The happy Monday, the happier Tuesday, if on Tuesday comes the writer of the letters. His very own Bar. End of section 132.
Section 133 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday afternoon. Postmark, August 24, 1846. This time they brought me your letter at 6 o'clock yesterday evening. Was I startled or no, do you think, as I received it? But all proved right and kind as ever, or kinder. By the postmark I see you did go out. Can you care in this way for my disappointments and remedy them? If I did not love you, how I would begin now! Every day shows me more to love in you, dearest, and I open my arms as wide as I can. Incomprehensible bar, as Don would say. Also he would say much better things, however. What a visitation! Miss Martineau is the more formidable friend, however. Mrs. Jameson will be contented with a little confidence, you see, and ask no questions. But I doubt if you arrange matters so easily with the newcomer, because no great delicacy can be kept alive with all that conceit, and such conceit. A lady told me a few weeks ago that she had seen a letter in which Miss M. gave as her reason for not undertaking then, during the London season, this very journey which empty London is to benefit from now, that at such a time she should be mobbed to death. Whereupon the lady went on to comment, Miss M. little knows what London is, and how many nearly as notable objects may be found to divert its truculence from herself. Tom Thumb and Ibrahim Pacha, to wit. Why do you suspect that you tease me when you say there will remain too much use for the word painful? Do you not know more of me by this time, my own Bar? When I have spoken of the probable happiness of our future life, of the chances in our favour from a community of tastes and feelings, I have really done it on your account, not mine. I very well know that there would be an exquisite secret happiness through pain with you or for you. But it is not for me to insist on that, with that divine diffidence in your own worth which meets me wherever I turn to approach you, and puts me so gently aside. So I rather retire and content myself with occupying the ground you do concede. And since you will only hear of my being happy in the obvious ordinary way, I tell you with perfect truth that you, and only you, can make me thus. That only you of all women look in the direction that I look, and feel as I feel, and live for the ends of my life. And beside that, see with my eyes the most natural and immediate way of reaching them, through a simple life, retirements from the world here, not from the real world, travel and the rest. But all the while I know, do not you know, Bar, that the joy's essence is in the life with you, for the sake of you, not for the mere vulgar happiness, and that if any of our calculations should fail, it will be a surprise, a delight, a pride to me to take the new taste you shall prescribe, or leave the old one you forbid. My life being yours, what matters the change which you effect in it? Here you mean not even so much as this by your painful elopement. Let them call it felony or burglary, so long as they don't go to church with us and propose my health after breakfast. Now you fancy this a gratuitous piece of impertinence, do you not, Bar? You are wrong, sweet. I speak from directest experience, having dreamed the night before last that we were married, and that on adjourning to the house of a friend of mine, his brother, a young fop I know slightly, made a speech about a certain desk or dressing case, which he ended by presenting to me in the name of the house. Whereto I replied in a strain of the most alarming fluency, all in the dream, I need not tell you. And then I woke. Oh, can I have smiled higher up in the letter at Miss Martineau's over-excitability on the subject of mobbing here? The greatest coward is the wisest man. Even the suspicion of such mobs ought to keep people at their lakes, or send them to their Pisas. By the way, Byron speaks of plucking oranges in his garden at Pisa. I just saw a courtyard with a high wall, which may have been a garden, but a gloomier one than the palace even warrants. They have painted the front fresh, staring yellow, and changed its name, there being another Casa Lanfranchi on the other side of the Arno. Now I will kiss you, dearest. Used you to divine that at the very beginning. I have sometimes shortened the visit in order to arrive at the time of taking your hand. You will write to me tonight, I think. Tuesday is our day, remember. May God bless you, my very, very dearest, your R. That sonnet will not turn up. It is neither in Vasari, nor Dolce, nor Castiglione. Probably in Richardson's painting, which somebody has borrowed. But I will find it yet, knowing that it must be near at hand. End of section 133. Section 134 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Monday morning. Postmark August 24, 1846. My own dearest, let me say the most urgent thing first. You hear these suspicions of your brothers. Will you consider if, during this next month, we do not risk too much in seeing each other as usual? We risk everything, and what do we gain in the face of that? I can learn no more about you, be taught no new belief in your absolute peerlessness. I have taken my place at your feet forever. All my use of the visits is therefore the perfect delight of them, and to hazard a whole life of such delight for the want of self-denial during a little month, that would be horrible. I altogether sympathize with your brother's impatience or curiosity or anxiety or graveness, and am prepared for their increasing and growing to heights difficult or impossible to be borne. But do you not think we may avoid compelling any premature crisis of this kind? I am guided by your feelings, as I seem to perceive them in this matter. The harm to be apprehended is through the harm to them, to your brothers. If they determine on avowedly knowing what we intend, I do not see which to fear most. The tacit acquiescence in our scheme, which may draw down a vengeance on them without doing us the least good, or the open opposition, which would bring about just so much additional misfortune. I know now your perfect adequacy to any pain and danger you will incur for our love's sake. I believe in you as you would have me believe. But give yourself to me, dearest, dearest Bar, the entire creature you are, and not a lacerated thing only reaching my arms to sink there. Perhaps this is all a fancy, not justified by circumstances arising from my ignorance of the characters of those I talk about. That is for you to decide. Your least word reassures me as always. But I fear much for you, to make up, perhaps for there being nothing else in the world fit to fear. I exclude direct visitations of God, which cannot be feared after all, dreadful dooms to which we should bow. But the fear proper means with me an apprehension that, with all my best effort, it may be unable to avert some misfortune, the effort going on all the time. And this is a real effort, dearest Bar, this letter. Consider it thus. I will, if possible, send it to town so as to reach you earlier, and allow you to write one line in reply. You have heard all I can say. Say you, shall I come tomorrow? If you think it advisable, I will come and be most happy. Another thing, you see your excitement about the church and the crowd? My own love, are you able, with all that great, wonderful heart of yours, to bear the railway fatigues, and the entering and departure from Paris and Orleans and the other cities and towns? Would not the long sea voyage be infinitely better if a little dearer? Or what can be dear if it prevents all that risk, or rather certainty, of excitement and fatigue? You see, the packet sails on the 30th September and the 15th October. As 3 of us go, they will probably make some reduction in price. Even here I must smile. Will you affirm that ever an approximation to a doubt crossed your mind about Flush? I think your plans with respect to Blackwood most excellent. I see many advantages. Here is the carriage for my sister, who is going to stay in town at the Arnolds for a week, with Mrs. A. in it to fetch her. I shall give this letter to be put into the post. I have all to say, but the very essential is said. Understand me, my best, my only love, and forgive me my undue alarm for the sake of the love that prompts it. Write the one line. Do not let me do myself wrong by anxiety. If I may come, let me. Bless you, Bar. End of section 134.
Section 135 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Monday evening. Postmark August 25th, 1846. Dearest, how you frightened me with the sight of your early letter! But it is only your wisdom, which by this time should scarcely startle me. There's a compliment to begin with, you see, in change for all the praises. My peerlessness, being settled like the Corn Law repeal. Oh, you want no more evidence of it, not you, poor blind you, and the other witnesses are bidden to stand down. I may smile even now, as you say, quart flush. Smile at your certainty as you smile at my doubt. Will you let me smile, and not call it a peerless insolence or ingratitude, dearest you? For dearest you are, and best in the world. It all comes to that, and considerate for me always, and at once I agree with you that for this interval it will be wise for us to set the visits, our days, far apart, nearly a week apart, perhaps, so as to escape the dismal evils we apprehend. I agree in all you say, in all. At the same time, the cloud has passed for the present. Nothing has been said more, and not a word to me, and nobody appears out of humour with me. They will be displeased, of course, in the first movement. We must expect that. They will be vexed at the occasion given to conversation and so on. But it will be a passing feeling, and their hearts and their knowledge of circumstances may be trusted to justify me thoroughly. I do not fear offending them. There is no room for fear. At this point of the business, too, you place the alternative rightly. Their approbation or their disapprobation is equally to be escaped from. Also, we may be certain that they would press the applying for permission, and I might perhaps, in the storm excited among so many opinions and feelings, fail to myself and you through weakness of the body, not of the will. And for my affections and my conscience they turn to you, and untremblingly turn. Will you come on Wednesday rather than Tuesday, then? It is only one day later than we meant at first, but it nearly completes a week of separation, and we can then go to next week for the next day. Also on Wednesday we secure Mr. Kenyon's absence. He will be still at Richmond. Your letter, which startled me by coming early, yet came too late for you to receive the answer to it tonight. But I will send it to the post tonight, and I write hurriedly to be in time for that end. My own beloved, you shall not be uneasy on my account. I send you foolishnesses, and you are daunted by them. But see, what affects me in those churches and chapels is something different, quite different from railroad noises and the like. You do not understand, and I never explained. You could not understand, but the music, the sight of the people, the old tunes of hymns, all these things seem to suffocate my very soul with the sense of the past days, when there was one beside me who is not here now. I am upset, overwhelmed with it all. I think I should have been quite foolishly, hysterically ill yesterday if I had persisted in staying. Next Sunday I shall go to the vestry and see nobody, and get over it by degrees. Well, but for the sea voyage, it seems to me that the great thing for us to ascertain is the precise expense. I should not at all mind going by sea, only that I fear the expense, and also that it is necessary to take our passages some time before, and then, if anything happened, I mean any little thing, an obstacle for a day or two, consider our circumstances. I shall write again, perhaps. Do not rely, though, on my writing. Perhaps I shall write. I shall think of your goodness, certainly. May God bless you, dearest beloved. I love you. I cannot be more your own. Don't forget to bring the paper on Colombe's birthday. And say particularly how you are, and how your mother is. In such haste I write. End of section 135.
Section 136 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday. Postmark August 25, 1846. When your letter came, my love, I could have easily borne the overruling its objections of a visit today for all my cautious philosophy. But it seems best arranged as at present. Indeed, it must be best if you agree. Tomorrow repays me, nor is very long to wait. I will only write briefly because I want to go to town, since there is nothing better practicable, and inquire precisely about that steamboat and the prices. I see that one may go to Trieste, a much greater journey for £12 and £15, according to Mr. Waghorn's bill. Besides, the advertisement speaks of the economy of this way, and certainly under ordinary circumstances anybody would prefer the river voyage with its picturesqueness. There is a long account in the paper today of the earthquakes in Tuscany, which have really been formidable enough to keep away the travelling English for the next month or two. Whole villages were overthrown. Leghorn has suffered considerably. The inhabitants bivouac outside the walls, and at Pisa the roof of a church fell in. Also the villas in the vicinity have been damaged. Do you fear, dearest? If you do not, I fear that the eligibility of Pisa as our place of abode is only doubled and tripled by all this. Think. There is a new lake risen just by, and great puffs of sulphurous smoke came up through chinks in the plains. How do these wonders affect you? You asked me about Ossian. Now here is a truth. The first book I ever bought in my life was Ossian. It is now in the next room. And years before that, the first composition I ever was guilty of was something in imitation of Ossian, whom I had not read, but conceived through 2 or 3 scraps in other books. I never can recollect not writing rhymes, but I know they were nonsense even then. This, however, I thought exceedingly well of, and laid up for posterity under the cushion of a great armchair. And now my soul is satisfied. So said one man after killing another, the death being suggested in its height of honour by stars and stars. I could not have been 5 years old. That's one consolation. Years after, when I bought this book, I found a vile dissertation of Lang, all to prove Ossian was not Ossian. I would not read it, but could not help knowing the purpose of it, and the pith of the hatefully irresistible arguments. The worst came in another shape, though, and after gleaning of real Ossianic poems, by a firm believer whose name I forget. If this is the real, I thought, well, to this day I believe in a nucleus for all that haze, a foundation of truth to Macpherson's fanciful superstructure, and I have been long intending to read once again those Fingals and Malvinas. I remember that somewhere a chief cries, "Come round me, my thousands." There is an Achilles. And another, complaining of old age, remarks, "Now I feel the weight of my shield." Nestor, and both beautifully perfect, are they not? You perfect bar. I will go now. Tomorrow I trust to see you face to face, dearest that you are. Ever your own. My mother suffers greatly. I am much better. End of section 136.
Section 137 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday, 6 p.m. Postmark August 26, 1846. I have just had a note from Mr. Kenyon, who, after his absence at Richmond, promises to come and see me on Thursday afternoon. Now, Would it be quite incongruit of us, and wise above what is written in your letter, if we put off our day to Friday, and gave me the power to answer to Mr. Kenyon's certain question, No, I have not seen him since I saw you. If you think it would be wise, my own dearest, why do not come tomorrow, do not come till Friday. See, today is Tuesday, and only 2 days more will intervene, and we are agreed on the necessity of prudence for the coming weeks, particularly when my brothers have nothing particular to do at this time of vacation but to watch us on all sides. I am so nervous that my own footsteps startle me, but quite well I am, and you shall not have fancies about me, as to strength, I mean, as to what I cannot do, bear, and the like. To-night I shall write a letter as usual. This is a bare line, which Henrietta will throw into the post, to speak to you of tomorrow. The letter follows. How I miss you, and long for Friday. If you have an engagement for Friday, there is Saturday. Understand, as you say, and I repeat. To-night I will tell you where I went to-day. Your own I am always. End of section 137. Section 138 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday evening. Postmark August 26, 1846. Nor is it very long to wait. Alas, my note went 2 hours ago to cross out the application of that phrase, and now it is very long to wait, all the days to Friday. Tell me, dearest, if you think it wise, at least, to make such an unhappy arrangement, considering, you know, Mr. Kenyon and my brothers. It ought to be wise, I think. It is so unhappy and disappointing. Consider what I am without you all this long dreary while, and how little ever so much sense of wisdom can console anybody. Friday will come, however, and I may as well go on to tell you that Mrs. Jameson came yesterday. Anything settled? She asked, as she walked into the room. She looked at me with resolute, inquiring eyes. I wonder if she ever approaches to the divination of something like the truth. Not the truth, but like it. Either she must see indistinctly something new and strange, or attribute to me a strange delight in the mysterious. She hath promised to see me again before she leaves England, and begged me to write and tell her all whenever I shall have it in my power to make the communication. Affectionate she was, as always. To-day I have seen nobody, except Mr. Boyd for a little, after driving through street upon street, where I might have met you if I had been happy enough. Albemarle Street, were you there? I sate there in the carriage, opposite to the York Hotel, while Henrietta paid her visit to old Lady Bolingbroke, a full half-hour. Flush and I. Flush staring out of the window, and I doing what I generally do in this room. Do you ask what it was? At the end of some 20 minutes a boy passed, who had the impertinence to look full at Flush and whistle, whereupon Flush growled, and appealed to me with 2 immense eyes, both seeming to say, I hope you observe how I am insulted. So my reverie was broken in the middle, but being better tempered rather than Flush, or having larger resources, I did not growl, but took our latest letter out instead, which lasted for the whole remainder of the time. Then at Mr. Boyd's, oh, I must tell you, he began to tell me some romantic compliments of several young ladies who desire to be disguised in servants' accoutrements, just to open the door to me, to have a good stare, I suppose, or in good earnest, to be my maid, to go with us to Pisa, dearest. How would you like that? Seriously, now do just calculate the wonderful good fortune of such a person in falling upon 2 lions instead of 1, nay, on a great wild forest lion this time, in addition to the little puny lioness of the original bargain. Well, but when Mr. Boyd had done his report, I asked naturally, and what am I to say to all this? Why, you are to say that you will be good-natured, and give somebody pleasure at the cost of no pain to yourself, and go to the room downstairs, and speak 3 words to Miss Smith, who is there waiting. Imagine anybody having a Miss Smith ready in the drawing-room to let out upon one. Imagine me, too, to be less abstract, walking in to that same Miss Smith, to the effect of, Here I am, just come to be looked at. Is it at all what you expected, Miss Smith? The worst was that dear Mr. Boyd would have set it down to a species of malignancy if I had refused. So I took my courage up with both hands, and remembering that I had seen 2 or 3 times, years ago, the stepmother of the said Miss Smith, I thought I might inquire after her with a sort of propriety. And I got through it somehow. Will you let me shake hands with you and ask how Mrs. Smith is? Does she remember me, I wonder? I am Elizabeth Barrett. Is it possible? Ah, I thought you were one of your sisters at first. Dear me, why how much better you must be, to be sure. Oh, dear me, what an illness you have had. Ah, quite shut up so long. How very, very interesting, to be sure. If Flush had swallowed her up in the middle, I might have forgiven him, to be sure. So interesting, too, that catastrophe would have been. But you shall not set me down as a savage. It was all kindness on her side, of course, but one may be savage to a situation, which is just the way with me, without being a born barbarian woman. As to Miss Martineau, the expression which sounds so rampant with conceit may yet be the plainest proof of a mere instinct of self-preservation. If 3 Smiths would be mob enough to mob me to death, and they may make a mob as 3 fine days a summer, let us have some feeling for her, exposed, from various causes, to the 30s, at the lowest comparative computation. For Ossian, you admit the nucleus, which is only like your Ba, dearest. You will not stand higher as an Ossianic critic unless you believe the verbal authenticity, nothing extenuating. The cushion of the armchair. My place of deposit used to be between the mattresses of my crib, a little mahogany crib with cane sides to it. You were like Lord Byron, another point of likeness, in imitating Ossian, but you were still earlier at the work than he was. It is very well to ascertain the prices by the steamers, though my expectation is that you will find them higher than you fancy them. 19 guineas was the charge last year, as far as Gibraltar only. Then, if you charmed ever so eloquently with the voice of a charmer, you never, as a passenger, would induce those people to diminish the rate because of our being 3, and a female servant is charged for at the higher rate, if not the highest. Altogether, the expenses will be, out of all comparison, beyond that of the passage through France. See if it will not. £10, as far as the travelling goes, seem to cover everything, in going from hence to Leghorn, to Pisa, taking Rouen and Orleans, and meaning, of course, for 1 person. And if the advantages are, as you describe, besides, why should we forego them? Is the fatigue so much greater? If there are more changes and shiftings, there is also more absolute rest, and the rivers are smoother than the seas. Still, it is well to consider, and there are good reasons on each side, worthy of consideration. So much more I had to say. I break off suddenly, being benighted. How you write to me, how you wrote to me on Sunday and yesterday. How I wish for 2 hearts to love you with, and 2 lives to give to you, and 2 souls to bear the weight worthily of all you have given to me. But if 1 heart and 1 life will do, they are yours. I cannot give them again. Beloved, if your mother should be ill, we must not think of your leaving her, surely. May God bless you, dearest beloved. I am your Ba. End of section 138.
Section 139 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Wednesday morning. Postmark August 26, 1846. Dearest, I do think it would be only prudent to stay away till Friday for those reasons. Oh, how I feel what a bar mine is. How truly peerless a lady, when I find instinctively at this minute, while I write, that the proper course will be to seem as little affected by this enforced absence as possible, that knowing my love she would understand any comfort I take from the eventual good of the arrangement. I have not to dwell on the present sorrow of it, lest she disbelieve me. I am your very own, dearest, dearest, with you or away from you. Both your notes came together just now. How can I thank and love you enough? I might have guessed that at the end you would thank me for my own letters. That is your trick of fence. Discovered, remember. But when you read the red-leaved tablets of the heart, then be satisfied. Praise, nothing in me to you can deserve. I have learned all particulars about the steamer. There are only 2 classes of passengers, servants being the second. The first pay for the voyage to Leghorn £21, the second £14 5 shillings, all expenses included except during the stay at Genoa. No reduction, it is feared, could be made in the case of so small a party, but by booking early, a separate cabin might be secured at no additional expense. In the event of any obstacle, the passage paid for may be postponed till the departure of the next, or any future vessel of the company. Now, you see, these rates, though moderate, I think, the ordinary term of the passage to Genoa is 11 days, are yet considerably above those of the other method by at least £20, I should say. The voyage is long, supremely tiresome, and in all respects so much less interesting than the French route, that the whole scheme can only be constructed for those to whom any other mode of travel is impossible. The one question to be asked, therefore, is, are you really convinced that you need not to be treated as one of these? And on further consideration, there arise not a few doubts as to whether the sea voyage be not the more difficult of the 2. The roughness is all between here and Gibraltar, and in the case of that affecting you more seriously than we hope, there would be no possibility of escaping from the ship. Whereas, should you be indisposed on the other route, we can stop at once and stay for any period. Then the shiftings are only 3 or 4, and probably accompanied by no very great fatigue beyond the notion that a shifting there is. Above all, you would get the first to the sea in a little experiment soon made and over, so that if it proved unfavourable to you, there might be an end of the matter at once. So that after all, the cheaper journey may be the safer. But all does not rest with you quite, as I was going to say. All my life is bound up with the success of this measure. Therefore think and decide, my Bar. Would there be an advantage in Mrs. James in accompanying us to Orleans, at least? Would the circumstances of our marriage alter her desire, do you think? She has wished to travel with me also. She must suspect the truth. I doubt whether it is not in such cases as hers, where no responsibility is involved, whether it is not better policy, so as the more graceful, to communicate what is sure to be discovered, so getting thanks and sympathy instead of neither. All is for you to consider. And now, dearest, I will revert in as few words as I can to the account you gave me a short time since of your income. At the beginning, if there had been the necessity I supposed, I should have proposed to myself the attainment of something like such an amount by my utmost efforts before we could marry. We could not, under the circumstances, begin with less, so as to be free from horrible contingencies, not the least of which would be the application for assistance afterward. After we marry, nobody must hear of us. In spite of a few misgivings at first, I am not proud, or rather am proud in the right place. I am utterly, exclusively proud of you. And though I should have gloried in working myself to death to prove it, and shall be as ready to do so at any time a necessity shall exist, yet at present I shall best serve you, I think, by the life at your side which we contemplate. I hope and believe that by your side I shall accomplish something to justify God's goodness in yours. And looking at the matter in a worldly light, I see not a few reasons for thinking that unproductive as the kind of literature may be which I should aim at producing, yet, by judicious management and profiting by certain favourable circumstances, I shall be able to realize an annual sum quite sufficient for every purpose, at least in Italy. As I never calculated on such a change in my life, I had the less repugnance to my father's generosity that I knew that an effort at some time or other might furnish me with a few £100, which would soon cover my very simple expenses. If we are poor, 'tis to my father's infinite glory, who, as my mother told me last night, as we sate alone, conceived such a hatred to the slave system in the West Indies, where his mother was born, who died in his infancy, that he relinquished every prospect, supported himself while there in some other capacity, and came back, while yet a boy, to his father's profound astonishment and rage, one proof of which was that when he heard that his son was a suitor to her, my mother, he benevolently waited on her uncle to assure him that his niece would be thrown away on a man so evidently born to be hanged, those were his words. My father, on his return, had the intention of devoting himself to art, for which he had many qualifications and abundant love. But the quarrel with his father, who married again and continued to hate him till a few years before his death, induced him to go at once and consume his life after a fashion he always detested. You may fancy I am not ashamed of him. I told my mother, who told him. They have never been used to interfere with or act for me, and they trust me. If you care for any love, purely love, you will have theirs. They give it you, whether you take it or no. You will understand, therefore, that I would not accept even the £100 we shall want. I said, you shall lend it me. I will pay it back out of my first literary earnings. I take it because I do not want to sell my copyrights or engage myself to write a play or any other nuisance. Surely I can get £50 next year and the other 50 in due course. So, dearest, we shall have plenty for the journey, and you have only to determine the when and the how. Oh, the time! Bless you ever, dearest. I love you with all my heart and soul. R. End of section 139.
Section 140 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Wednesday. Postmark August 27th, 1846. If I care for any love, whether I take it or no, now ought I not to reproach you a little for bearing to write such words of me, when you could not but think all the while that I should feel a good deal in reading what you wrote beside? Will you tell me that you did not know I should be glad and grateful for tolerance even? The least significance of the kinder feeling affecting me beyond, perhaps, what you could know of me. I am bound to them utterly. And if it is true, as it is true, that they have much to pardon and overlook in me, and, among the rest, the painful position imposed on you by my miserable necessities, they yet never shall find me, I trust, unworthy of them and you by voluntary failures, and, least of all, by failures of dutiful affection towards themselves, if they care for any love. For the rest of what you tell me, it is all the purest kindness, and you were perfectly right in taking so, and as a loan, which we ought, I think, to return when our hands are free, without waiting for the completion of other projects. By living quietly and simply, we shall surely have enough, and more than enough. Then among other resources is Blackwood. I calculated once that, without unpleasant labour, with scarcely any effort, I could make 100 a year by magazine contributions, and this without dishonour either. It does fugitive poems, observe, no harm whatever to let them fly through a periodical before they alight on their tree to sing. Then you will send perhaps the sweepings of your desk to Blackwood, to alternate with my sendings. Shall we do that when we sit together on the ragged edge of earthquake chasms, in the midst of the sulphurous vapour? I afraid? No, indeed, I think I should never be afraid if you were near enough, only that you never must go away in boats. But there is time enough for such compacts. As to the sea voyage, that was your scheme, and not mine, from the beginning, and your account of the expenses, if below my fear, although I believe that servants do not mean female servants, and that the latter are subject to additional charges, yet seems to me to leave the Rhone and the Saône route as preferable as ever. And do you mark, dearest, that supposing me to be unfit for the short railroad passage from Rouen to Paris, and from Paris to Orleans, I must be just as unfit for the journey to Southampton, which is necessary to the sea voyage. Then, supposing me to be unfit for the river passage, I must be still more unfit for the sea. So don't suppose either. I am stronger than you fancy. I shall shut my eyes and think of you when there is too much noise and confusion, the things which try me most, and it will be easy to find a quiet room and to draw down the blinds and take rest, I suppose, which one might in vain long for in that crowded steamer at sea. Therefore, dearest, if I am to think and decide, I have decided. Let us go through France, and let us go quick, quick, and not stop anywhere within hearing of England. Not stop at Havre, nor at Rouen, nor at Paris. That is how I decide. May God help us, and smooth the way before and behind. May your father indeed be able to love me a little, for my father will never love me again. For you will serve me best, and serve me only, by being happy not away from me. When I shall have none but you, if I can feel myself not too much for you, not something you would rather leave, then you will have served me all you can. But this is more perhaps than you can. These things do not depend on the will of a man, that he should promise to do them. I speak simply for myself, and of what would give me a full contentment. Do not fancy that there is a doubt in the words of it. I cannot doubt now of your affection for me. Dearest, I cannot. Yet you make me uneasy often through this extravagance of overestimation, forcing me to contract obligations to pay which I look at in speechless despair. And here is a penny. Of Mrs. Jameson let me write to-morrow. I am benighted and must close. On Friday we shall meet at last, surely, and then it will be all the happier in proportion to the vexation. Dearest, love me. I am your own. End of section 140. Section 141 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Thursday morning. Postmark August 27th, 1846. Dearest, I am to write to you of Mrs. Jameson. First, as to telling her, will it not be an embarrassment both to her and ourselves? If she cannot say, I knew nothing of this, she bears the odium of confidante and adviser perhaps. Who shall explain the distinction to others? And to Mr. Kenyon, will it not seem as if we had trusted her more than him? And though there is a broad distinction too between their cases, who shall explain that to him so quickly and nicely that he shall not receive the shock of a painful impression? Consider a little. She is so in medias res, so in the way of all the conversation and the questionings. But it shall be as you like and think best. I am too nervous, perhaps. As for the travelling, she sets out between the 7th and 10th of September, a century before our era, you know. But if she goes to Italy, and is not too angry with me, we might certainly meet her in Paris or at Orleans. Take her up at Orleans, and go on together. That is, if you like it too. She would be pleased, I dare say, if it were proposed, and we might be kind in proposing it, and something I might say to her, if you liked it, on the condition of her not changing her mind. Certainly I do agree with you that she must have some ideas. She is not without imagination, and the suggestions are abundant, though nothing points to you, mind. If she could possibly think me capable of loving any one else in the world, with you in it. I had a letter to-day, with a proposition to write ballads and other lyrics in order to the civilization of the colonies, especially Australia. It appears that a Mr. Angus Fife has a scheme on foot nearly about sending missionary ballad singers among the natives, and that I am invited to write some of them, or to be invited, for nothing is specified yet. Now what do you think of that? One should take one's mythology from the kangaroos, I suppose. Then a book of serious poems is to be brought out in Edinburgh, and contributions are desired so very politely that nobody can quite refuse. I write to you of anything but what is in my thoughts. Your letter of yesterday took hold of me and will not let me go. It all seems too earnest for the mere dream I have been dreaming all this while. Is it not a dream, or what? And something I said in my letter which was wrong to say, and I am sorry to think of. Forgive me that, ever beloved. But you have forgiven, I know. May God bless you, and not take from me my blessing in you. I am your very own Bar. We are going out in the carriage, and shall post this note. You will come to-morrow, unless you hear more. Is it a compact? End of section 141.
Section 142 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Thursday. Postmark, August 27, 1846. The post's old fault, is it not, this letter does not come? I've waited till nearly the time of the next arrival, 3 o'clock. And perhaps I begin writing now because I have observed that sometimes the letter comes just as I am trying hardest to resign myself. So may it be now or presently. Dearest, I did not thank you yesterday for the accounts of your visit and drive. I always love you for such accounts. You know, I might like, we will say, Miss Campbell, while she was in the very act of speaking Greek to Mr. Kenyon's satisfaction, or making verses, or putting them into action. But there would be no following her about the streets and through bazaars and into houses, and loving the walking and standing and sitting in companionship with Flush. I shall be satisfied to the full if you only live in my sight. Cross the room in which I sit. Not to say sit down by me there, always supposing that you also, for your part, seem happy and contented, or at least could not become more so by leaving me. But I do believe you will be happy. And here the letter comes. See, what I tell you does now fill my life with gladness. That, the counterpart of that, you promise me shall make you glad too. My very own, entirely beloved Bar. There is no exaggeration, no overestimation. The case does not admit of any indeed. If a man tells you he owns a peerless horse, the horse may go lame, and the estimation sink upon that experience. But if I think, as I do, that the Elgin horse is peerless, despite his ewe neck, nothing further can touch it, nor change me. What of my comparisons? All I want to express is that I love you, dearest, with a love that seems to separate you from your very qualities, the essential from its accidents. But you must wait to know. Wait a life, perhaps. I used those words you object to, in your true way, because you shall love nothing connected with me for conventional reasons. And if I understated the amount of kind feeling which you might be led to return for theirs, be assured that I also expressed in the simplest and coldest terms possible my father and mother's affection for you. I told you, they believe me, therefore know in some measure what you are to me. They are both entirely affectionate and generous. My father is tender-hearted to a fault. I've never known much more of those circumstances in his youth than I told you, in consequence of his invincible repugnance to allude to the matter. I never fancy to account for some peculiarities in him, which connects them with some abominable early experience. Thus, if you question him about it, he shuts his eyes involuntarily, and shows exactly the same marks of loathing that may be noticed when a piece of cruelty is mentioned. And the word blood, even, makes him change colour. To all women and children he is chivalrous, as you called his unworthy son. There is no service which the ugliest, oldest, crossest woman in the world might not exact of him. But I must leave off. Tomorrow I do really see you at last, dearest. God bless you forever for your very own R. The France route seems in nearly every way the best. Perhaps in every way. Let it be as you have decided. Nothing is said in this letter, nothing answered, mind. Time presses so. End of section 142.
Section 143 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Thursday night, August 27th, 1846. Here is the bad news going to you as fast as bad news will go, For you do really not see me tomorrow, Robert. There is no chance of it for such too wise people as we are. In the first place, Mr. Kenyon never paid his visit today, and will do it tomorrow instead. And secondly, and while I was gloomily musing over this great fact, arrives the tidings of my uncle and Aunt Hadley's being at Fenton's Hotel for 2 days from this evening, so that not only Friday perishes, but even Saturday, unless there should be a change in their plans. We shall have them here continually, and there would neither be safety nor peace if we attempted a meeting. So let us take patience, dearest beloved, and let me feel you loving me through the distance. It is only for a short time, to bear these weeks without our days in them, and presently you will have too much of me, perhaps. Ah, the ungrateful creature who stops in the middle of the sentence, thunderstruck, in the tenderest part of her conscience. So instead, I go on to say that certainly I shall be happy with you, as long as my sitting in the room does not make you less happy. Certainly I shall be happy with you. I thought once that the capacity of happiness was destroyed in me, but you have made it over again. God has permitted you. And while you love me so, essentially, as you describe, and apart from supposed and supposititious qualities, I will take courage and hope, and believe that such a love may be enough for the happiness of us both, enough for yours even. Your father is worthy to be your father, let you call yourself his unworthy son ever so. The noblest inheritance of sons is to have such thoughts of their fathers as you have of yours, the privilege of such thoughts, the faith in such virtues, and the gratitude for such affection. You have better than the silver or the gold, and you can afford to leave those to less happy sons. And your mother, scarcely I was a woman when I lost my mother, dearest as she was, and very tender, as yours even could be, and of a nature harrowed up into some furrows by the pressure of circumstances. For we lost more in her than she lost in life, my dear, dearest mother. A sweet, gentle nature, which the thunder a little turned from its sweetness, as when it turns milk. One of those women who never can resist, but in submitting and bowing on themselves make a mark, a plate within, a sign of suffering. Too womanly she was, it was her only fault. Good and dear, and refined too, she would have admired and loved you, but I can only tell you so, for she is gone past us all into the place of the purer spirits. God had to take her before he could bless her enough. Now I shall not write any more tonight. You had my note today, the note written this morning. I went out in the carriage, and we drove to 1 or 2 shops and up the Uxbridge Road, and I was utterly dull. Shall I not really see you before Monday? It seems impossible to bear. Let us hope at any rate for Saturday. How could such an idea enter your head, pray, as that about selling your copyrights? That would have been travelling at the price of blood, and I never should have agreed to it. I shall be able to bring you a few pennies, I hope, only it would not be enough for the journey, what I could bring, under the circumstances of imprisonment. When we are free, we ought to place our money somewhere on the railroads, where the percentage will be better, which will not disturb the simplicity of our way of life, you know, though it will give us more liberty in living. Now I expect to hear your decision about Mrs. Jameson. I expect to hear from you of yourself, though, most and chiefest, tell me how you are, and how your mother is. Dearest, promise me not to say to your family any foolishness about me. Remember what the recoil will be, and understand that I must suffer in proportion to all the overpraises. It quite frightens me to think of it. And then again, I laugh to myself at your excellent logic of comparison between Miss Campbell and me, and how you did not care for walking the bazaars and looking at the dolls with her, to the discredit of the whole class of Miss Campbells, whereas with me, etc. No wonder that your father should give you books of logic to study, books on the right use of reason, if you do not understand that I am not better than she, except by your loving me better, that the cause is not in her or me, but in you only. Can it indeed be so true that people, when they love other people, never see them at all? Yet it seems to me that I see you clearly, discern you entirely and thoroughly, which makes me love you profoundly. But you, Without seeing me at all, you love me, which does as well, I think, so I am your very own. End of section 143.
Section 144 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Friday. Postmark August 28, 1846. I was beginning to dress, hours before the proper time, through the confidence of seeing you now, after the letter which came early in the morning, when this new letter changes everything. It just strikes me what a comfort it is that whenever such a disappointment is inevitable, your hand or voice announces it, and not another's. No second person bids me stay away for good reasons I must take and trust, leaving me to deal with the innumerable fancies that arise. On the contrary, you contrive that, with the one misfortune, 20 kindnesses shall reach me. Can I be very sorry now, for instance, that you tell me why it is, and how it affects you, and how it will affect me in the end? Dear Bar, if you will not believe in the immortality of love, do think the poor thought that when love shall end, gratitude will begin. I altogether agree with you. It is best to keep away. We cannot be too cautious now at the end of things. I am prepared for difficulties enough without needing to cause them by any rashness or wilfulness of my own. I really expect, for example, that out of the various plans of these sympathizing friends and relations, someone will mature itself sufficiently to be directly proposed to you, for your acceptance or refusal contingent on your father's approbation. The shortness of the remaining travelling season serving to compel a speedy development. Or what if your father, who was the first to propose, or at least talk about, a voyage to Malta or elsewhere, when you took no interest in the matter comparatively, and who perhaps chiefly found fault with last year's scheme from its not originating with himself? What if he should again determine on some such voyage now that you are apparently as obedient to his wishes as can be desired? Would it be strange, not to say improbable, if he tells you some fine morning that your passage is taken to Madeira or Palermo, because all the attempts in the world cannot hide the truth from the mind, any more than all 5 fingers before the eyes keep out the sun at noonday? You see a red through them all. But your father must see your improved health and strength, and divine the opinion of everybody round him as to the simple proper course for the complete restoration of them. Therefore, be prepared, my own Bar. In any case, I trust in you wholly. There is nothing to decide upon with respect to Mrs. Jameson. The reasons for not sharing that confidence with her are irrefragable. I only thought of you, dearest, who have to bear her all but direct inquiries. You know I undergo nothing of the kind. Any such arrangement as that of taking her up at Orleans would be very practicable. I rejoice in your desire, by the way, of going rapidly on, stopping nowhere, till we reach our appointed place, because that spirit helps the body wonderfully, and in this case exactly corresponds with mine. Above all, I should hate to be seen at Paris by anybody a few days only after our adventure. Charlie will be there, and the Arnolds, for one party. What could it be, you thought, should make you sorry in that letter of yesterday, love? What was I to forgive? Certainly you are unforgiven hitherto, for the best of reasons. And assure yourself, dearest, that I have told my family nothing that can possibly mislead them. Remember that I have the advantage of knowing those I speak to, their tastes and understandings and notions of what is advantageous and what otherwise. I spoke the simple truth about your heart. Of your mind they knew something already. I explained your position with respect to your father. Unfortunately, a very few plain words do that. I mean, a few facts, such as the parish register could supply, sufficiently to exonerate you and me. As to my copyrights, I never meant to sell them. It would be foolish, because since some little time, and in consequence of the establishment of the fact that my poems, even in their present disadvantageous form, without advertisement, and unnoticed in the influential journals, do somehow manage to pay their expenses. I've had one direct offer to print a new edition, and there are reasons for thinking 2 or 3 booksellers that I know would come to terms. Smith and Elder, for instance, wrote to offer to print any poem about Italy, in any form, with any amount of advertisements, on condition of sharing profits, taking all risk off my hands, concluding with more than a hint that if that proposition was not favourable enough, they would try and agree to any reasonable demand. Because Moxon is the slowest of publishers, and if one of his books can only contrive to pay its expenses, you may be sure that a more enterprising brother of the craft would have sent it into a 2nd or 3rd edition. Yet Moxon's slow self, even, anticipates success for the next venture. Now the fact is, not having really cared about anything except not losing too much money, I've taken very little care of my concerns in that way, not calling on Moxon for months together. But all will be different now, and I shall look into matters and turn my experience to account, such as it is. Well, I am yours, you are mine, dearest Bar. I love you, I think, perceptibly more in these latter days. Is this absence contrived on purpose, to prove how foolishly I said that I loved you the more from seeing you the oftener? You reconcile all extremes, destroy the force of all logic books, my father's or mine. That was true, but this is also true, logical or no, that I now love you through not seeing you. Loving more as I desire more to be with you, my best, dearest wife that will be. I could not help writing it. Why should it sound sweeter than Bar? Your very own R. End of section 144.
Section 145 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday evening, postmark August 29th, 1846. Will you come, dearest, after all? Judge for both of us. The Hadleys go to-morrow morning, and we shall not see them after to-night when they are dining here, but Mr. Kenyon has not paid his visit, and may come to-morrow, or may take Sunday, which he is fond of doing. Is it worth while to be afraid of Mr. Kenyon? What do you think? I leave it to your wisdom, which is the greatest. Perhaps he may not come till Monday, yet he may. Dearest, I have had all your thoughts by turns, or most of them, and each one has withered away without coming to bear fruit. Papa seems to have no more idea of my living beyond these 4 walls than of a journey to Lapland. I confess that I thought it possible he might propose the country for the summer, or even Italy for the winter, in a late remark, but no, nothing, and there is not a possibility of either word, as I see things. My brothers wish that something could be arranged, a wish which I put away quietly as often as they bring it to me. And for my uncle and aunt, they have been talking to me to-day, and she with her usual acuteness in such matters, observing my evasion, said, "Ah, Ba, you have arranged your plans more than you would have us believe. But you are right not to tell us. Indeed, I would rather not hear. Only don't be rash. That is my only advice to you." I thought she had touched the truth, and wondered, but since then, from another of her words, I came to conclude that she imagined me about to accept the convoy of Henrietta and Captain Cook. She said in respect to them, "I only say that your father's consent ought to be asked, as a form of respect to him," which in their case should be, I think, and should also in ours, but for the peculiar position of one of us. My uncle urged me to keep firm and go to Italy, and my aunt, though she would not advise, she said, yet thought that I ought to go, and that to live on in this fashion in this room was lamentable to contemplate. Both of them approved of the French route, and urged me to go to them in Paris. And, said my uncle kindly, when once we have you, we shall not bear to part with you, I think. Do you really imagine, by the way, that to appear in Paris for 1/2 minute to a single soul could be less detestable to me than to you? I shall take care that nobody belonging to me there shall hear of my being within 100 miles. And why need we stay in Paris the 1/2 minute? Not unless you pause to demand an audience of Mr. Chorley at the Barrière des Étoiles. While we were talking, papa came into the room. My aunt said, "How well she is looking." "Do you think so?" he said. "Why do not you think so? Do you pretend to say that you see no surprising difference in her? Oh, I don't know," he went on to say. "She is mumpish, I think." "Mumpish?" "She does not talk," resumed he. "Perhaps she is nervous," my aunt apologized. I said not one word. When birds have their eyes out, they are apt to be mumpish. Mumpish! The expression proved a displeasure. Yet I am sure that I have shown as little sullenness as was possible. To be very talkative and vivacious, under such circumstances as those of mine, would argue insensibility, and was certainly beyond my power. I told her gently afterwards that she had been wrong in speaking of me at all, a wrong with a right intention, as all her wrongness must be. She was very sorry to have done it, she said, and looked sorry. Poor papa! Presently I shall be worse to him than mumpish even. But then, I hope he will try to forgive me, as I have forgiven him long ago. My own beloved, do you know that your letter caught me in the act of wondering whether the absence would do me harm with you, according to that memorable theory? And so in the midst came the solution of the doubt. You do not love me less. Nay, you love me more. Ah, but if you say so, I am capable of wishing not to see you for a month added to the week. For did I not once confess to you that I loved your love as much as I loved you, or very, very, very nearly as much? Not precisely so much. Confite or tibi. But I will sing a penitential psalm low to myself, and do the act of penance by seeing you tomorrow, if you choose to come. And then you shall absolve me and give me the benedicite, which, if you come, you cannot keep back, because it comes with you of necessity. Not a word of your head, nor of your mother. You should come, I think, tomorrow, if only to say it. Yet let us be wise to the end. Be you wise to the end, and decide between Saturday and Monday. And I, for my part, promise to go to Italy, only with you. Do not be afraid. And for your poetry, I believe in it as golden water, and the singing tree does not hide it from me with all the overdropping branches and leaves. In fact, the chief inconvenience we are likely to suffer from, in the way of income, is the having too much. Don't you think so? But in that case we will buy an island of our own in one of those purple seas, and inherit the sun, or perhaps the shadow, of Calypso's cave. So do not be uneasy, dearest, not even lest I should wish to spend 3 weeks in Paris to show myself at the Champs-Élysées and the Opera, and gather a little glory after what you happily call our adventure. Our adventure, indeed. But it is you who are adventuring in the matter, and as any Red Cross knight of them all, whom you exceed in their chivalry proper. Chiappino little knew how right he was, when he used to taunt me with my New Cross Knight. He did, ah! Even if he had talked of Rosy Cross, he would not have been so far wide. The magic saute aux yeux. And now, will you come tomorrow, I wonder, or not? The answer is in you. And I am your own, ever and as ever. And you thought I was dying with a desire to tell Mrs. Jameson. I. End of section 145. Section 146 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Sunday, postmark August 31st, 1846. I have just come from the vestry of Paddington Chapel, and bore it very well, and saw nobody except one woman. Arabel went with me, and during the singing we escaped and stood outside the door. Now that is over, and the next time I shall care less. It was a rambling sermon, which I could hear distinctly through the open door, quite wanting in coherence, but with good and touching things in it, the more touching that they came from a preacher whose life is known to us, from Mr. Stratton, for whom I have the greatest respect, though he never looked into Shakespeare till he was 50, and shut the book quickly, perhaps, afterward. He is the very ideal of his class, and with some of the narrow views peculiar to it, has a heart of miraculous breadth and depth, loving further than he can see, pitying beyond what he can approve, having in him a divine Christian spirit, the love of love, in the most expansive form. How that man is beloved by his congregation, the members of his church, by his children, his friends, is wonderful to see, for everybody seems to love him from afar, as a man is loved who is of a purer nature than others. There is that reverence in the love, and yet no fear. His children have been encouraged and instructed to speak aloud before him on religion and other subjects, in all freedom of conscience. He turns to his little daughter seriously to hear what she thinks. The other day his eldest son, whom he had hoped to see succeed him at Paddington, determined to enter the Church of England. His wife became quite ill with grief about it, and to himself perhaps it was a trial, a disappointment. With the utmost gentleness and tenderness, however, he desired him to take time for thought and act according to his conscience. I believe for my part that there never was a holier man, except those bonds, never a man who more resolutely trod under his feet every form of evil and selfish passion when it was once recognized, and looked to God and the truth with a direct aspiration. Once I could not help writing to put our affairs into his hands to settle them for us, but that would be wrong, because papa would forbid Arabel's going to the chapel or communicating with his family, and it would be depriving her of a comfort she holds dear. Oh no. And besides, you are wise in taking the other view. Think of our waiting day after day to fall into the net so yesterday. How I was provoked and vexed, but more for you, dearest, dearest, than for me, much more for you. As for me, I saw you, which was joy enough, let the hours be ever so clipped of their natural proportions. And then, you know, you were obliged to go soon, whether Mr. Kenyon had come or not come. After you were gone, nothing was said and nothing asked, and it is delightful to have heard of those intended absences, one after another, till far into October, which will secure us from future embarrassments. See if he means to put us to the question. Not such a thing is in his thoughts. And I said what you would not have believed of me. Have you forgiven me, beloved, for saying what you would not have believed of me, understanding that I did not mean it very seriously, though I proved to be capable of saying it? Seriously, I don't want to make unnecessary delays. It is a horrible position, however I may cover it with your roses and the thoughts of you, and far worse to myself than to you, inasmuch that what is painful to you once a week is to me so continually. To hear the voice of my father and meet his eye makes me shrink back. To talk to my brothers leaves my nerves all trembling, and even to receive the sympathy of my sisters turns into sorrow and fear, lest they should suffer through their affection for me. How I can look and sleep as well as I do is a miracle exactly like the rest, or would be if the love were not the deepest and strongest thing of all, and did not hold and possess me overcomingly. I feel myself to be yours, notwithstanding every other influence, and being yours, cannot but be happy by you. Ah, let people talk as they please of the happiness of early youth. Mrs. Jameson did the other day, when she wished kindly to take her young niece with her to the Continent, that she might enjoy what in a few years she could not so much enjoy. There is a sort of blind joy common perhaps to such times, a blind joy which blunts itself with its own leaps and bounds, peculiar to a time of comparative ignorance and inexperience of evil. But I, for my part, with all the capacity for happiness which I had from the beginning, I look back and listen to my whole life, and feel sure of what I have already told you, that I am happier now than I ever was before, infinitely happier now through you, infinitely happier. Even now, in this position I have just called horrible. When I hear you say, for instance, that you love me perceptibly more, why I cannot be more happy than when I hear you say that. Going to Italy seems nothing, a vulgar walk to Primrose Hill after being caught up to the third heaven. I think nothing of Italy now, though I shall enjoy it of course when the time comes. I think only that you love me, that you are the angel of my life, and for the despair and desolation behind me they serve to mark the hour of your coming, and they are behind, as Italy is before. Never can you feel for me, Robert, as I feel for you. It is not possible, of course. I am yours in a way and degree which the tenderest of other women could not be at her will, which you know. Why should I repeat it to you? Why, except that is a reason to prove that we cannot, as you say, ever be a common wife and husband. But I don't think I was intending to give proofs of that. No, indeed. Tomorrow I shall hear from you. Say how your mother is. In the second letter, if you do not in the first. May God bless you and keep you, dearest beloved. Your very own Bar. There is not much in the article by Mr. Chorley, but it is right and kind as far as it goes. End of section 146.
Section 147 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday morning. Postmark August 31, 1846. I wonder what I shall write to you, Bar. I could suppress my feelings here as I do on other points, and say nothing of the hatefulness of this state of things which is prolonged so uselessly. There is the point. Show me one good reason, or show of reason, why we gain anything by deferring our departure till next week instead of tomorrow, and I will bear to perform yesterday's part for the amusement of Mr. Kenyon 12 times over without complaint. But if the cold plunge must be taken, all this shivering delay on the bank is hurtful as well as fruitless. I do understand your anxieties, dearest. I take your fears and make them mine, while I put my own natural feeling of quite another kind away from us both, succeeding in that beyond all expectation. There is no amount of patience or suffering I would not undergo to relieve you from these apprehensions. But if, on the whole, you really determine to act as we propose in spite of them, why, a new leaf is turned over in our journal. An old part of our adventure is done with, and a new one entered upon, altogether distinct from the other. Having once decided to go to Italy with me, the next thing to decide is on the best means of going. Or rather, there is just this connection between the two measures, that by the success or failure of the last, the first will have to be justified or condemned. You tell me you have decided to go. Then, dearest, you will be prepared to go earlier than you promised yesterday, by the end of September at the very latest. In proportion to the too probable excitement and painful circumstances of the departure, the greater amount of advantages should be secured for the departure itself. How can I take you away in even the beginning of October? We shall be a fortnight on the journey, with the year, as everybody sees and says, a full month in advance. Cold mornings and dark evenings already. Everybody would cry out on such folly when it was found that we let the favourable weather escape, in full assurance that the autumn would come to us unattended by any one beneficial circumstance. My own dearest, I am wholly your own, for ever, and under every determination of yours. If you find yourself unable or unwilling to make this effort, tell me so, and plainly, and at once, and I will not offer a word in objection. I will continue our present life, if you please, so far as may be desirable, and wait until next autumn, and the next, till Providence end our waiting. It is clearly not for me to pretend to instruct you in your duties to God and yourself. enough that I have long ago chosen to accept your decision. If, on the other hand, you make up your mind to leave England now, you will be prepared by the end of September. I should think myself the most unworthy of human beings if I could employ any arguments with the remotest show of a tendency to frighten you into a compliance with any scheme of mine. Those methods are for people in another relation to you. But you love me, and at lowest, shall I say, wish me well. And the fact is too obvious for me to commit any indelicacy in reminding you that in any dreadful event to our journey, of which I could accuse myself as the cause, as of this undertaking to travel with you in the worst time of year when I could have taken the best, in the case of your health being irretrievably shaken, for instance, the happiest fate I should pray for would be to live and die in some corner where I might never hear a word of the English language, much less a comment in it on my own wretched imbecility, to disappear and be forgotten. So that must not be, for all our sakes. My family will give me to you, so that we may be both of us happy. But for such an end, no. Dearest, do you think all this earnestness foolish and uncalled for, that I might know you spoke yesterday in mere jest, as you yourself said, only to hear what I would say? Ah, but consider, my own Bar, the way of our life as it is, and is to be. A word, a simple word from you was not as a word is counted in the world. The word between us is different. I am guided by your will, which a word shall signify to me. Consider that just such a word, so spoken, even with that lightness, would make me lay my life at your feet at any minute. Should we gain anything by my trying, if I could, to deaden the sense of hearing, dull the medium of communication between us, and procuring that, instead of this prompt rising of my will at the first intimation from yours, the same effect should only follow after 50 speeches, and as many protestations of complete serious desire for their success on your part, accompanied by all kinds of acts and deeds, and other evidences of the same? At all events, God knows I have said this in the deepest, truest love of you. I will say no more, praying you to forgive whatever you shall judge to need forgiveness here, dearest Bar. I will also say, if that may help me, and what otherwise I might not have said, that I am not too well this morning, and write with an aching head. My mother's suffering continues too. My friend Pritchard tells me that Brighton is not to be thought of under ordinary circumstances as a point of departure for Havre. Its one packet a week from Shoreham cannot get in if the wind and tide are unfavourable. There is the greatest uncertainty in consequence, as I have heard before, while of course from Southampton the departures are calculated punctually. He considers that the least troublesome plan, and the cheapest, is to go from London to Havre, the voyage being so arranged that the river passage takes up the day and the sea crossing the night. You reach Havre early in the morning and get to Paris by 4 o'clock, perhaps, in the afternoon, in time to leave for Orleans and spend the night there, I suppose. Do I make myself particularly remarkable for silliness when confronted by our friend, as yesterday? And the shortest visit, and the comments of everybody. Oh, Mr. Hunter, methinks you should be of some use to me with those amiable peculiarities of yours, if you would just dye your hair black, take a stick in your hand, sink the clerical character you do such credit to, and have the goodness just to deliver yourself of one such epithet as that pleasant one the next time you find me on the steps of number 50, with Mr. Kenyon somewhere higher up in the building. It is delectable work, this having to do with relatives and free men who have a right to beat their own negroes, and Father Zeus with his paternal epistles and peggings to the rock, and immense indignation at this marriage you talk of, which is to release his victim. Is Mr. Kenyon Hermes? Isletheto semi pothos ego dios, nomen phobithes thilunus genissemai, kai leperiso ton megastogumenon, gunai komimos hutis masin kerun, lusai me desmon tuda to pantos diu. Chorus of aunts. Hymen men hermes uk hakaira finatai legain, kappa tor lambda. Footnote. Oh, think no more that I, fear struck by Zeus to a woman's mind, will supplicate him, loathed as he is, with feminine upliftings of my hands, to break these chains. Far from me be the thought. Chorus. Our Hermes suits his reasons to the times. At least I think so. Aeschylus, Prometheus, 1002-6, 1036-7. End of footnote. Well, bless you in any case. Your own R. End of section 147. Section 148 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Monday morning. Postmark August 31st, 1846. Here is dearest Bar's dearest letter, because the latest, and it is one of her very kisses incorporated and made manifest, so perfectly kind. And should this make me ashamed of perhaps an over-earnestness in what I wrote yesterday? Or not rather justify me to myself and to her, since it was on a passing fear of losing what I hold so infinitely precious that the earnestness happened? My own Bar, you lap me over with love upon love. There is my first and proper love, independent of any return, and there is this return for what would reward itself. Do think how I must feel at the most transient suggestion of failure and parting and an end to all. You cannot expect I can lie quietly and let my life of life be touched. And ever, dearest, through the life which I trust is about to be permitted us, ever I shall remember where my treasure is, and turn as vigilantly when it is approached. Beside, I was not very well, as I told you in excuse. I am much better now. Not that, upon reconsideration, I can alter my opinion on the proper course to take. We know all the miracles wrought in our favour hitherto. Are not the chances, speaking in that foolish way, against our expecting more? Today is fine, sunny and warm, for instance, and looks as if cold weather were a long way off. But what are these fancies and appearances when weighed against the other possibility of a sudden fall of the year? By 6 months more of days like this we should gain nothing, nothing in the world, you confess. By the other misfortune we lose everything, perhaps. Will you have a homely illustration? There is a tree against our wall here which produced weeks ago a gigantic apple, which my mother had set her heart on showing a cousin of mine who was learned in fruits and trees. I told her, "You had better pluck it at once, it will fall and be spoiled." She thought the next day or two would do its cheeks good. Just the next. So there it continued to hang till this morning, when she was about to go out with my sister. I said, "Now is the time. You are going to my aunt's. Let me pluck you the apple." "Oh," she said, "I have been looking at it, trying it. It hangs so firmly. Not this time, thank you." So she went without it, 2 hours ago, and just now I turned to the tree with a boding presentiment. There lay our glory, bruised in the dirt, a sad wreck. Comfort me with apples, for I am sick of love. Rather counsel me through apples. Do you see the counsel? Come, let me not be so ungrateful to the letter, to what you have done for me, as only to speak of what you are disinclined to do. I'm very glad you succeeded in going to the chapel, and that the result was so favourable. See how the dangers disappear when one faces them? And the account of Mr. Stratton is very interesting too, besides characteristic. Do you see how? Find as great a saint as the world holds, who shall be acknowledged to be utterly disinterested, unbiased by anything except truth and common justice, a man of sense as well as piety, and succeed in convincing such an one of our right to do as we purpose, and then let him lay the matter before your father. To no other use than to exasperate him against Mr. Stratton, deprive your sister of the privilege of seeing his family, and bring about a little more pain and trouble. Let me think of something else, of the happiness you profess to feel, which it makes me entirely happy to know. I will not try and put away the crown you give me. I just say the obvious truth. Even what I can do to make you happy, according to my ability, has yet to be experienced by you. If my thoughts and wishes reach you with any effect at present, they will operate freelier when the obstruction is removed. That is only natural. I shall live for you, for every minute in your life. May God bless me with such a life as that it may be of use to you. Yours it must be, whether of use or not, for I am wholly your R. Here comes my mother back. She is a little better today. I am much better, as I said. And you? Let me get the kiss I lost on Saturday. I dined at Arnold's yesterday with Chorley and his brother and the Cushmans. Chorley goes tonight to Ostend. End of section 148.
Section 149 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Monday night. Postmark September 1st, 1846. You are better, dearest, and so I will confess to having felt a little inclined to reproach you gently for the earlier letter, except that you were not well when you wrote it. That you should endure painfully and impatiently a position unworthy of you is the natural consequence of the unworthiness, and I do hold that you would be justified at this moment, on the barest motives of self-respect, in abandoning the whole ground and leaving me to Mr. Kenyon and others. What I might complain of is another thing. What I might complain of is that I have not given you reason to doubt me, or my inclination to accede to any serious wish of yours relating to the step before us. On the contrary, I told you in so many words in July that if you really wished to go in August rather than in September, I would make no difficulty, to which you answered, remember, that October or November would do as well. Now is it fair, ever dearest, that you should turn round on me so quickly and call in question my willingness to keep my engagement for years, if ever? Can I help it if the circumstances around us are painful to both of us? Did I not keep repeating from the beginning that they must be painful? Only you could not believe, you see, until you felt the pricks. And when all is done, and the doing shall be the occasion of new affronts, sarcasms, every form of injustice, will you be any happier then than you are now, that you only imagine the possibility of them? I tremble to answer that question, even to myself. As for myself, though, I cannot help feeling pain and fear in encountering what is to be encountered, and though I sometimes fear, in addition, for you, lest you should overtask your serenity in bearing your own part in it, yet certainly I have never wavered for a moment from the decision on which all depends. I might fill up your quotations from Prometheus, and say how no evil takes me unaware, having foreseen all from the beginning, but I have not the heart for filling up quotations. I mean to say only that I never wavered from the promise I gave freely, and that I will keep it freely at any time you choose, that is, within a week of any time you choose. As to a light word, why now, dear, judge me in justice. If I had written it, there might have been more wrong in it, but I spoke it lightly to show it was light, and in the next breath I told you that it was a jest. Will you not forgive me a word so spoken, Robert? Will you rather set it against me as if habitually I threw to you levities in change for earnest devotion? You imply that of me, or you seem to imply it. You did not mean, you could not, a thought approaching to unkindness, but it looks like that in the letter, or did this morning. And all the time you pretended not to know very well, dearest, that what you made up your mind to wish and ask of me, I had not in my power to say no to. Ah, you knew that you had only to make up your mind, and to see that the thing was possible. So if September shall be possible, let it be September. I do not object, nor hold back. To sail from the Thames has not the feasibility, and listen why. All the sailing, or rather steaming from London, begins early, and I told you how out of the question it was for me to leave this house early. I could not without involving my sisters. Arabelle sleeps in my room on the sofa, and is seldom out of the room before 9 in the morning, and for me to draw her into a ruinous confidence, or to escape without a confidence at that hour, would be equally impossible. Now see if it is my fancy, my whim. And as for expenses, they are as nearly equal as a shilling and 2 sixpences can be, the expense of the sea voyage from London to Havre, and of the land and sea voyage through Southampton or Brighton. But of course what you say of Brighton keeps us to Southampton, of those 2 routes. We can go to Southampton and meet the packet, take the river steamer to Rouen, and proceed as rapidly as your programme shows. You are not angry with me, dearest, dearest. I did not mean any harm. May God bless you always. I am not angry either, understand, though I did think this morning that you were a little hard on me, just when I felt myself ready to give up the whole world for you at the holding up of a finger. And now say nothing of this. I kiss the end of the dear finger, and when it is ready, I am ready. I will not be reproached again, being too much your own, very own, Ba. Tell me that you keep better, and your mother. End of section 149.
Section 150 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday, 3 p.m. Postmark, September 1st, 1846. Dearest, when your letter kept away all this morning, I never once fancied you might be angry. I knew you must feel the love which produced the fear, and I will lay to my heart the little gentlest blame that there is in the spirit which dictated it. I know, my own Bar, your words have given me the right to doubt nothing from your generosity, but it is not the mere bidding, no, at the 1000th repetition, which can make me help myself to all that treasure which you please to call mine. I shall perhaps get used to the generosity, and readier to profit by it. I have not time to write much. All is divinely kind of you, and I love you for forgiving me. You could not leave at an early hour under those circumstances. The moment I became aware of them, I fully see that. Ah, but, Bar, am I so to blame for not taking your diamonds, while you disclaim a right over my pebbles even? May I withdraw from the business, etc., etc.? Kiss me, and do not say that again, and I will say you are my own, as I always say, my very own. As for sarcasms and the rest, I shall hardly do other than despise what will never be said to me, for the best of reasons, except where there is to be exception. I never objected to such miserable work as that, and the other day my annoyance was not at anything which might be fancied by Mr. Kenyon or anybody else, but at what could not be plainly seen. It was a fact, not a fancy, that our visit was shortened, etc., etc. All which is foolish to think of. I will think of you in a better time. You do not tell me how you are, Bar, and I left you with a headache. Will you tell me? The post may come in earlier tomorrow. At all events, I will write at length, not in this haste. And our day? When before have I been without a day, a fixed day to look forward to? Bless you, my dearest beloved, your own R. I am pretty well today. Not too well. My mother is no better than usual. We blame the wind, with or without reason. See the scrawl? Could anything make me write legibly, I wonder? Bah, 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 bah. End of section 150.
Section 151 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday. Postmark September 2nd, 1846. Here is the distress for me, dearest. I have lost my poor Flush, lost him. You were a prophet when you said, take care. This morning Arabel and I, and he with us, went in a cab to Vere Street, where we had a little business, and he followed us as usual into a shop and out of it again, and was at my heels when I stepped up into the carriage. Having turned, I said, Flush, and Arabel looked round for Flush. There was no Flush. He had been caught up in that moment, from under the wheels, do you understand? And the thief must have run with him and thrown him into a bag, perhaps. It was such a shock to me. Think of it, losing him in a moment, so. No wonder if I looked white, as Arabel said. So she began to comfort me by showing how certain it was that I should recover him for £10 at most, and we came home ever so drearily, because Flush doesn't know that we can recover him, and he is in the extremest despair all this while, poor darling Flush, with his fretful fears and pretty whims, and his fancy of being near me. All this night he will howl and lament, I know perfectly, for I fear we shall not ransom him to-night. Henry went down for me directly to the captain of the banditti, who evidently knew all about it, said Henry, and after a little form of consideration and inquiry, promised to let us hear something this evening, but has not come yet. In the morning perhaps he will come. Henry told him that I was resolved not to give much, but of course they will make me give what they choose. I am not going to leave Flush at their mercy, and they know that as well as I do. My poor Flush! When we shall be at Pisa, dearest, we shall be away from the London dog-stealers. It will be one of the advantages. Another may be that I may have an opportunity of forgiving you, which I have not had yet. I might reproach you a little in my letter, and I did, I believe, but the offending was not enough for any forgiving to follow. It is too grand a word. Also, your worst is better than my best, taking it on the whole. How then should I be able to forgive you, my beloved, even at Pisa? If we go to Southampton, we go straight from the railroad to the Packet, without entering any hotel, and if we do so, no greater expense is incurred than by the long water passage from London. Also, we reach Havre alike in the morning, and have the day before us for Rouen, Paris, and Orleans. Thereupon nothing is lost by losing the early hour for the departure. Then, if I accede to your idée fixe about the marriage, only do not let us put a long time between that and the setting out, and do not you come here afterwards. Let us go away as soon as possible afterwards at least. You are afraid for me of my suffering from the autumnal cold when it is yet far off, while I, observe this, while I am afraid for myself of breaking down under quite a different set of causes, in nervous excitement and exhaustion. I belong to that pitiful order of weak women who cannot command their bodies with their souls at every moment, and who sink down in hysterical disorder when they ought to act and resist. Now I think and believe that I shall take strength from my attachment to you, and so go through to the end what is before us. But at the same time, knowing myself and fearing myself, I do desire to provoke the demon as little as possible, and to be as quiet as the situation will permit. Still, where things ought to be done, they of course must be done. Only we should consider whether they really ought to be done, not for the sake of the inconvenience to me, but of the consequence to both of us. Do I frighten you, ever dearest? Oh no, I shall go through it, if I keep a breath of soul in me to live with. I shall go through it, as certainly as that I love you. I speak only of the accessory circumstances, that they may be kept as smooth as is practicable. You are not well, my beloved, and I cannot even dream of making you better this time, because you will think it wise for us not to meet for the next few days, perhaps. Mr. Kenyon will come to see me, he said, before he leaves town, and he leaves it on the 4th, 5th, or 6th of September. This is the 1st. So I will not let you come to be vexed as last time, no, indeed. But write to me instead, and pity me for Flush. Oh, I trust to have him back tomorrow. I had no headache, and was quite perfectly well this morning, before I lost him. Is your mother able to walk? Is she worse on the whole than last week, for instance? We may talk of September, but you cannot leave her, you know, dearest, if she should be so ill. It would be unkind and wrong. More tomorrow. But I cannot be more tomorrow, your very own. End of section 151.
Section 152 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Wednesday morning. Postmark September the 2nd, 1846. Poor Flush! How sorry I am for you, my Bar. But you will recover him, I dare say. Not perhaps directly. The delay seems to justify their charge at the end. Poor fellow! Was he no better than the rest of us, and did all that barking and fanciful valour spend itself on such enemies as Mr. Kenyon and myself, leaving only blandness and waggings of the tail for the man with the bag? I am sure you were grieved and frightened for our friend and follower that was to be at Pisa. Will you not write a special note to tell me when you get him again? For the rest, I will urge you no more by a single word. You shall arrange everything henceforward without a desire on my part, an expressed one at least. Do not let our happiness be caught up from us after poor Flush's fashion. There may be no redemption from that peril. There can hardly be another way of carrying our purpose into effect than by that arrangement you consent to, except you choose to sacrifice a day and incur all costs of risk. Of course, the whole in the way, and with the conditions that you shall determine. Do you think, Bar, I apprehend nothing from the excitement and exhaustion attendant on it? I altogether apprehend it, and am therefore the more anxious that no greater difficulty should be superinduced than is absolutely necessary, because the first part of our adventure will be dangerous in that way. I want the second part to be as safe as possible in another. I should care comparatively little about winter travelling, even, knowing that one can take precautions, if it were to be undertaken under really propitious circumstances, and you set forth with so much kindness to carry away as would keep you warm for a week or two. But the winter wind that is not so unkind as, etc., may prove, by adding its share of unkindness to the greater, intolerable. Now my last word is said, however, and a kiss follows. I thank you, dearest, for your inquiries about my mother, and for the sympathy and proposal of delay. She is better this morning, I hope. From the time that my sister went to town, she discontinued the exercise which does her such evident good, and on Monday the walk began again, with no great effect yesterday because of the dull weather and sharp wind. She kept at home, but this morning she is abroad, and will profit by this sunshine, I hope. My head will not get quite well, neither. I take both effects to be caused by the turn of the year. Bless you, dearest. I cannot but acquiesce in your postponing our day for such reasons. Only do not misconceive those few foolish words of impatience. A great matter to bear, truly. I shall be punished indeed if they prevent you from according me 1 hour I should have otherwise possessed. Bless you again, my Bar. My mother has returned, very much better indeed. Remember, Flush, to write. End of section 152.
Section 153 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Wednesday evening, postmark September 3rd, 1846. Our friend and follower that was to be, is that then your opinion of my poor darling Flush's destiny? Ah, I should not have been so quiet if I had not known differently and better. I shall not recover him directly, you think. But, dearest, I am sure that I shall. I am learned in the ways of the Philistines. I knew from the beginning where to apply and how to persuade. The worst is poor Flush's fright and suffering, and then it is inconvenient just now to pay the ransom for him. But we shall have time to-morrow, if not to-night. 2 hours ago the chief of the Confederacy came to call on Henry and to tell him that the Society had the dog, having done us the honour of tracking us into Bond Street, and out of Bond Street into Vere Street, where he was kidnapped. Now he is in Whitechapel, poor Flush, and the great man was going down there at 7:30 to meet other great men in council and hear the decision as to the ransom exacted, and would return with their ultimatum. Oh, the villainy of it is excellent, and then the humiliation of having to pay for your own vexations and anxieties. Will they have the insolence now to make me pay £10, as they said they would? But I must have Flush, you know. I can't run any risk, and bargain and haggle. There is a dreadful tradition in this neighbourhood of a lady who did so having her dog's head sent to her in a parcel. So I say to Henry, get Flush back, whatever you do, for Henry is angry as he may well be, and as I should be if I was not too afraid, and talks police officers against thieves, and finds it very hard to attend to my instructions and be civil and respectful to their captain. There he found him, smoking a cigar in a room with pictures. They make some 3,000 or 4,000 a year by their honourable employment. As to Flush's following any one blandly, never think it. He was caught up and gagged, depend upon that. If he could have bitten, he would have bitten. If he could have yelled, he would have yelled. Indeed, on a former occasion, the ingenious thief observed that he was a difficult dog to get, he was so distrustful. They had to drag him with a string, put him into a cab, they said, before. Poor Flush. Dearest, I am glad that your mother is a little better, but why should the turn of the year make you suffer ever, dearest? I am not easy about you indeed. Remember not to use the shower baths injudiciously, and remember to walk. Do you walk enough? It being as necessary for you as for your mother. And as for me, you will not say a word more to me, you will leave me to my own devices now. Which is just exactly what you must not do. Ah, why do you say so even when you must not do it? Have I refused one proposition of yours, when there were not strong obstacles, that you should have finished with me so, my beloved? For instance, I agreed to your plan about the marrying, and I agreed to go with you to Italy in the latter part of September, did I not? And what am I disagreeing in now? Don't let me pass for disagreeable. And don't, above all, refuse to think for me, and decide for me, or what will become of me I cannot guess. I shall be worse off than Flush is now, in his despair at Whitechapel. Think of my being let loose upon a common, just when the thunder-clouds are gathering. You would not be so cruel, you. All I meant to say was that it would be wise to make the occasions of excitement as few as possible, for the reasons I gave you. But I shall not fail, I believe. I should despise myself too much for failing. I should lose too much by the failure. Then there is an amulet which strengthens the heart of one. Let it incline to fail ever so. Believe of me that I shall not fail, dearest beloved. I shall not, if you love me enough to stand by. Believe that always. The heart will sink indeed sometimes, as mine does to-night, I scarcely know why, but even while it sinks, I do not feel that I shall fail so, I do not. Dearest, I do not either misconceive as you desire me not. I only infer that you will think it best to avoid the chance of meeting Mr. Kenyon, who speaks to me, in a note received this morning, of intending to leave town next Monday. Of coming here he does not speak, and he may come and he may not come on any intermediate day. He wrote for a book he lent me. If I do not see you until Monday, it will be hard, but judge. There was more of bitterness than of sweetness in the last visit. Mr. Kenyon said in his note that he had seen Moxon, and that Tennyson was disappointed with the mountains. Is not that strange? Is it a good or a bad sign when people are disappointed with the miracles of nature? I am accustomed to fancy it a bad sign, because a man's imagination ought to aggrandize, glorify, consecrate. A man sees with his mind, and mind is at fault when he does not see greatly, I think. Moxon sent a civil message to me about my books going off regularly. And now I must go off. It is my turn. Do you love me tonight, dearest? I ask you through the air. I am your very own Bar. Say how you are, I beseech you, and tell me always and particularly of your mother. They are all here, gone to a picnic at Richmond. End of section 153.
Section 154 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Thursday. Postmark September the 3rd, 1846. I am rejoiced that poor Flush is found again, dearest. Altogether rejoiced. And now that you probably have him by your side, I will tell you what I should have done in such a case, because it explains our two ways of seeing and meeting oppression, lesser or greater. I would not have given 5 shillings on that fellow's application. I would have said, and in entire earnestness, you are responsible for the proceedings of your gang, and you I mark. Don't talk nonsense to me about cutting off heads or paws. Be as sure as that I stand here and tell you I will spend my whole life in putting you down, the nuisance you declare yourself, and by every imaginable means I will be the death of you, and as many of your accomplices as I can discover. But you I have discovered, and will never lose sight of. Now try my sincerity by delaying to produce the dog by tomorrow, and for the £10, see. Whereupon I would give them to the first beggar in the street. You think I should receive Flush's head? Perhaps. So God allows matters to happen. On purpose it may be that I should vindicate him by the punishment I would exact. Observe, Bar, this course ought not to be yours, because it could not be. It would not suit your other qualities. But all religion, right, and justice with me seemed implied in such a resistance to wickedness, and refusal to multiply it 100-fold. For from this prompt payment of £10 for a few minutes' act of the easiest villainy, there will be encouragement to how many similar acts in the course of the next month? And how will the poor owners fare who have not money enough for their dog's redemption? I suppose the gentleman, properly disgusted with such obstinacy, will threaten roasting at a slow fire to test the sincerity of attachment. No, the world would grow too detestable a den of thieves and oppressors that way. And this is too great a piece of indignation to be expressed when one has the sick, vile headache that oppresses me this morning. Dearest, I am not inclined to be even as tolerant as usual. Will you be tolerant, my Bar, and forgive me? Till tomorrow, at least, when, what with physic, what with impatience, I shall be better one way or another. Ever your own R. End of section 154. Section 155 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Thursday afternoon. Postmark September the 4th, 1846. When I had finished that letter this morning, dearest, before I could seal it even, my sister did it for me, and dispatched it to the post at once. I became quite ill, and so sick as to be forced to go upstairs and throw myself on the bed. It is now 6 o'clock, and I feel better, and have some thoughts of breaking my fast today. But first of all, did whatever it may have been I wrote seem cross, unnecessarily angry to you, dearest Bar? Because I confess to having felt indignant at this sample of the evils done under the sun every day, and as if it would be to no purpose, though the whole world were peopled with bars, instead of just Wimpole Street, as they would be just so many more soft cushions for the villainously disposed to run pins into at their pleasure. Donne says that weakness invites, but silence feasts oppression. And it is horrible to fancy how all the oppressors in their several ranks may, if they choose, twitch back to them by the heartstrings after various modes the weak and silent whose secret they have found out. No one should profit by those qualities in me, at least. Having formed a resolution, I would keep it, I hope, through fire and water, and the threatener of any piece of rascality, who, as commonly happens, should be without the full heart to carry it into effect, should pay me exactly the same for the threat, which had determined my conduct once and forever. But in this particular case I ought to have told you, unless you divined it as you might, that I would give all I am ever to be worth in the world to get back your flush for you. For your interest is not mine, any more than the lake is the river that goes to feed it. Mine is only made to feed yours. I am yours, as we say, as I feel more and more every minute. Are you not mine too? And do you not forgive your own R? End of section 155.
Section 156 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Thursday evening. Postmark September 4th, 1846. Ever, dearest, you are not well. That is the first thing. And that is the thing I saw first when, opening your letter, my eyes fell on the ending sentence of it, which disenchanted me in a moment from the hope of the day. Dearest, you have not been well for 2 or 3 days, it is plain, and now you are very, very unwell. Tell me if it is not so. I beseech you to let me hear the exact truth about you, for I am very uneasy, and it is dreadful to doubt about knowing the exact truth in all such cases. How everything goes against me this week. I cannot see you, I cannot comfort myself by knowing that you are well, and then poor Flush. You must let him pass as one of the evils, and you will, I know, for I have not got him back yet. No, indeed. I should have done it. The arch-fiend, Taylor, the man whom you are going to spend your life in persecuting, the life that belongs to me too, came last night to say that they would accept £6, 6 guineas, with half a guinea for himself, considering the trouble of the mediation, and papa desired Henry to refuse to pay, and not to tell me a word about it, all which I did not find out till this morning. Now it is less, as the money goes, than I had expected, and I was very vexed and angry, and wanted Henry to go at once and conclude the business. Only he wouldn't, talked of papa, and persuaded me that Taylor would come to-day with a lower charge. He has not come. I knew he would not come, and if people won't do as I choose, I shall go down to-morrow morning myself, and bring Flush back with me. All this time he is suffering, and I am suffering. It may be very foolish, I do not say it is not, or it may even be awful sin, as Mr. Boyd sends to assure me, but I cannot endure to run cruel hazards about my poor Flush for the sake of a few guineas, or even for the sake of abstract principles of justice. I cannot. You say that I cannot, but that you would. You would. Ah, dearest, most pattern of citizens, but you would not. I know you better. Your theory is far too good not to fall to pieces in practice. A man may love justice intensely, but the love of an abstract principle is not the strongest love, now is it? Let us consider a little, putting poor Flush out of the question. You would bear, you say, to receive his head in a parcel. It would satisfy you to cut off Taylor's in return. Do you mean to say that if the banditti came down on us in Italy and carried me off to the mountains, and sending to you one of my ears, to show you my probable fate if you did not let them have, how much may I venture to say I am worth? 5 or 6 scudi? Is that reasonable at all? Would your answer be, not so many, grazie? And would you wait, poised upon abstract principles, for the other ear and the catastrophe, as was done in Spain not long ago? Would you, dearest? Because it is as well to know beforehand, perhaps. Ah, how I am teasing you, my beloved, when you are not well. But indeed that life of yours is worthy of better uses than to scourge Taylor with, even if I should not be worth the grazie. I have seen nobody and heard nothing. I bought a pair of shoes to-day, lined with flannel, to walk with on the bare floors of Italy in the winter. Is not that being practical and coming to the point? I did it indeed. May God bless you. I love you always, and am your own. Write of yourself, I do pray you, and also, how is your mother? End of section 156.
Section 157 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Friday morning, postmark, September the 4th, 1846. You dearest, best Bar, I will say at the beginning of the letter, and not at the end this time, that I am very much better. My head clear from pain, if a little uncertain. I was in the garden when your letter came. The worst is that I am really forced to go out and dine today, but I shall take all imaginable care and get away early, and be ready to go and see you at a minute's notice, should a note signify your permission tomorrow. If Mr. Kenyon's visit is over, for instance. I have to attribute this effect to that abstinent system of yours. Depend on it, I shall be well and continue well now. Dear Bar, I wrote under the notion, as I said, that poor Flush was safe by your side, and only took that occasion to point at what I must still consider the wrongness of the whole system of giving way to, instead of opposing, such proceedings. I think it lamentable weakness, though I can quite understand and allow for it in you. But weakness it essentially is, as you know perfectly. For see, you first put the matter in the gentlest possible light. Who would give much time and trouble to the castigation of such a fellow as that? You ask, and immediately after, for another purpose, you very rightly rank this crime with that other enormous one of the Spanish banditti. Nay, you confess that, in this very case, any such injury to Flush as you dread would give you inexpressible grief. Is the threatening this outrage then so little a matter? Am I to think it a less matter if the same miscreant should strike you in the street, because you would probably suffer less than by this that he has done? There is the inevitable inconstancy of wrong reasoning in all this. Say, as I told you on another subject, I determined to resist no injury whatever to be at the disposal of any villain in the world, trusting to God for protection here or recompense hereafter. Or take my course. Which is the easier, and in the long run, however strangely it may seem, the more profitable? No one can doubt. But I take the harder, in all but the responsibility, which, without any cant, would be intolerable to me. Look at this society, with its 4,000 a year, which, unless its members are perfect fools, they will go on to double and treble. Would this have existed if a proper standard be made at the beginning? The first silly man, woman, or child who consented to pay 5 shillings beyond the mere expense of keeping the dog, on the supposition of its having been found, not stolen, is responsible for all the harm. What could the thief do but go and steal another, and ask double for its ransom? And see, dog stealers, so encouraged, are the lowest of the vile, can neither write nor read, perhaps. One of the fraternity possesses this knowledge, however, and aims higher. Accordingly, instead of stealing your dog, he determines to steal your character. If a guinea, at the beginning, ransoms the one, £10 shall ransom the other. Accordingly, Mr. Barnard Gregory takes pen in hand and writes to some timid man, in the first instance, that unless he receives that sum, his character will be blasted. The timid man takes your advice, says that the love of an abstract principle must not run him into cruel hazards for the sake of a few guineas, so he pays them. Who would bother himself with such vermin as Gregory? So Gregory receives his pay for his 5 minutes' penmanship, takes down a directory, and writes 500 such letters. Sergeant Telford told me, counting them on his fingers, such and such, naming them,
cut their throats after robbing their families, employers, etc. Such fled the country. Such went mad. That was the commonest event. At last, even so poor a creature as the Duke of Brunswick, with his detestable character and painted face, even he plucks up courage and turns on Gregory, grown by this time into a really formidable monster by these amiable victims to the other principle of easy virtue. And the event is that this execrable abortions trade is utterly destroyed. That form of atrocious persecution exists no longer. I am in no danger of being told at next post-delivery that having been tracked up Vere Street, down Bond Street, etc., into Wimpole Street, my character and yours will be the subject of an article in the next Satirist, unless... To all of which you have a great answer. What should I do if you were to be the victim? That my note yesterday, the second one, told you. I sacrifice myself, all that belongs to me, but there are some interests which I belong to. I have no right, no more than inclination in such a case, to think of myself if your safety is concerned, and as I could cut off a limb to save my head, so my head should fall most willingly to redeem yours. I would pay every farthing I had in the world, and shoot with my own hand the receiver of it after a chase of 50 years, esteeming that to be a very worthy recompense for the trouble. But why write all this string of truisms about the plainest thing in the world? The reformers are met at the outset by such dissuasion from their efforts. Better suffer the grievance and get off as cheaply as you can. You, Mahomet. What if the Kaaba be only a black stone? You need only bow your heads as the others, and make any inward remark you like on the blindness of the people. You, Hampton, have you really so little wit as to contest payment of a paltry 20 shillings at such risk? But here all the fuss is just about stealing a dog. 2 or 3 words and the matter becomes simply ludicrous, very easily got rid of. One cannot take vengeance on the great man with his cigar and room of pictures and burlesque dignities of mediation. Just so, when Robert was inclined to be sorry for the fate of Bertha's sister, one can fancy what a relief and change would be operated in his feelings if a good-natured friend sent him a version of his mighty crime in Lord Rochester's funny account of Forsaken Damsels, with the motto, "Women have died ere now when worms have eaten them, but not for love," or "At lovers' perjuries Jove laughs." Why, Robert is a lady-killer like Doucet. Well, enough of sermonizing for the present. It is impossible for me to differ with you and treat that as a light matter. What on earth would have been so little to wonder at as that, loving Flush, you should determine to save him at any price? If Cipino was to assure you, in terms that you could not disbelieve, that in the event of your marrying me he would destroy himself, would you answer, as I should, "Do so, and take the consequences," and think no more about the matter? I would absolutely leave it. It is not my concern, but God's. Nor should blame myself any more than if the poor man, being uncertain what to do, had said, "If a man first passes the window, yes. If a woman, no." And I, a total stranger, had passed. One word more. In all this, I labour against the exorable policy of the world's husbands, fathers, brothers, and domineers in general. I am about to marry you. How wise, then, to encourage such a temper in you. Such was that divine Griselda's. A word rules the gentle nature. Do this, or... My own Bar, if I thought you could fear me, I think I should have the courage to give you up tomorrow, because today I am altogether yours, and you are my very own, and tomorrow never comes, they say. Bless you, my best, dearest Bar, and if you think I deserve it, you shall test the excellence of those slippers on my cheek, and not the flannelled side neither, the next happy time I see you. It shall be soon, soon, I trust, who am more than ever your own R. End of section 157.
Section 158 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Friday, postmark September 5th, 1846. You best, was ever any in the world, in any possible world, so perfectly good and dear to another as you are to me. Ah, if you could know how I feel to you when you write such words as came to me this morning, dearest. It ends in that, all I can say. And yet I must say besides, that the idea of crossness, of hardness, never came to me, for one moment, from the previous letter. I just shook my head, and thought how you would not act it out, if you had a flush. Upon which I could not follow out my argument to myself, through thinking that you were ill. You are better now, Robert, and you promised to take care of the dinner, where you should not go, if I were near you. I should be afraid of you far too much to let you, indeed. Such a wrong thing that dinner is, as wrong as any dog-stealer in his way, drawing you out just when you ought to be at home and quiet, if not abstinent. When did I ever tell you to be abstinent, pray? You are too much so, it seems to me, in general, and to pass the whole of that day without eating. How unwell you must have been, dearest! How I long to see you, and ascertain that you look tolerably well! How very, very happy I should be to be able to look at you to-morrow! But no, no, Mr. Kenyon does not come, and we must be wise, I suppose, and wait till the ground is clear of him, which will not be till Monday. Probably he will visit me on Sunday, but the chance of Saturday is like the hat on a pole in gardens, set there to frighten away the birds. Still they may sing on the other side of the wall, not to be too far from the cherries and the hope of them. Monday surely will be a clear day, unless Mr. Kenyon shall put off his journey just to despite us. Who shall say? I have not Flush yet. I am to have him to-morrow morning. And for the Flush argument, dearest, I hold that your theory is entirely good and undeniable. I agree with you throughout it, praising Mahomet, praising Hampden, and classing the Taylors, Gregories, and Spanish banditti all together. Also I hope I should try, at least, to resist with you their various iniquities, and for instance, I do not think that any Gregory in the world would draw a shilling from me by a threat against my own character. I should dare that, oh, I am confident I should. The indignation would be far the stronger, where I myself only was involved. And even in the imaginary Chiappino case, the selfish and dastardly threat would fall from me like a child's arrow from steel. I believe so. But Flush, poor Flush, Flush who has loved me so faithfully, have I a right to sacrifice him in his innocence for the sake of any Mr. Taylor's guilt in the world? Does not Flush's condition assimilate to my own among the banditti? For you agree that you would not, after all, leave me to the banditti, and I, exactly on the same ground, will not leave Flush. It seems to me that you and I are at one upon the whole question, only that I am your Flush, and he is mine. You, if you were consistent, dearest, would not redeem me on any account. You do ever so much harm by it, observe. You produce catastrophe on catastrophe just for the sake of my 2 ears without earrings. Oh, I entirely agree with your principle. Evil should be resisted, that it may fly from you. But Flush is not to be sacrificed, nor even E.B.B, it appears. So our 2 weaknesses may pardon one another, yours and mine. Some dog, shut up in a mews somewhere behind this house, has been yelling and moaning today and yesterday. How he has made me think of my poor Flush, I cannot tell you. Think of Flush, he seemed to say. Yes, a blow in the street. I wish somebody would propose such a thing to me in exchange. I would have thanked Mr. Taylor himself for striking me down in the street if the stroke had been offered as an alternative for the loss of Flush. You may think it absurd, but when my dinner is brought to me, I feel as if I could not, scarcely, touch it. The thought of poor Flush's golden eyes is too strong in me. Not a word of your mother. She is better, I trust. And you, may God keep you better, beloved. To be parted from you so long teaches me the necessity of your presence. I am your very, very own. I was out today, driving along the Hampstead Road. What weather! End of section 158.
Section 159 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Saturday. Postmark, September the 5th, 1846. Dearest Bar, I feel your perfect goodness at my heart. I can say nothing, nor write very much more. My head still teases rather than pains me. Donate more of it to the dinner than necessary. I got my sister to write a letter deprecatory of all pressing to eat and drink and such mistaken hospitality, to the end that I might sit unpitied, uncondoled with, and be an eyesore to nobody, which succeeded so well that I ate some mutton and drank wine and water without let or molestation. Our party was reduced to 3 by a couple of defections, but there was an immense talking, and I dare say this continuance of my ailment is partly attributable to it. I shall be quiet now. I tell you the simple truth, that you may believe, and this also believe, that it would have done me great good to go to you this morning. If I could lean my head on your neck, what could pain it, dear Bar? I am sorry poor Flush is not back again, very sorry, but no one would hurt him, be quite sure. His mere value prevents that. Shall I see you on Monday, then? For this is the first time since we met at the beginning that a whole week from a Sunday to a Saturday has gone by without a day for us. Well, I trust you are constant. Nay, you are constant to your purpose of leaving at the end of this month. When we meet next, let us talk of our business like the grave man and woman we are going to become. Mr. K. will be away. How fortunate this is! We need implicate nobody, and in the end the reasonableness of what we do will be apparent to everybody, if I can show you well and happy, which God send. Kiss me as I kiss you, my own Bar. I am all one wide wonder at your loving nature. I can only give it the like love in return, and as much limited as I am limited. But I seem really to grow under you. My faculties extend toward yours. May God bless you, and enable me to make you as happy as your dear generous heart will be contented to be made. I am your own R. End of section 159.
Section 160 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Saturday morning. Postmark September 5th, 1846. Dearest, I write just a few lines that you may know me for thinking of you tomorrow. Flush has not come, and I am going on a voyage of discovery myself, Henry being far too lukewarm. He says I may be robbed and murdered before the time for coming back, in which case remember that it is not my fault that I do not go with you to Pisa. Just now came a kind little note from dear Mr. Kenyon, who will not come, he says, Flush being away, and has set out on his travels, meaning not to come back for a week. So I might have seen you after all to-day. My comfort is that it is good for you, beloved, to be quiet, and that coming through the sun might have made your head suffer. How my thoughts are with you, how all day they never fall from you. I shall have my letter to-night through your dear goodness, which is a lamp hung up for me to look towards. Aladdin's, did you say? Yes, Aladdin's. As to being afraid of you ever, once, do you know, I was quite afraid, in a peculiar sense, as when it thunders I am afraid, or a little different from that even, or, oh yes, very different from that. Now it is changed, the feeling is, and I am not afraid even so, except sometimes of losing your affection by some fault of my own. I am not afraid that it would be a fault of yours, remember. I trust you for goodness to the uttermost, and I know perfectly that if you did not love me, supposing it, You are one who would be ashamed for a woman to fear you, as some women fear some men. For me, I could not, you know. I knew you too well and love you too perfectly, and everybody can tell what perfect love casts out. So you need not have done with me for that reason, understand it. And if I shall not be slain by the society, you shall be written to again tonight. Ah, say in the letter I am to have that you are better, and you are to come on Monday, dear, dearest, mind that. Your Bar. Come back safe, but without Flush. I am to have him tonight, though. End of section 160. Section 161 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Sunday, postmark September 7th, 1846. Not well, but I shall see you with my own eyes soon after you read what I write today, so I shall not write much, only a few words to tell you that Flush is found, and lying on the sofa, with one paw and both ears hanging over the edge of it. Still my visit to Taylor was not the successful one. My hero was not at home. I went, you know, did I tell you, with Wilson in the cab. We got into obscure streets, and our cabman stopped at a public house to ask his way. Out came 2 or 3 men. "Oh, you want to find Mr. Taylor, I dare say." Mark that no name had been mentioned. And instantly an unsolicited philanthropist ran before us to the house and out again to tell me that the great man wasn't at home, but wouldn't I get out. Wilson, in an aside of terror, entreated me not to think of such a thing. She believed devoutly in the robbing and murdering, and was not reassured by the gang of benevolent men and boys who lived but to oblige us all round the cab. "Then wouldn't I see Mrs. Taylor?" suggested the philanthropist, and notwithstanding my negatives, he had run back again and brought an immense feminine bandit, fat enough to have had an easy conscience all her life, who informed me that her husband might be in a few minutes, or in so many hours. Wouldn't I like to get out and wait? Wilson pulling at my gown, the philanthropist echoing the invitation of the feminine tailor. No, I thanked them all. It was not necessary that I should get out, but it was that Mr. Taylor should keep his promise about the restoration of a dog which he had agreed to restore, and I begged her to induce him to go to Wimpole Street in the course of the day and not defer it any longer. To which replied the lady with the most gracious of smiles, "Oh, yes, certainly." And indeed she did believe that Taylor had left home precisely on that business, poising her head to the right and left with the most easy grace. She was sure that Taylor would give his very best attention. So in the midst of the politeness we drove away, and Wilson seemed to be of opinion that we had escaped with our lives barely. Plain enough it was that the gang was strong there. The society, the fancy, had their roots in the ground. The faces of those men! I had not been at home long when Mr. Taylor did actually come, desiring to have 6 guineas confided to his honour, and promising to bring back the dog. I sent down the money, and told them to trust the gentleman's honour, as there seemed no other way for it, and while the business was being concluded, in came Alfred, and straightway called our honourable friend, meeting him in the passage, a swindler and a liar and a thief, which no gentleman could bear, of course. Therefore, with reiterated oaths he swore, as he hoped to be saved, we should never see our dog again, and rushed out of the house. Followed a great storm. I was very angry with Alfred, who had no business to risk Flush's life for the sake of the satisfaction of trying on names which fitted. Angry I was with Alfred, and terrified for Flush, seeing at a glance the probability of his head being cut off as the proper vengeance, and downstairs I went with the resolution of going again myself to Mr. Taylor's in Manning Street or Shoreditch, or wherever it was, and saving the victim at any price. It was the evening, getting dusk, and everybody was crying out against me for being quite mad and obstinate and wilful. I was called as many names as Mr. Taylor. At last Sept said that he would do it, promised to be as civil as I could wish, and got me to be in a good humour and go up to my room again. and he went instead of me, and took the money and fair words, and induced the man of honour to forfeit his vengeance, and go and fetch the dog. Flush arrived here at 8 o'clock, at the very moment with your letter, dearest, and the first thing he did was to dash up to this door, and then to drink his purple cup full of water, filled 3 times over. He was not so enthusiastic about seeing me as I expected. He seemed bewildered and frightened, and whenever anyone said to him, "Poor Flush, did the naughty man take you away?" he put up his head and moaned and yelled. He has been very unhappy, certainly. Dirty he is, and much thinner, and continually he is drinking. 6 guineas was his ransom, and now I have paid 20 for him to the dog-stealers. Arabelle says that I wanted you yesterday, she thought, to manage me a little. She thought I was suddenly seized with madness, to prepare to walk out of the house in that state of excitement, and that hour of the evening. But now, was I to let them cut off Flush's head? There, I have told you the whole history of yesterday's adventures, and tomorrow I shall see you, my own dear, dear. Only remember for my sake not to come if you are not fit to come. Dearest, remember not to run any hazards. That dinner, which I will blame, because it deserves it. Mind not to make me as bad as that dinner, in being the means of working you harm. So I expect you tomorrow conditionally, if you are well enough, and I thank you for the kind dear letter. Welcome next to you, being ever and ever your own, Ba. I have been to the vestry again to-day. End of section 161.
Section 162 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday afternoon, postmark September the 7th, 1846. No, dearest, I am not to see you tomorrow for all the happiness of the permission. Seems absurd, but perhaps the greater absurdity would be a refusal to submit under circumstances. You shall hear. I got up with the old vertiginousness, or a little worse, and so, as I had in that case determined, went to consult my doctor. He thinks he finds the root of the evil and can remove it, if I have patience enough. So I promised, expecting something worthy that preamble, whereas I am bidden go to bed and keep there for a day or two, from this Sunday till Wednesday morning, taking nothing but a sip of medicine I can't distinguish from water thrice a day, and milk at discretion, no other food. The mild queerness of it is amusing, is it not? And for this fine piece of self-denial, says he, you will be quite well by the week's end. But may I go to town on Wednesday? Yes. Now, Bar, my own Bar, you know how often I have to sorrowfully disclaim all the praises your dearest kindness would attach to me. This time, if you will praise me a little for obeying you, I will take the praise. For the truth of truths is, that I said at once to myself, have I a right to avoid anything which promises to relieve her from this eternal account of aches and pains? So here I am, writing, leaning on my elbow, in bed, as I never wrote before, I think, and perhaps my head is a little better, or I fancy so. Mind, I may read or write, only in bed I must lie, because there is some temperature to be kept up in the skin, or some other cause as good. For reasons. The milk, answers Bar, is exactly to correct the superabundant gall of bitterness which overflowed lately about Flush. So it is, my own Bar. And for Flush, the victim of a principle, he is just saved from a sickness by cakes I meditated as a joy-offering on his safe return. Will you, among the other kisses, give him one for me, and save yet another for your own hour? How I shall need your letters, dearest. End of section 162.
Section 163 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Monday morning, postmark September 7th, 1846. Ever, ever dearest, how was it that without presentiment of evil I got up this morning in the good spirits of our days, hoping to see you, believing to see you, and feeling that it would be greater happiness than usual? The sight of your letter even did not provoke the cloud. That was only the lesser joy, I thought, preceding the greater. And smiling to myself I was, both last night and this morning, at your phrase about the business to be talked by the grave man and woman, understanding your precaution against all unlawful jesting, jesters forbidden in the protocol, and then, at last, to be made so suddenly grave and sad even. How am I to be comforted, my own dearest? No way except by your being really better, really well, in order to which I shall not let you come as soon as Wednesday. It will not be wise for you to leave your bed for a journey into London. Rather you should be very quiet, and keep in the garden at farthest. Take care of yourself, dearest, dearest, and if you think of me and love me, show it in that best way. And I praise you, nay, I thank you, and am grateful to you for every such proof of love, more than for other kinds of proof. I will love you for it, my beloved. Now judge, shall I be able to help thinking of you every moment of the day? Could I help it if I tried? In return, therefore, you will attend to the others, submit to the discipline. Ah, but will not the leaving off all food but milk weaken you out of measure? I am uneasy about that milk diet for you, who always seem to me to want support, and something to stimulate. You will promise to tell me everything, will you, dearest? Whether better or worse, stronger or weaker, you will tell me. And if you should be too unwell to write, as may God forbid, your sister will write. She will have that great goodness. Let it be so, I beseech you. But you will be better. Oh, I mean to hope steadfastly toward your being better, and toward the possibility of our meeting before the week ends. And as for this day lost, it is not of importance, except in our present thoughts. Soon you will have more than enough of me, you know, for I am in earnest, and not a jester au fond, and am ready to do just as you bid me and think best, which I tell you now, that you may not be vexed at a shadow after my own fashion. May God bless you, and me in you. Have I not leave to say that too, since I feel it more than you could? More intensely, I do not say more sincerely, when you used it first? My happiness and life are in you. I am your very own, Bah. Your mother, how is she? Mind you get an amusing book, something to amuse only, and not use you. Do you know the Mathilde of Sue? I shall write again tonight. End of section 163.
Section 164 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Monday morning. Postmark, September the 7th, 1846. I had the greatest mind when your letter came. The most welcome of all letters. So much more than I could expect. To get up at once and be well in your dearest eyes or through them. But I checked myself and thought that I ought to be contented with one such letter through whole long weeks of annoyance instead of one day more. I am delighted to know Flush is with you, if I am not. Did you remember my petition about him? But, dearest, it was very imprudent to go to those disgusting wretches yourself. They have had a pretty honour without knowing it. Here I lie with a dizzy head, unable to read more than a page or two. There is something in the unwonted position that tires me, but whenever the book is left off, I turn to the dark side of the room and see you, my very own Bar, and so I am soon better and able to try again. How hot and thunder-like this oppressive air! And you who are affected by such weather, tell me, my dearest, dearest, all you can tell me, since the real lips and eyes are away. Bless you, my beloved. Remember, I count upon seeing you on Wednesday at farthest. Your own R. End of section 164.
Section 165 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Monday night. Postmark September 8th, 1846. How unwell you are, dearest beloved! Ah, no, it is not the position that tires you, it is the illness that incapacitates you. And you to think of getting up and coming here, you! Now for my sake, for both our sakes, you must and shall be patient and quiet, and remember how my thoughts are with you, conjuring you continually to quiet. As to the reading, you see it makes you dizzy, and to provoke that sensation cannot plainly be right, and you will be right always, will you not, for my sake, dearest of all? And for the coming here on Wednesday, no, I say again, you ought not to do it, and you shall not. We will see how you are later in the week, but for Wednesday certainly no. That violent transition from the bed to the omnibus would be manifestly wrong. Also, I can be quite satisfied without seeing you, if I may but hear of your being well again. I wonder to-day how yesterday I was impatient about not having seen you so long. Oh, be well, dearest. There is no need of your being ill to prove to me how I love you entirely, how I love you only. For Flush, I did your commission, kissing the top of his head. Then I took the kiss back again, because it seemed too good for him just now. And you shall not say that you are glad he is with me if you are not. It is more to Flush's disadvantage, that phrase is, than all your theories, which pretended to leave him with the dog-stealers. How can I be glad of any one's being with me if you are not? And how should you be glad for anything if I am not? Flush and I know our logic better than to accept that congratulation of yours, with the spike pricking us out of it. So hot indeed to-day. If you thought of me, I thought of you through it all. This close air cannot be good for you while you are shut up. But I have not been shut up. I went out in the carriage, and bought a pair of boots for Italy, besides the shoes, because, you see, we shall have such long walks in the forest after the camels, and it won't do to go in one's slippers. Does not that sound like a grave woman? You need not make laws against the jesters, after all. You need only be well. And gravely, quite gravely, is it not likely that going to Italy, that travelling and putting an end to all the annoyances which lately have grown up out of our affairs, will do you good, substantial good, in this chief matter of your health? It seems so to me sometimes. You are always well, you say, in Italy, and when you get there, once again. But in the meanwhile, try to be a little better, my own dearest. I cannot write to you except about you to-night. The subject is too near me. I am under the shadow of the wall, and cannot see over it. To-morrow I shall hear more, and trust to you to tell me the whole, unmutilated truth. May God bless you, as I would, I in my weakness. For the best blessing on your part, love your own, Bar. And do not tire yourself with writing. The least line, 3 words, I beseech you not to let me do you harm. End of section 165.
Section 166 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday morning. Postmark September the 8th, 1846. Do you think your wishes, much less your blessings, fall to the ground, my own Bar? Here is your letter, and here am I writing to you, clothed and in my proper room. My doctor bade me get up and do as I pleased. The perfect pleasure is to say, I may indeed see you tomorrow, dearest, dearest. Can you look as you look in this letter? So entirely my own, and yet what should never be my own by right, such a treasure to one so little worthy. I have only a few minutes to say this, the dressing and talking having taken up the time. Tomorrow shall repay me. The lightness, slight uneasiness of the head continues, though the general health is much better, it seems. Do you doubt I shall be well in Italy? But I must leave off. Bless you as you have blessed me, my best, dearest Bar, me who am your very own R. End of section 166.
Section 167 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Tuesday evening. Postmark September 9th, 1846. I write a word to say, dearest, do not run any risk about coming tomorrow. I mean, unless you are sure that the noise and exertion will not be too much for you, unless, when the moment comes for setting off, you feel equal to it. Now I do beseech you, very dear, not to persist in coming, because you have said that you will come. I beseech you. Listen, at 3 o'clock I shall expect you, doubtfully. At 3:30 the doubt will be the strongest, and at 3:45 I shall have said to myself cheerfully that you were wise and good and had determined to stay at home. In that case I shall have a line from you by 5 or 6. Understand all this, and let it have the right influence and no more. Of course, if I could see you without harm to yourself, and so to me, it would be a great happiness. It even makes me happy to think of as a bare possibility at this distance off. I am happy by your letter, twice over indeed, once for that reason, and again for the thought of your being in some respects better. At the same time, I do not see why your wise man did not follow his plan to the end. It looks as if he did not think you better essentially because of it. Ah well, I shall see with my eyes tomorrow, perhaps I shall. And I shall see in a dream tonight, more certainly. This shall go at once, though, that it may reach you in time in the morning. How I thank you for the precious note. You are so much too good to me that your being also too dear is an excusable consequence, or would be if it were possible. I write nonsense, I believe, but it is half for gladness and half for what makes me your own. Bar. End of section 167. Section 168 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Wednesday night. Postmark September 10th, 1846. Dearest, you are a prophet, I suppose. There can be no denying it. This night an edict has gone out, and George is tomorrow to be on his way to take a house for a month, either at Dover, Reigate, Tunbridge. Papa did not mind which, he said, and you may settle it among you. But he must have this house empty for a month in order to its cleaning. We are to go, therefore, and not delay. Now, what can be done? It is possible that the absence may be longer than for a month. Indeed, it is probable, for there is much to do in painting and repairing here in Wimpole Street, more than a month's work, they say. Decide after thinking. I am embarrassed to the utmost degree as to the best path to take. If we are taken away on Monday, what then? Of course I decline to give any opinion and express any preference, as to places I mean. It is not for my sake that we go. If I had been considered at all, indeed we should have been taken away earlier, and not certainly now, when the cold season is at hand. And so much the better it is for me that I have not, obviously, been thought of. Therefore decide. It seems quite too soon and too sudden for us to set out on our Italian adventure now, and perhaps even we could not compass. Well, but you must think for both of us. It is past 12, and I have just a moment to seal this and entrust it to Henrietta for the morning's post. More than ever, beloved, I am your own, Bar. I will do as you wish, understand. End of section 168.
Section 169 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Thursday morning. Postmark September the 10th, 1846. What do you expect this letter will be about, my own dearest? Those which I write on the mornings after our days seem naturally to answer any strong point brought out in the previous discourse, and not then completely disposed of. So they generally run in the vile fashion of a disputatious last word. One word yet, do not they? Ah, but you should remember that never does it feel so intolerable, the barest fancy of a possibility of losing you, as when I have just seen you and heard you, and alas, left you for a time. On these occasions it seems so horrible that if the least recollection of a fear of yours, or a doubt, anything which might be nursed or let grow quietly into a serious obstacle to what we desire, if that rises up threateningly, do you wonder that I begin by attacking it? There are always 100 deepest reasons for gratitude and love which I could write about, but which, after my life, shall prove I have never forgotten. Still, that very afterlife depends perhaps on the letter of the morning reasoning with you, teasing, contradicting. Dearest Bar, I do not tell you that I am justified in plaguing you thus, at any time, only to get your pardon, if I can, on the grounds, the true grounds. And this pardon, if you grant it, shall be for the past offences, not for any fresh one I mean to commit now. I will not add one word to those spoken yesterday about the extreme perilousness of delay. You give me yourself. Hitherto, from the very first till this moment, the giving hand has been advancing steadily. It is not for me to grasp it, lest it stop within an inch or two of my forehead with its crown. I am going to town this morning and will leave off now. What a glorious dream! Through nearly 2 years without a single interval of blankness, much less bitter waking. I may say that, I suppose, safely through whatever befalls. Also, I will ever say, God bless you, my dearest, dearest, my perfect angel you have been, while I am only your R. My mother is deeply gratified at your present. 12 o'clock. On returning, I find your note. I will do as you wish, understand. Then I understand you are in earnest. If you do go on Monday, our marriage will be impossible for another year. The misery! You see what we have gained by waiting? We must be married directly and go to Italy. I will go for a license today, and we can be married on Saturday. I will call tomorrow at 3 and arrange everything with you. We can leave from Dover, etc., after that, but otherwise impossible. Enclose the ring, nor a substitute. I have not a minute to spare for the post. Ever your own R. End of section 169. Section 170 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. 4 p.m. Thursday. Postmark September the 10th, 1846. I broke open your sealed letter and added the postscript just now. The post being thus saved, I can say a few words more leisurely. I will go tomorrow, I think, and not today for the license. There are fixed hours, I fancy, at the office, and I might be too late. I will also make the arrangement with my friend for Saturday if we should want him, as we shall in all probability. It would look suspiciously to be unaccompanied. We can arrange tomorrow. Your words, first and last, have been that you would not fail me. You will not. The marriage over, you can take advantage of circumstances and go early or late in the week as may be practicable. There will be facilities in the general packing, etc. Your own measures may be taken unobserved. Write short notes to the proper persons, promising longer ones if necessary. See the tone I take, the way I write to you, but it is all through you, in the little brief authority you give me, and in the perfect belief of your truth and firmness. Indeed, I do not consider this an extraordinary occasion for proving those qualities, This conduct of your father's is quite characteristic. Otherwise, too, the departure with its bustle is not unfavourable. If you hesitated, it would be before a little hurried shopping and letter-writing. I expected it, and therefore spoke as you heard yesterday. Now your part must begin. It may as well begin and end both now as at any other time. I will bring you every information possible tomorrow. It seems as if I should insult you if I spoke a word to confirm you, to beseech you, to relieve you from your promise if you claim it. God bless you. Praise your very own R. End of section 170.
Section 171 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Thursday, postmark September 11th, 1846. Footnote. The envelope of this letter is endorsed by R.B. Saturday, September 12th, 1846, 11:45 to 11:15 a.m. 91. This is the record of his marriage with E.B.B. in Marylebone Church. The number 91 indicates that it was the 91st of their meetings, a record of which was always endorsed by Robert Browning on the letters received by him from Miss Barrett. End of footnote. Dearest, I write one word and have one will, which is yours. At the same time, do not be precipitate. We shall not be taken away on Monday, no, nor for several days afterward. George has simply gone to look for houses, going to Reigate first. Oh yes, come tomorrow, and then you shall have the ring, soon enough and safer. Not a word of how you are, you so good as to write me that letter beyond compact, yet not good enough to say how you are. Dear, dearest, take care and keep yourself unhurt and calm. I shall not fail to you. I do not, I will not. I will act by your decision, and I wish you to decide. I was yours long ago, and though you give me back my promise at this 11th hour, you generous, dear, unkind, you know very well that you can do as well without it. So take it again for my sake, and not your own. I cannot write, I am so tired, having been long out. Will not this dream break on a sudden? Now is the moment for the breaking of it, surely. But come tomorrow, come. Almost everybody is to be away at Richmond, at a picnic, and we shall be free on all sides. Ever and ever, your Bar. End of section 171.
Section 172 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. 1 p.m. Saturday. Postmark September 12, 1846. You will only expect a few words. What will those be? When the heart is full it may run over, but the real fullness stays within. You asked me yesterday if I should repent. Yes, my own Bar. I could wish all the past were to do over again, that in it I might somewhat more, never so little more, conform in the outward homage to the inward feeling. What I have professed, for I have performed nothing, seems to fall short of what my first love required even, and when I think of this moment's love, I could repent, as I say. Words can never tell you, however, form them, transform them anyway, how perfectly dear you are to me, perfectly dear to my heart and soul. I look back, and in every one point, every word and gesture, every letter, every silence, you have been entirely perfect to me. I would not change one word, one look. My hope and aim are to preserve this love, not to fall from it, for which I trust to God who procured it for me, and doubtlessly can preserve it. Enough now, my dearest, dearest own Bar. You have given me the highest, completest proof of love that ever one human being gave another.
I am all gratitude and all pride, under the proper feeling which ascribes pride to the right source. All pride that my life has been so crowned by you. God bless you, prays your very own R. I will write tomorrow, of course. Take every care of my life, which is in that dearest little hand. Try and be composed, my beloved. Remember to thank Wilson for me. End of section 172.
Section 173 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Saturday, September 12, 4:30 p.m. Postmark September 12, 1846. Ever dearest, I write a word that you may read it and know how all is safe so far, and that I am not slain downright with the day. Oh, such a day! I went to Mr. Boyd's directly, so as to send Wilson home the faster, and was able to lie quietly on the sofa in his sitting-room downstairs, before he was ready to see me, being happily engaged with a medical counsellor. Then I was made to talk and take Cyprus wine, and my sisters delaying to come, I had some bread and butter for dinner, to keep me from looking too pale in their eyes. At last they came, and with such grave faces. Missing me and Wilson, they had taken fright, and Arabel had forgotten at first what I told her last night about the fly. I kept saying, "What nonsense! What fancies you do have, to be sure!" trembling in my heart with every look they cast at me. And so, to complete the bravery, I went on with them in the carriage to Hampstead, as far as the Heath, and talked and looked. Now you shall praise me for courage, or rather you shall love me for the love which was the root of it all. How necessity makes heroes, or heroines at least. For I did not sleep all last night, and when I first went out with Wilson to get to the fly-stand in Marylebone Street, I staggered so that we both were afraid for the fear's sake, but we called at a chemist's for sal volatile, and were thus enabled to go on. I spoke to her last night, and she was very kind, very affectionate, and never shrank for a moment. I told her that always I should be grateful to her. You, how are you? How is your head, ever dearest? It seems all like a dream. When we drove past that church again, I and my sisters, there was a cloud before my eyes. Ask your mother to forgive me, Robert. If I had not been there, she would have been there, perhaps. And for the rest, if either of us too is to suffer injury and sorrow for what happened there today, I pray that it may all fall upon me. Nor should I suffer the most pain that way, as I know, and God knows. Your own Bar. Was I very uncourteous to your cousin? So kind, too, it was in him. Can there be the least danger of the newspapers? Are those books ever examined by penny-a-liners, do you suppose? End of section 173. Section 174 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Sunday, postmark September 14th, 1846. My own beloved, if ever you should have reason to complain of me in things voluntary and possible, all other women would have a right to tread me under foot. I should be so vile and utterly unworthy. There is my answer to what you wrote yesterday of wishing to be better to me, you. What could be better than lifting me from the ground and carrying me into life and the sunshine? I was yours rather by right than by gift, yet by gift also, my beloved, for what you have saved and renewed is surely yours. All that I am I owe you. If I enjoy anything now and henceforth, it is through you. You know this well. Even as I, from the beginning, knew that I had no power against you, or that, if I had, it was for your sake. Dearest, in the emotion and confusion of yesterday morning, there was yet room in me for one thought which was not a feeling, for I thought that, of the many, many women who have stood where I stood, and to the same end, not one of them all, perhaps, not one, perhaps, since that building was a church, has had reasons strong as mine for an absolute trust and devotion towards the man she married. Not one. And then I both thought and felt that it was only just for them, those women who were less happy, to have that affectionate sympathy and support and presence of their nearest relations, parent or sister, which failed to me, needing it less through being happier. All my brothers have been here this morning, laughing and talking, and discussing this matter of the leaving town, and in the room at the same time were 2 or 3 female friends of ours from Herefordshire, and I did not dare to cry out against the noise, though my head seemed splitting in 2, 1/2 for each shoulder. I had such a morbid fear of exciting a suspicion. Treppy, too, being one of them, I promised to go to see her tomorrow and dine in her drawing-room, if she would give me, for dinner, some bread and butter. It was like having a sort of fever. And all in the midst, the bells began to ring. "What bells are those?" asked one of the provincials. "Marylebone church bells," said Henrietta, standing behind my chair. And now, while I write, having escaped from the great din, and sit here quietly, comes, who do you think? Mr. Kenyon. He came with his spectacles, looking as if his eyes reached to their rim all the way round, and one of the first words was, "When did you see Browning?" And I think I shall make a pretension to presence of mind henceforward, for though certainly I changed colour, and he saw it, I yet answered with a tolerably quick evasion, "He was here on Friday," and leapt straight into another subject, and left him gazing fixedly on my face. Dearest, he saw something, but not all. So we talked. He told me that the Faun of Sertorius, which I refused to cut open the other day, was ascribed to Landor, and he told me that he meant to leave town again on Wednesday, and would see me once before then. On rising to go away, he mentioned your name a second time. "When do you see Browning again?" To which I answered that I did not know. Is not that pleasant? The worst is that all these combinations of things make me feel so bewildered that I cannot make the necessary arrangements as far as the letters go. But I must break from the dream stupor which falls on me when left to myself a little, and set about what remains to be done. A house near Watford is thought of now, but as none is concluded on, the removal is not likely to take place in the middle of the week even, perhaps. I sit in a dream when left to myself. I cannot believe or understand. Oh, but in all this difficult, embarrassing, and painful situation, I look over the palms to Troy. I feel happy and exulting to belong to you, past every opposition, out of sight of every will of man. None can put us asunder, now at least. I have a right now openly to love you, and to hear other people call it a duty when I do, knowing that if it were a sin, it would be done equally. Ah, I shall not be the first to leave off that. See if I shall. May God bless you, ever and ever, dearest. Beseech for me the indulgence of your father and mother, and ask your sister to love me. I feel so as if I had slipped down over the wall into somebody's garden. I feel ashamed. To be grateful and affectionate to them all while I live is all that I can do, and it is too much a matter of course to need to be promised. Promise it, however, for your very own Bar, whom you made so happy with the dear letter last night. But say in the next how you are, and how your mother is. I did hate so to have to take off the ring. You will have to take the trouble of putting it on again some day. End of section 174.
Section 175 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Sunday afternoon. Postmark September 14th, 1846. Thank you 1,000 times for the note, my own Bar. I welcomed it as I never yet welcomed even your notes. Entirely kind to write, and write so. Oh, I know the effort you made, the pain you bore for my sake. I tell you, once and for ever, your proof of love to me is made. I know love, my dearest, dearest. My whole life shall be spent in trying to furnish such a proof of my affection, such a perfect proof, and perhaps vainly spent. But I will endeavour with God's help. Do you feel what I mean, dearest?
how you have dared and done all this under my very eyes for my only sake. I believed you would be capable of it. What then? What is a belief? My own eyes have seen. My heart will remember. Dearest, nothing needs much trouble you, father. Take your own time and opportunity. I will confide in your judgment, for I am not going to profess confidence in you. I am sure you will see and act for the best. My preparations are made. I have only to await your desires. I will not ask to see you, for instance, though of course a word brings me as usual to you. Your will is altogether my will. The first obvious advantage of our present relation I will take. You are mine. Your generosity has given to me my utmost claim upon your family. So far as I am concerned, putting aside my sympathy with you, there is nothing more they can give me. So, I will say, perhaps a little less reservedly than I could have brought myself to say before, that there is no conceivable submission I will refuse, nor possible satisfaction I will hesitate to make to those feelings I have been forced to offend, if by any means I may preserve for you so much of their affection as you have been accustomed to receive. I do not require anything beyond toleration for myself. I will cheerfully accept as the truest kindness to me a continuance of kindness to you. You know what I would have done to possess you. Now that I do possess you, I renew the offer to you. Judge with what earnest purpose of keeping my word. I do not think, nor do you think, that any personal application, directly or by letter, would do any good, might rather add to the irritation we apprehend. But my consent is given beforehand to any measure you shall ever consider proper, and your father may be sure that while I adore his daughter, it will be impossible for me, under any circumstances, to be wanting in the utmost respect for and observance of himself. Understand, with the rest, why I write this bar. To your brothers and sisters I am bound forever by every tie of gratitude. They may acquiesce more easily. Comprehending more, perhaps, as the dear treasure you are, they will forgive my ambition of gaining it. I will write to Mr. Kenyon. You will probably have time to write all the letters requisite. Do not trouble yourself with more than is strictly necessary. You can supply all wants at Leghorn or Pisa. Let us be as unencumbered with luggage as possible. What is your opinion about the advertisements? If our journey is delayed for a few days, we had better omit the date, I think. And the cards? I will get them engraved if you will direct me. The simplest form, of course. And the last, or among the last, happens to be also the simplest, consisting merely of the words Mr. and Mrs. R.B. on one card, with the usual "at home" in a corner. How shall we manage that, by the way? Could we put "in Italy for a year"? There is a precedent for it. Sir Fellows, what is the traveller's name? His were thus subscribed, by which means we should avoid telling people absolutely that they need never come and see us. Choose your own fashion, my bar, and tell me how many you require. I only saw my cousin for a few minutes afterward. He came up in a cab immediately. He understood all there was need he should. You to be uncourteous to anybody? No, sweetest. But I will thank him as you bid, knowing the value of Bar's thanks. For the prying penny-a-liners, why, trust to Providence we must. I do not apprehend much danger. Dearest, I woke this morning quite well, quite free from the sensation in the head. I have not worked so for 2 years, perhaps. What have you been doing to me? My father and mother and sister love you thoroughly. My mother said this morning in my room, if I were as I have been, I would try and write to her. I said, I will tell her what I know you feel. She is much better. I hear her voice while I write, below the open window. Poor Pritchard came home from the country on Friday night, late, and posted here immediately. He was vexed to be made understand that there was some way in which he might have served me and did not. It was kind, very kind of Wilson. I will leave off, to resume tomorrow. Bless you, my very own, only Bar, my pride and joy and utter comfort. I kiss you and am ever your own. End of section 175. Section 176 is the letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Monday morning. Postmark September 14th, 1846. You go on to comfort me, love. Bless you for it. I collect from the letter that you are recovering from the pain and excitement. That is happy. I waited to hear from you, my own Bar, and will only write a word, then go out. Think. Do you feel so, through the anxieties and trouble of this situation? You take my words from me. I exult in the irrevocability of this precious bestowal of yourself on me. Come what will, my life has borne flower and fruit. It is a glorious, successful, felicitous life. I thank God and you. All has been for the best, you will see, even in these apparently untoward circumstances. This particular act was precipitated by them, certainly, but it is done, and well done. Does it not simplify our arrangements that this is done? And surely there was every justification for the precipitancy in that proposed journey and uncertain return, in winter, to a freshly painted house. But every moment of my life brings fresh proof to me of the intervention of Providence. How the natural course would have embarrassed us. Any consultation with you respecting your own feelings on a removal at present, any desire to gratify them. Will not Mr. Kenyon understand at least? Would it not be well to ascertain his precise address in the country, so as to send your letter there before the newspaper reaches him, or any other person's version? I will send you my letter to accompany yours. Just a few words to explain why he was not consulted, by me, what is strictly my own part to be excused. What do you intend to do about Mrs. Jameson? I only want to know in the case of our mutual friends, of course, so as to avoid the necessity of going over the same ground in our letters. I confided my approaching marriage to that kind old Pritchard, lest he should be too much wounded. If his surprise was considerable, his delight kept due proportion. You may depend on his secrecy. I need not say. I mention the fact simply, without a word about any circumstances. If your father could be brought to allow the matter to pass as indifferent to him, what he did not choose to interfere with, however little he approved it, we should be fortunate? Perhaps pride of no kind of feeling may induce him to that. My family all love you, dearest. You cannot conceive my father and mother's childlike faith and goodness, and my sister is very high-spirited and quick of apprehension, so as to seize the true point of the case at once. I am in great hopes you will love them all and understand them. Last night I asked my father, who was absorbed over some old book, if he should not be glad to see his new daughter, to which he, starting, replied, "Indeed I shall," with such fervour as to make my mother laugh, not abated by his adding, "and how I should be glad of her seeing Cis," his other daughter, Sariana, to wit, who was at church. Trifles, trifles, only commended to your dear affectionate heart. Do you confide in me, Bar? Well, you shall. In my love, in my pride, in my heart's purposes, but not in anything else. Give me your counsel at all times, beloved. I am wholly open to your desires and teaching and direction. Try what you can make of me, if you can in any way justify your choice to the world. So I would gladly counsel you on any point. See how I read lectures about flush. Only give a kiss before beginning, and promise me another upon my profiting, and I shall be twice blessed beside the profit. So my counsel being done, here begin the kisses, you dear, dear bar of mine. Bless you ever, bar. I continue quite well. Is it not strange? Or is it? And my mother is better decidedly. When she comes back from town, where she and my sister are caring for me, I will tell her what you bade me promise to give her, in return for what she has long given you. Goodbye, my own, very own bar, from your R. End of section 176.
Section 177 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Monday morning, postmark September 14th, 1846. Ever dearest, this one word goes to you to say about Mr. Kenyon's letter. Oh, do not send any letter, dearest, till we are out of hearing of the answer. It terrifies me to think of your sending a letter, perhaps without delay. Do let no letter nor intimation be given till the very last. Remember that I shall be killed. It will be so infinitely worse than you can have an idea. Afterwards, yes, you will, for my sake, forget some natural pride, as I, for yours, have forgotten some as natural apprehensiveness. That kindness I expected from you, and now accept, thanking you, dearest. In the meanwhile, there seems to remain the dreadful danger of the newspapers. We must trust, as you say. Your mother's goodness touches me very deeply. I am grateful to her and to all your family, beyond any power of mine to express my feelings. Let me be silent, therefore, instead of trying. As to the important business of the cards, you know I have heard the whole theory of etiquette lately on that subject, and you must not think of putting any at home anywhere, or any other thing in the place of it. A fellows is an authority in Asia Minor, but for the minora of the cards, not at all. Put simply the names, as you say, on one card, only without abbreviation or initial, and no intimation of address, which is not necessary, and would be, under our circumstances, quite wrong. Then I had better perhaps send you a list of names and addresses. But for this, enough time. They hasten me, I must go, not from the thought, however, of you, being your very own Bar. I shall write, of course, in the evening again. End of section 177. Section 178 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Sonia. E.B.B. to R.B. Monday evening, postmark September 15th, 1846. First, God is to be thanked for this great joy of hearing that you are better, my ever dearest. It is a joy that floats over all the other emotions. Dearest, I am so glad. I had feared that excitement's telling on you quite in another way. When the whole is done, and we have left England and the talkers thereof behind our backs, you will be well, steadfastly and satisfactorily, I do trust. In the meantime, there seems so much to do that I am frightened to look towards the heaps of it. As to accoutrements, everything has been arranged as simply as possible that way, but still there are necessities, and the letters. I am paralyzed when I think of having to write such words as, Papa, I am married. I hope you will not be too displeased. Ah, poor Papa, you are too sanguine if you expect any such calm from him as an assumption of indifference would imply. To the utmost he will be angry, he will cast me off as far from him. Well, there is no comfort in such thoughts. How I felt tonight when I saw him at 7 o'clock for the first time since Friday and the event of Saturday. He spoke kindly, too, and asked me how I was. Once I heard of his saying of me that I was the purest woman he ever knew, which made me smile at the moment, or laugh, I believe, outright, because I understood perfectly what he meant by that, viz., that I had not troubled him with the iniquity of love affairs, or any impropriety of seeming to think about being married. But now the whole sex will go down with me to the perdition of faith in any of us. See the effect of my wickedness, those women. But we will submit, dearest. I will put myself under his feet to be forgiven a little, enough to be taken up again into his arms. I love him. He is my father. He has good and high qualities after all. He is my father above all. And you, because you are so generous and tender to me, will let me, you say, and help me to try to win back the alienated affection, for which I thank you and bless you. I did not thank you enough this morning. Surely I may say to him too, with the exception of this act, I have submitted to the least of your wishes all my life long. Set the life against the act, and forgive me for the sake of the daughter you once loved. Surely I may say that, and then remind him of the long suffering I have suffered, and entreat him to pardon the happiness which has come at last. And he will wish in return that I had died years ago, for the storm will come and endure, and at last perhaps he will forgive us. It is my hope. I accede to all you say of Mr. Kenyon. I will ask him for his address in the country, and we will send, when the moment comes, our letters together. From Mrs. Jameson I had the letter I enclose this morning, full of kindness, is it not? And another really as kind from Miss Bailey, who begs me, if I cannot go to Italy, to go to Hastings and visit her. To both I must write at some length. Will you write to Mrs. Jameson, besides what I shall write? And what are we to say as to travelling? As she is in Paris, perhaps we may let her have the solution of our problem sooner than the near people. May we? Shall we? Yet we dare not, I suppose, talk too historically of what happened last Saturday. It is like the dates in the newspaper advertisements, which we must eschew, as you observe. Other things too you observe, my beloved, which are altogether out of date. In your ways towards me, you have acted throughout too much the woman's part, as that is considered. You loved me because I was lower than others, that you might be generous and raise me up. Very characteristic for a woman, in her ideal standard, but quite wrong for a man, as again and again I used to signify to you, Robert. But you went on, and did it all the same. And now you still go on. You persist. You will be the woman of the play to the last. Let the prompter prompt ever so against you. You are to do everything I like, instead of my doing what you like, and to honor and obey me, in spite of what was in the vows last Saturday. Is that the way of it and of you? And are vows to be kept so, pray, after that fashion? Then don't put "at home" at the corner of the cards, dearest. It is my command. And forgive the inveterate jesting, which jests with eyes full of tears. I love you. I bless God for you. You are too good for me, as always I knew. I look up to you continually. It is best, I continue to think, that you should not come here. Best for you, because the position, if you were to try it, would be less tolerable than ever, and best for both of us, that in case the whole truth were ever discovered, I mean of the previous marriage, we might be able to call it simply an act in order to security. I don't know how to put my feeling into words, but I do seem to feel that it would be better and less offensive to those whom we offend at any rate, to avoid all possible remark on this point. It seems better to a sort of instinct I have. Then if I see you, farewell the letter writing. Oh no, there will be time enough when we are on the railway. We shall talk then. Ah, you say such things to me, dearest, dearestest. And you do not start at that word irrevocable, as I have had fancies that you might, when the time came. But you may recover by putting out your hand all you have given me, nearly all. I never, never being myself, could willingly vex you, torment you. If I approach to it, you will tell me. I will confide in you to that end also, dearest. And your father's goodness, and the affectionateness of them all. When they shall have learned most that I am not worthy of you, they will have learned besides that I can be grateful to them and you. Certainly I am capable, I hope, of loving them all, well and with appreciation. And then imagine the comfort I take to the deepest of my heart from these hands held out to me, for your sake. Yes, for your sake entirely. And so, the more dearly comforting too, your very own Bar. There is still difficulty about the house. They think of Tunbridge Wells. End of section 178.
Section 179 of the Letters of Robert Browning and Elizabeth Barrett Barrett, Part 3. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Beeswax Candle. R.B. to E.B.B. Tuesday morning. Postmark September 15th, 1846. My own Bar, could you think me capable of such a step? I forget what I exactly said in the first letter, but in the second, which you have received by this, I know there is mention made of your account which is to accompany mine. You never quite understood, I think, my feeling about Mr. Kenyon and desire to tell him earlier. In the first place, at the very beginning, he seemed to stand, as he did, in closer connection with you than any other person I could communicate with. Therefore to represent, in some degree, your dear self in the worldly sense, and be able to impose on me any conditions, etc., which your generous nature might be silent on, and my ignorance and excitement overlook. Then there was another reason, the natural one, of our own. His friendship, rather for me, in the circumstance of his having in a manner introduced me to your acquaintance, at all events facilitated my introduction, and so being after a fashion responsible in some degree for my conduct. These two reasons, added to a general real respect for his circumspection and sagacity, and a desire to make both of them instruct me in the way of doing you good. But you effectually convinced me that in neither case would the benefit derivable balance the certain injury, or at least annoyance to himself, while you showed me that I should not be so truly serving you as I had intended by the plans I used to turn over in my mind. In brief, it was written that your proof of love and trust to me was to be complete, the completest, and I could not but be proud and submit. And a few words will explain the mere sin against friendship. I quite feel as you feel, nor ever had the least intention of writing, that is, of sending any letter, till the very last. Be sure of it. For the cards I have just given orders, as you desire, and I entirely agree. The notion of a word about our not being in England was only a fancy for your family's sake, just to save people's application to them, to know what had become of us. And I had heard Mr. Kenyon commend the considerateness of those Lydian measures, albeit there was, or narrowly escaped being, an awful oversight of the travellers, which would have made him the sad hero of a merry story forever, as I will tell you some day. If you will send the addresses at any time, that trouble will be over. In all these mighty matters, be sure I shall never take the least step without consulting you. Will you draw up the advertisement, please? I will supply the clergyman's name, etc., etc. I shall not see one friend more before I leave with you, so that nobody needs divine that since the 12th we have not been at Margate, seeking food for the mind. 11 3/4 a.m. Dearest, I agree to all. I will not see you for those reasons. I think, as you may, that it will be a point in excuse of the precipitancy that a removal was threatened for next Monday, perhaps, which, finding us unprepared, would have been ruinous. Say all you would have me say to your father. No concession will be felt by the side of your love. I will write a few words to Mrs. J. Her kindness is admirable and deserves the attention. For the date, you will have seen the precautions I take. I hope to see nobody now, but I don't know that it will be necessary to suppress it in the advertisement if we can leave England by the end of the week, as I hope. Do you not hope to? For I see announcements in today's Times of marriages on the 8th and 9th, and our silence on that particular might be only the beginning of some mystery, as if it had happened half a year ago, for instance. Beside, your relations will examine the register. All rests with you, however, and will rest, Bar. I shall ask you to do no more of my business that I can manage myself, but where I cannot manage,
Why, then you shall think for me. That is my command. I suppose when a man buys a spinning machine, he loses dignity because he lets it weave stockings, does not keep on with his clumsy fingers. No, I will retain my honours, be certain. You shall say, ego et rex meus, like Wolsey, or rather, like dear Bar. Like yourself, I will ever worship. See the good of taking up arms against me out of that service? If you honour and obey me, with my body I thee worship, my best, dearest, sweetest Bar, and that I have avowed thus irrevocably is the heart's delight of your own R. End of section 179.